Out of Time. Book 1 of the 180 Days and Counting series. By B.R. PAULSON. Narrated by AI. All of humanity will get the virus. Who dies and who lives depends on her. Can Cady convince anyone that the virus to end all viruses is about to be released? Or will she have to quarantine her family and hope that at least their small haven will be spared? One loss, and then another bombard Cady and her small family, and she realizes no one is safe. When the creator of the virus reaches out to Cady and offers her information and a way to protect her family, Cady has to choose between convincing others of their danger or saving herself and her loved ones. With too much at stake, Cady might make the wrong choice. Why would you want to survive while the rest of the world is gone? Grab this thriller and jump into the apocalypse. Hold your breath. PAULSON will take you for a ride. Prologue. Would that be her time to die? Cady thought she'd made her peace with death, but as chills ravaged her body and aches destroyed her nerve endings, she didn't know if she still wanted to die. What if the vaccine failed? She didn't have enough time to figure out the answers to any of her questions. She needed time. She wanted more time. All she'd tried to do was save as many people as possible. Her hope hadn't taken into account the vast devastation planned or the fact that pain was a part of the game. The game that centered around eradicating the population. Her friend betrayed her. Her husband abandoned her. All she had left was her daughter. Everyone else would be dead by now, or worse off than she was. Cady didn't have the right to complain, yet she longed to end her suffering with the Glock hiding under her bed. Yet, what could she possibly hope to accomplish with a bullet in her brain? Lying on the floor, beside her bed, she reached under the mattress and pulled the gun from its position of safety. The weight was comforting. She tightened her fingers on the handle. She squeezed her eyes shut and slumped back to the carpet. Nothing was soft or calming. The threads of the carpet abraded her skin, every nerve screaming to be left alone, yet itching at the same time. It would be okay for her to end it. No one would know. No one would care. If she killed herself, every sacrifice would be in vain. Her daughter's pain would be for nothing. Cady dragged a breath through her swollen and cracked lips. She didn't want to open her eyes and find the sun beating through the window. She didn't want to acknowledge the chill in the air as an allusion to a fever. She just wanted all of her blankets on top of her, warming her in the sun. Half-heartedly, she reached up and tugged on the blankets, but couldn't budge them. What was she thinking about? Oh, right, killing herself. Everything would be a waste. Cady didn't like waste, and all of that would be the worst kind. She groaned, if only the vaccine had been enough. Chapter 1. Cady. Smell like the end of the world. The revolutionary new fragrance that will stop his heart and restart hers. Coming soon to stores near you. The commercial on the 65-inch television screen faded to a fuzzy black. Cady sat back on her haunches, eyebrows raised as she rested her palms on the tops of her thighs. Thick snow fell outside her windows, past the 4-foot perimeter of the wraparound deck. If she listened hard, she would be able to hear the popping of the firewood in the next room. She didn't usually watch TV, but lately she'd taken an interest in reality shows based on homesteads while she inventoried her storage. There wasn't a lot she could do outside for preparing with feet of snow blocking the garden entrance and the greenhouse door. Taking up the shows had been a desperate attempt to keep her sanity. Recently, she'd begun binge-watching Mountain Men. The show was filled with great tips and prepper information she couldn't get enough of. Her favorite tip so far involved the butchering of a large pig. The men had explained that after draining the blood, they soaked large towels in boiling water. They then laid the towels out, spread neatly on the pig's hide, and let the boiling water saturate the skin and hair. After a few minutes they were able to carefully shave a thin layer of skin and the hide hair from the pig without a large mess. Not that Cady had pigs, but she might one day. The fact that the information was so easy to use made it a fun fact to absorb while she was going through the tedious task of checking her emergency preparedness items. Each weekend, she filled her afternoons with checking the family's supplies and improving on a skill. With the political climate, it was only a matter of time until something happened. Cady's entire goal revolved around making sure her daughter survived anything that happened. She pulled the third, and last, bright yellow 72-hour kit toward her and opened the top zipper. A poncho should be on top. Good, at least that wasn't taken. Cady rolled her eyes. Yes, at least that was there. What else had made it past her husband's rabid desire to destroy everything she worked toward? She poked around the main pocket and nodded when she saw the main items she was checking for were present. For her state of mind, thinking about her presently absent husband wasn't the best move. The commercial returned and Cady furrowed her brow. Twice in one break. They really wanted to sell that perfume which hadn't even released yet. Smell like the end of the world. Cady chuckled, tightening the rear strap on the large hiking backpack. No one was in the room with her, but she found it funny to talk to herself out loud. Who would want to smell like the end of the world? Smelling like decay and rot wasn't her idea of fun. Which wasn't that what the end would be like? Death and sickness? She couldn't imagine anything different. Moving the bag to the side, she glanced again at the large screen set about 10 feet from her. Bailey flopped into the room, her long auburn hair flowing behind her. She pouted as she claimed the middle cushion on the couch by the wall opposite the TV. Dad might want to smell like the end. Maybe then you'd pay attention to him. She smirked as she raised her foot onto the couch, bending her knee to the side and fiddling with the top of her ankle sock. At least she'd had the decency to take her shoes off before coming inside this time. At 13, Bailey pushed the boundaries of terrible teen. She didn't like her mom, at least that was the sentiment she exuded whenever she was within sight of Cady. No telling what she said when she wasn't around. Maybe you shouldn't worry about things like that. Cady kept her tone light. She wasn't going to start anything with her daughter. Cady's relationship with Zach was none of Bailey's business. Snapping another strap, Cady turned back to the television. I think I have the right to know if my parents are going to get a divorce. Bailey snapped, sitting up and wrapping her arms around her bent knees. Fear narrowed her eyes, and she couldn't hide her vulnerability from her mother. Cady remembered feeling those same things years ago with her own parents. Thankfully, nothing had happened to warrant the emergence of any concern, but Cady couldn't promise anything like that to her daughter. There was too much under the bridge between her and Zach, and she wasn't sure there was any way to recover from it. They'd married for the wrong reasons and held on for even worse ones. The mention of divorce upset Cady more than she wanted to own. She struggled to keep her emotions under control. Divorce. Who would have believed that she'd be facing the prospect of divorce in her own marriage not more than 14 years after committing to her husband? If she wanted to get through the next few days filled with unknowns, Cady would just have to ignore Bailey. Of course, Bailey was Daddy's little girl. She was an only child, and between her mom and dad, she was spoiled past the brat point. The young girl was afforded anything she wanted. Flipping her alliances between her parents was something she did often, but she always returned to her dad. Cady had begun expecting it and found little solace when Bailey was on Cady's side. Focusing on her kit and opening the last strap, Cady chewed on her bottom lip. She couldn't remember if her first aid kit needed more sterile gauze. She would have to go through the packages again. She was also running low on ibuprofen. She leaned over and added the newest remembered item to the list on her notepad set to the side. We should do another dry run this week. I'm not sure I have everything, and those newest MREs might not taste very good. Bailey didn't say anything else as Mountain Men came back on. Her silence was probably a good thing. Cady was irritated by Bailey's comment and then her silence. Did Cady stick up for herself when she wasn't even sure what the accusation was? There was no point fighting about any of it. There was no point fighting. They couldn't control anything that was happening anyway. Zach had made his choice, more than obvious. Zach. He'd never been overly affectionate, and as Cady had delved deeper into the prepper lifestyle, Zach had pulled further away. Cady paid as much attention to Zach as she had to, or as much as she could. He drove long-haul trucks, and was gone a lot of the time. When he was home, he berated her for not going out and finding a job with her microbiology degree. He hated driving truck. The economy that far north didn't allow for a lot of electrical engineering, which was what his education was in. Lab work wasn't much different with regard to availability, which was what Cady would end up doing with her degree. North Idaho was great with a lot of things, but jobs weren't one of them, unless you were in construction or hospitality. As much as Zach treated Bailey like a princess, she was capable, even if she was a daddy's girl. She played along with the girly facade he wanted to see her as, even though it was something she wasn't. As soon as he was gone, Bailey traded in the skirts and curls for jeans, t-shirts, and braids. Riding around on her bike and climbing trees struck her fancy, not sitting around pretending to have a tea party. At only 13 years old, she was a fairly independent child. Cady liked to think that was thanks to her and not the babying Bailey underwent from her father. The perpetual pout on Bailey's face was destined to annoy Cady something fast. Bailey kicked her foot. "When will Dad be home? He promised to take me fishing this spring." Ah, the infamous fishing trip. The only time Zach relented on letting Bailey be a tomboy, simply because he wanted a fishing buddy. The man was enough to drive Cady nuts. At least he didn't make Bailey wear a dress while they fished, but she avoided the suggestion even in jest, just in case he did decide to give it a shot. Cady kept her tone light, even though she wanted to tell Bailey to get her feet off the couch. Friday. He said he should be home on or before Friday. Almost a week. Cady didn't want the time to pass as fast as she knew it would. As much as he complained about truck driving, the job gave Cady a respite from his negativity and his demands. Zach would never let Cady forget how much he hated his job. He wanted to move to California or Oregon or Texas, where there were jobs in his field. But Cady refused to move. If he wanted to relocate and find a job that he liked, he was welcome to it, especially after the last year. If things continued on as they were, he might still do just that. She wasn't against him finding work he liked. She just had a feeling they were supposed to stay in North Idaho. Something anchored her there, and she wouldn't leave. She wasn't one to ignore her gut instincts, and the feeling to stay was stronger than her knowledge in organic chemistry. Staring at the television, Bailey didn't respond to Cady's answer about her father. "What's dinner going to be?" Changing the topic, Bailey dropped her foot and leaned back on the couch. Her sigh echoed around the room, creating a tick in her mom's right eyelid. Rolling her shoulders and leaning her head to the side, Cady took a deep breath to calm her irritation. There was no point in getting frustrated with Bailey, and they were the only two there. "Well, I thought we could have an easy night. I've got some things still to do." She pointed toward the kitchen. "I was just thinking leftovers. We have a lot to pick from: pizza, spaghetti, and I think we have burritos, too." She glanced at Bailey. "No point in wasting them. No point in wasting them." Bailey formed the sentence at the same time Cady did. Cady laughed. Jinx. Maybe Bailey's attitude was going to be good for the night. What Cady wouldn't give for a break from the teenager syndrome. She smiled fully at her daughter. Rolling her eyes, Bailey huffed. "Mom, no one says that anymore." She shoved herself from the couch and stormed from the living room, her arms tight at her sides. Leaving behind a room filled with confusion, she didn't look back at her mom. Once again, Cady couldn't do anything right. Her momentary excitement deflated, Cady stood and pulled the packs into a pile. At least she knew Bailey and Zach shared the same sentiment about Cady. She was never doing anything right. They liked to joke about what she was bad at and what she messed up, which only made Cady want to try even less. and the teasing about prepping was incessant. At least Bailey had left the room before digging in about that part of Cady's preferences. Cady wasn't sure how far she could stand to be pushed, but with her nerves on edge, she had a feeling it wasn't far. The only things she loved doing more than the rest of her family hated were her prepper things. Zach didn't support her preparations for emergencies in any form. He even refused to let Cady spend any of their money on prepper items or food storage. He said anything like that was a waste of time. The world wasn't going to have any problems with food or natural disasters, at least not where they were. And yet, he was a truck driver. He had to know that if any of the truck drivers, long haul or otherwise, quit, or if any of the trucks stopped, or if there was a strike, there would be no supplies brought to the stores. What then? If they maintained an attitude of living only in the present, they would starve. Cady had a well-stocked food storage shoved under the house in the crawlspace. Zach never went down there. In fact, Cady wasn't sure he knew how to access the space. Cady never had to explain where the funds came from to stock it. She had been building the stockpile with the standard grocery money for years. Since Bailey was gone most of the time with friends and she didn't understand her mother's prepping fanaticism, Cady didn't feel the need to explain what she was doing. Looking over the bags one more time, she double-checked for anything left unsecured and shut any undone snaps to make sure all the openings were closed. She lugged the backpacks with one thick strap slung over her shoulder and one in each hand to the closet under the stairs on the other side of the living room. Shoving the packs inside onto a wide shelf, she snugged them against a bright orange EMT bag that held their portable first aid supplies. She still needed to go over those items. Maybe she was obsessing. It seemed like she was obsessing. Was that one more thing she needed to go over? With only a little time left before she had to grab leftovers from the fridge, no way was Bailey going to help. Cady went to her office off the foyer and sat at her desk. Another secret she had from her husband was a side job as an online science tutor. Helping college students figure out their microbiology and biology papers brought in a little extra money to help fund her prepping plans and grow her nest egg. She wasn't dumb. The type of relationship she had with her husband wasn't a forever kind. Sadly, she fell in love with an ideal, not reality. Getting pregnant before she could figure out he wasn't the one for her changed her plans and altered her dreams. Cady hated when her plans changed. Taking on prepping worked well as a stress reliever. Putting everything she had into making sure they were ready for anything had become her passion. The prepper groups she was in were serious about their storage, their knowledge, and conspiracies. She'd heard them all, but nothing was leaning toward anything real. At least, not that she could make sense of. She knew too much science, too much logic. Sometimes, even for all her work and storage, she wondered just what she was prepping for. Chapter 2. Cady. Blinking at the wide 40-inch monitor, Cady took a deep breath. The overwhelming number of emails from students were more than enough to keep her busy for the next 3 weeks. Thankfully, midwinter break would start soon and she would get a break. She just needed to push aside her personal issues and prioritize what tasks needed to be done when. After her list was complete of what she needed to work on immediately and what could wait, she'd find a minute to get dinner on. More importantly, though, she would just scour her inbox for any more information from the Homeowners Association. She'd been trying to get a straight answer for a few weeks now, and her last email had been bold and slightly accusatory. She had no idea why they would put a ruling in the codes, covenants, and restricts, CC and RS, about owning goats. The rules stated residents could have cows, horses, chickens, dogs, anything, but you couldn't have goats. No goats. Not in pens or fenced in. Nothing. Just thinking about the irrationality brought a grimace to her face. Goats were good for a lot of things, and they were easy to take care of. You could use their milk for just about anything, same as you could with cow milk. If there was a snowstorm, you could pull them right into your garage and not have to worry about there being enough room. Cows, on the other hand, needed a significantly larger space. She squinted at the subject line of the bottom email. What was that? An email from Jackson? Finally. She stopped, staring at his name and thinking back. When had she heard from him last? Not since before the last election. He'd sent her an email, spouting off about his political preference. Every word he typed was always so full of passion and absolutism. His way was the only way. Most of the time, Cady agreed with his philosophies and conspiracies. When she didn't agree with him, they engaged in fun discussions back and forth that they never took offensively. Dealing with Jackson was refreshing, and she looked forward to hearing from him when she was going through really tough times. Talking to him always gave her a thrill. Of course, Jackson was a man. Every word he typed and the memes he sent her were riddled with testosterone. Even the male superiority jokes reeked of a man. Judging by many things he'd said over time, he had no idea she was a woman. And Zach had no idea about the place in her life Jackson held. She didn't consider it being unfaithful to anyone, let alone her husband. To be fair, no one knew about Jackson. The illicit part of their relationship tickled her. He was her secret. There was nothing romantic between them. He thought of her as a man and she preferred it that. She got more respect as a man. A name like Cody left things basic for her. Plus, Jackson was her friend from before. Before her ideals had changed. Before she'd turned into a mother with protective instincts and more sentimentality than she'd ever wanted to claim. She was more emotionally attached to people and places, and she was embarrassed by that. Wait, had her ideals changed? When had she altered into a passive homebody who would rather prep for the inevitable than stepping out and doing something to create change? She wasn't a sitter or a dreamer, she was a doer, and she'd lost that part of her when she'd become a mother. Not that she didn't want a better world for her daughter. She just had an innate need to be safe, keep her child safe. Had Cady lost everything she believed? She lifted her chin. With intentional movements, she rolled the mouse to place the arrow over the subject line. Opening his email wasn't just a curiosity or a need to find that small thrill. No, now Cady had to do it just to prove the Cady she'd been was still inside the smothered shell she'd become. The email opened and his perfunctory words clenched across the screen. Moss. I'm not sure how this will find you. It's been forever since we spoke. I still believe the way we've always talked. Maybe more so now. There are so many people all around me with no manners or etiquette. Children are getting abused for no reason, but evil and people are offended at the color of the sky. Decency is gone in the world. I'm done trying to figure out how to deal with it. As always, when I start to feel too depressed by the world situation, I turn to our conversations in the past. I've been putting plans in motion since we last spoke, actually, since our last brainstorming session. I think you would be proud of what I've come up with. This is a project over time. In fact, we can get this off the ground together. Or I can do it by myself. No, I won't do that to you. I've already started it. I'm about to end it. There's so much in here, so much I can't say, so much I want to say. Please, ignore my ramblings. None of that matters. The countdown has begun. I'm working on our plans. I have more details that I'll send soon. But don't worry, I'm not going to let us down. Not to sound morose, but you and I are the only people who should live. Even my own mother needs to go. I know you understand. Jackson. The first skim through only increased the thrill. Anytime Jackson spoke with the presence he had, Cady knew something good was coming. But there was something off in the email, like his obsessive tendencies were warping. Over the years, he hadn't done anything harmful to anybody. Mostly, he just shared research with Cady that she'd been able to apply in her own jobs. When she'd stopped working, she'd collected information from him, living vicariously through the things he'd researched and discovered. But dying? Living? What about their plans? Which one was he talking about, because there had been so many over the years? She grinned at the thought that they were plans. Cady would have referred to them as daydreams, or what-ifs. What if the world's population was cut in half? What would happen to the ecosystems if there were no more humans? What if there was a disease that could completely wipe out the world in under 180 days? They'd even named their pseudovirus CJ-180D, complete with a mortality completion plan. Cady wasn't sure what he was getting at with the email. It wasn't possible that he'd created a virus. It wasn't possible that he'd come up with a plan to destroy the world. Cady would have known what he was up to. Besides, he was one man. What could he do? She didn't bother answering the email right away, because he would be suspicious if she did. He would probably accuse her of being one of those smartphone yuppies who had all of the emails directed right to the phone. How many times had they complained about those exact people? She checked the date of the email. Okay, he'd just sent it that morning. Good, she'd wait until tomorrow or the next day to reply. Cady snort-laughed as she reread the cryptic message. He was probably drunk or something. He'd reveal what he was talking about soon, maybe even before she emailed him back. She'd wait. It wasn't like he'd actually asked her a question or anything anyway. Slumping back into her office chair, Cady relished the memories of their conversations as they flooded over her. They'd never met in person, and yet, he'd been such a presence in her life. She couldn't believe there were large periods of time where they hadn't spoken. Yet, when they'd finally reconnected, it had been like they had never stopped talking. Jackson might not know it, but he'd gotten her through quite a few years of college and after where she hadn't known what she was doing. She'd never given in and told him how much he meant to her as a friend. That would definitely give away her femininity. Guys just didn't espouse that huggy-huggy attitude. Thinking back over their numerous conversations and everything leading up to and surrounding CJ-180D, Cady cocked her head. Did she still believe the way he did? Did she still support the same things he and she had talked about? There were so many. Sometimes, they would just type things to vent. Out of the dozens and dozens of beliefs they shared, she couldn't pick any one that stood out more than any other. If she did still believe some of them, she wouldn't have started a family. She would have terminated the pregnancy before she'd let a life get in the way of her plans or add to the problems of the planet. She drew her eyebrows together and pursed her lips. She wasn't that same kid. When push came to shove, she hadn't been willing to have an abortion. That was when her real beliefs had come more into focus. She'd always gone along with Jackson because she liked to believe she was more science than theology, more logic than emotion. But facing motherhood, her true identity had shifted. She'd gone from pro-choice to pro-life, from a more liberal perspective to a more conservative standpoint. The change had been so subtle, she could only see the switch as she looked back over her life. She'd started dressing more modestly, talking less brashly, and she'd begun listening to others. True, she'd dropped her brazen side, but she'd become softer, more nurturing. And dang, if she didn't own a few guns. She didn't know how to use them yet, but prepping without an arsenal wasn't acceptable. Like prepping 101 included 3 sections: food, supplies, guns. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. If Jackson knew about her guns, he'd probably freak out. He didn't know she lived in North Idaho. What would he say to that? But Jackson had never considered that she might have changed because she'd never given the impression that she could. And she wasn't sure she was comfortable with the open fact that she had changed. Looking at her life, she had to ask herself if she was better off the way she'd become, or would she have been better off staying the path Jackson still walked? If she still believed the way Jackson did, she wouldn't live in a big house with the carbon footprint of a dinosaur. So many things in her current life would be drastically different. She wouldn't be with Zach, and she'd probably live in a large city, working to eliminate some danger, working to uphold some cause. The realization that she'd changed so much was sobering. Would Jackson consider her a liar? A hypocrite? Was she a fraud? Based on all of their conversations, she couldn't believe some of the things they'd actually talked about, actually considered. Cady couldn't help thinking that she'd morphed into one of the people they'd assigned as deserving what they got. If what she'd said in the past with Jackson was true, did Cady deserve to die? Thinking back, that's what all of their plans had centered on. Getting the end the world deserved. Eradicating those who were causing the earth more pain than they had the right to. So many wrongdoers, and so little justice. They'd always just wanted justice, and death had seemed like the ultimate punishment. Maybe she did deserve death. Maybe she deserved everything they'd ever talked about. An inkling of fear crept through her. If she got even a fraction of the pain and destruction they discussed, she'd never survive it all. Chapter 3. Jackson. Running his fingers through the short hair along the side of his head, Jackson sneered at the family sitting at the end of the public transportation bus. Jackson would have just ridden his bike the hour to the office, but the slush and ice weren't easily managed by his mountain bike, and he didn't have the time or desire to have to deal with getting splashed with dirty, freezing mud he'd have to clean up. As if the crowded transportation wasn't bad enough, Jackson had to inhale the unwashed scent of the masses, which was a combination of day-old sautéed onions mixed with a fruity aftertaste like that of overripe bananas sitting in the sun. The family at the back was probably the worst of the group he had to sit with. The children were loud, impolite, making constant noises, like that of a flock of squawking parrots stuck in a cage. Jackson couldn't be sure, but he was pretty sure he'd caught the youngest boy picking his nose more than once. The germs he had to be spreading with his grimy hands would be uncountable and untrackable. Every few seconds, Jackson stared at the mother as if to make a point, to draw her attention to what was happening around her. She sat on the bench seat, staring out the window. Jackson wouldn't blame her for getting lost somewhere else, somewhere she didn't regret her life or her choices. There was no evidence of a father figure, and the woman had no wedding ring on her finger, or any fingers. Every once in a while the mother would glance toward the front of the bus, as if checking they were still en route before going back to staring out the tinted glass. One of the children, Jackson didn't care which one, threw something in a random direction. A solid thud came from the window by Jackson's head. Slowly, Jackson turned his head to the side, arching an eyebrow at the sight of a rubbery-looking sticky hand clinging to the glass of the bus. Eyeing the offending item, he cast a glare toward the group of children. While holding eye contact with the oldest boy, Jackson reached up and ripped the toy from the window. He mashed the mushy item in his palm, refusing to grimace at the sensation in his hand. The taller girl approached, a gentle smile showing braces. With more freckles across her nose than anywhere else, she reached up and tugged on the sloppy braid trailing over her shoulder. "Can I have the hand back, please?" Jackson offered a tight smile as he considered what would happen if he yelled no at her and threw the hand out the window. 1. He'd be littering, and that was a cardinal sin to him. 2. He didn't need to draw unnecessary attention toward himself. He had to stay under the radar to keep his plans in motion. Without further thought, Jackson handed the blue toy to the girl. The only consolation he had was that she replied with as many manners as she'd requested the hand. Too bad all the children in the world couldn't be polite. That was something that could be directly blamed on the parents. If the children weren't being raised right, then the parents needed to be punished. Obviously, discipline was lacking somewhere, and it seemed to disintegrate in the generations following the Second World War. Unfortunately, that meant that all the people in the world needed to die. Of course, the statement was such a simplistic, blanketing assertion. Jackson had taken years to come to that conclusion. Not just the offenders needed to die. Everyone. Sometimes he believed he did, too. Sometimes, he woke up in a cold sweat at what the term everyone entailed. During the harsh light of day, he couldn't deny the earth needed a fresh start, and even with half of the population, the world was too far gone. He believed that. His own humanity needed him to acknowledge that it wouldn't be an easy mission to undertake. Once he did, everything would be so much easier. Maybe it was the reality that asserted itself over his enthusiasm. While he chose to live alone, he still had the option to go out and find someone else. Once he put his plan into place, he would take that choice away. Staring at the family, Jackson remembered why he chose to be alone, why he chose to follow the path he'd started. Offering grace to the brats on the bus wasn't that much of a hardship. Not when he could take solace in the fact that they'd be dead before the nation's birthday. The bus came to a stop and Jackson dismounted. He zipped up his coat and pulled his fleece balaclava into place. He didn't cast a second glance at the children or the mother. He didn't care enough. They were just blips in an otherwise overpopulated world. Jackson didn't want to have anything more to do with them. He'd finally realized and accepted that people were a blight on the world. People were destroying the awe-inspiring creation that the world was. He didn't believe in creationism and he didn't believe in the Big Bang. Somehow, the world had come about and he was going to make sure the world was saved. Even if he had to go down with the rest of the people. The less contact he had with them, the happier he would be. White slushy snow sucked at the tires as the bus pulled away. He waited for the bus to pass, waving his hand at the explosion of diesel exhaust toward his face. The black inkiness dissipated into the air, leaving an acrid smell behind. Deep in his pockets, Jackson found his gloves. He pulled them on and set his jaw to the side, adjusting the backpack on his shoulder and shrugging on the last strap. He was in for a hike and he'd do better to make sure everything was in place before heading off. His home wouldn't be as warm as the houses lining the street. Once everyone was dead, there wouldn't be any more pollution. Plants and animals could return to their rightful places and nature could destroy the cement structures which had obliterated natural ecosystems. The bus had dropped him off at the last stop in town on the corner of Main Street and Nowhere. He walked on the sidewalk headed away from the buildings and fences. His steps took him further and further from civilization. He didn't believe in private transportation. At least he refused to use it until there were no more buses to take him where he wanted to go. But, oh how much he longed to climb into the privacy of his own vehicle, which would be completely sterile and minus the annoying presence of any parasitic human beside himself. Maybe he would get a car before the end so he could tour his destruction and take it all in. He avoided kicking a pinecone frozen into a patch of ice, which marked the transition from the paved sidewalk to the shoulder of the road. The gravel rolled off the black, shiny surface, which only proved that it was actually chip-sealed. Snow had been plowed to the edges of the road in a graceful pile that led the way to the end of the pavement. He continued walking until the plowed road turned into track-riddled snow. The presence of the wide, rocky path about 15 feet away from the shoulder was hidden behind the snow berm. The snow-hidden trail narrowed to a faint presence of footprints Jackson followed as he stepped into the barren bushes to cover where he'd been. In the summer there was so much dirt everywhere, and while he didn't like being dirty, Jackson loved that it was even less evidence he'd been there. His backpack slapped the lower indent of his back as he climbed over the bushes and snow. Down a slight decline, he clambered until the path evened out to a more manageable grade. Jackson still hadn't decided if he was going to be the only person left alive or not. He didn't know what it would be like to see dead bodies all over the place, or even how long he would be able to last by himself. Being alone was appealing, but out of choice. Once he set destiny into motion, there would be no other option than for it to go forward. Surviving was an option he would have, something no one else would. Ending Jackson's own life quickly might be the best way to go. Especially since the virus would be more pain than he wanted to face. Or, maybe giving himself the vaccine and watching the population disintegrate around him would be worth all of the horror of complete loneliness. If only there were a woman, he'd reconsider taking the vaccine and they could repopulate the earth together, like Adam and Eve. He wouldn't even offer the second vial to his only friend. Jackson wasn't sure what he was going to do yet. There are so many options. And every single choice was all his. Following the curve, past the sign that said, "No outlet, private property," Jackson continued walking. He ignored the warnings and just glanced toward the white fuzzy smoke off in the distance. Wyoming was cold and wet in January. If anything, it was more bitter and unforgiving than other four-season locales. Jackson ducked under the fence post at the very end of the property. He liked to take it to the end of the line. He narrowed his gaze, watching for any signs that the property owner had found him. In all the years Jackson had lived there, no one had found him yet. There were no tracks other than his. He retrieved a pine bough he'd stuck beside a tree and reached over the fence to brush away the last vestiges he'd been there. The snow was harder to hide his presence in, but soon, he wouldn't have to hide from anyone or anything. If he decided to keep on living. The options he'd left himself were invigorating. If he could, he'd high-five himself. Hiking through the collection of snow, he approached a copse of trees at the base of a plateau-style bluff, which overlooked the majority of the property. Trees and boulders decorated the landscape with various greens and dark, wet browns and blacks. Snow covered the top's brush and half-rotted stumps with icy round sculptures. The picturesque scenery sat at the back of the land plot, which was close to 1,000 acres, fenced in and overall well-maintained. The chunk of land wasn't Jackson's. Someone had left a bunch of train boxes at the back of the property where plants grew up and over, camouflaging the majority of them. At the bottom of the stack, Jackson had turned one into a bunker. Using solar panels placed on the tops of trees, he'd been able to harness enough energy to charge a few core batteries for the small things he needed done. He squatted on the land and left behind no evidence that he was there, no bills, no wires, nothing that could lead anyone to where he rested his head. Jackson was a no one. No one knew his real name, even his family clung to a name that didn't represent who he was or who he'd become. One guy he'd been friends with for years on the internet knew his name but didn't know the face to go with it. Jackson had no known address and even used a dead man's social security number. He'd been working on building up that man's credit for a long time and now he could get any loan he wanted when he wanted with forged evidence of income. Slipping through the back entrance of his bunker, Jackson turned and locked it up tight before doing anything else. As long as he was quiet, if the property owner or owners came by, they would never know someone lived inside the train cars. Even the cables to the panels were carefully secured to the trees above. White air puffed out in front of Jackson as he breathed into the chilly air of his home. He placed his backpack on the table at the far end of the box and sat in the chair at the desk. Everything he owned was secondhand or had been repurposed in some manner. He didn't believe in brand new where brand new wasn't needed. Except underwear. Some things couldn't be used, there was no other option on that. With all of the documented waste in the world, Jackson refused to add to it. He had to be the exception to the problem, or he wouldn't deserve the vaccine. Just thinking about the changes coming flooded his cortex with exuberance. Jackson sighed. He couldn't wait for the revolution. Was he more excited or more nervous about the final stages of his plan? He had emailed C. Moss because he had to tell someone, and his longtime friend would understand. He had to share with someone what he was dealing with. Even his place of employment didn't know who he really was. They used the same credentials from when he'd been hired on as the tech guy. GPAX, the pharmaceutical company, had hired him as a contractor, which gave him the money to push his plans forward. That. And the fact that he was extremely talented in creating offshore accounts and convincing people to invest in his business ventures. Working at the pharmaceutical company made it easy for him to have access to equipment he needed to continue to develop his viruses and his other parts of the plan. He stole them or ordered from their suppliers with work accounts. He believed in the one thing theory to focus on one thing until you find success. The man whose book he idolized was Gary Keller, a book which led him to find out what his true goal was and focus on actualizing on his real meaning in life. Jackson's entire reason for living became constructing a way to kill everyone else. Cleaning the world of its parasitic problem, not just his town, not just the state, or the country, but the entire world. He wanted to eradicate the world of any more abuse. 7 billion people on the planet and more every day. The sheer growth was unacceptable. Didn't people realize there was birth control? He reached forward, flipping the switch to turn on the internet using the booster he'd connected up another tree with a painted satellite. It would take a moment for everything to boot up and get online, but it was worth the energy it would use to check his email for a reply from Moss. They'd been friends since the late 90s. They had met on a basic chat and both had promised from the beginning to always keep it anonymous. Jackson had honored that promise. So far, he hadn't even tried to find out where C. Moss lived. He could. He knew how to get information from the computer. He was good. But his promise to his friend was more important. Plus, there was a level of honesty and trust when things were kept anonymous. Things were said when they were anonymous. Jackson needed that. He needed that safety, and he wanted to provide that for his friend. The guy was brilliant, too. He had ideas and theories, and when they would come off their rants they would come up with plans that Jackson ended up using more than one of. He even printed off their emails and chats to reference later. He had 3-hole punched them and put the pages into 3-inch ring binders. Marking them up like the best reference books was fun, but making his own notes in the margins has been like revisiting a new edition of a well-loved book. Rereading those conversations reassured him that his thinking was not out of the norm. His thinking was proactive, more along the lines of free thinking and world protection than anything else. They had multiple pages that agreed with climate change and proved it on a mathematical level. Population control was the most basic of topics for them that they came back to again and again. A favorite twist to the topic was how to control population and the problems associated with free thinking and choice. Always their conversations came back to population eradication. When you just took the human out of the equation, there was no problem with choice, no problem with consequences of population control. Population decimation as the answer to all of the problems they listed. Climate change? Get rid of the population. Not enough food? Get rid of the population. Too much greed. Get rid of the population. Too much sickness. Get rid of the population. Getting rid of the population was the answer to everything. Jackson reached into his back pocket and pulled out a small case he carried everywhere with him. He opened the black box and pulled out 2 very small vials. The glass was cool to the touch, but didn't need to stay cold. He designed it that way. It would be viable up until 130 degrees. He had to make sure not to leave it in a hot window in the summer. Not that they would make it that long. The efficacy of the vaccines wouldn't last after he released the virus. Jackson only had 2 vials. There would only be 2. He had destroyed the formula that had taken him months and months to create. All of the materials he'd used to create the vials had burned in an incinerator at work. He'd made sure that the vaccine wasn't accessible by anyone, but who he wanted to have it. Jackson would offer the second vial to C. Moss. He owed his friend that much. Even as Jackson waffled on using the vaccine himself, he had to give his friend the option to take it. To live or not to live, wasn't that what they wanted to give the planet? True, he'd be forcing Moss to be alone until he died, but at least he could grant his friend the choice. Yet, Jackson had the feeling that if he knew his friend, then he could recognize the fact that there was no way the man would take the vaccine. Chapter 4. Scott. Cady? You in here? Scott knocked on the door and turned the knob. Zach's truck wasn't in the drive, it was only Wednesday, so Scott didn't have to worry about being formal. Not many people would think Cady and Scott had an appropriate relationship, but as far as she was concerned, Scott was just a neighbor. He didn't like to think about what he thought, that was where the line was crossed. That was where, if he ever dove deeper into his thought processes, he would give people a reason to talk and Zach a reason to punch him in the face, if not shoot him. The warm aroma of cinnamon apples cooking greeted him and he half closed his eyes as he inhaled deeply, closing the door behind him. Cady was baking again. The woman's skills and talents astounded him and he wasn't sure what was acceptable to comment on. He usually kept his compliments to himself, but her husband didn't give her enough appreciation, and if she was Scott's, well, that was better left alone. Scott. Did you walk here? I didn't hear you drive up. Cady rounded the corner from her kitchen, a green and red kitchen cloth in her hands. She beamed at him, her soft brown hair braided and pulled over her shoulder. Her blue eyes widened and she arched an eyebrow as she reached him and stretched up to press her cheek to his. Pulling back, she glanced out the window. Flustered by being close to her for a moment, Scott cleared his throat and pulled his warm Carhartt jacket off, hanging it on the closest chair at the dining table. "Yeah, I brought the four-wheeler, but parked it back in the trees. I wasn't sure if Zach was here, and last time I saw him, he didn't keep going." Bringing up the last time Zach had yelled and waved a gun at him had left Scott feeling like he'd done something wrong, and poor Cady in tears. It had been a few weeks since he'd visited again. Cady shook her head. "Well, the house is in my name, so don't worry about it. You're welcome here. Well, Zach and I have a lot to discuss." "You're always welcome here. All my friends and family are." She turned back to the kitchen and tossed over her shoulder, "You need to bring Ranger over sometime. I know Bailey loves that dog." Following her, Scott averted his eyes from the shape of Cady's rear end and stopped at the sight of all the cakes and pies on the counters. "Wow, you've been busy. Why all the cooking?" He slid onto a stool across from her counter and leaned forward on his elbows. She took a deep breath. "I'm not sure. Honestly. I just have a lot of pent-up frustrations, and I can't ride the bike any more than I have. I'm getting cabin fever and it's driving me nuts." She laughed, moving around the counter island toward the sink. Almost like a second thought, she watered a mason jar of herbs set in the window above the faucet: basil, cilantro, and oregano. Her aloe plant hung over the edge of the pot as if reaching toward Cady's nurturing fingers. "Well, I have the perfect way to burn off that frustration and give you something else to work on for your prepping." He tilted his head to the side and reached for a small apple turnover sitting on a silicone baking sheet. He glanced up at her in a silent request and grinned at the roll of her eyes and short nod. "I'm telling you." He picked up the still warm turnover and took a small bite of the flaky corner. He groaned a bit at the warm, feel-good taste. "Yep, that's delicious. Okay, so as I was saying, I keep telling you to get down to Center Partners and get that carry conceal license. They can teach you how to use those guns you have, Cady. You need that. That kind of knowledge will round out your education nicely. I don't need a carry conceal in Idaho, Scott. Plus," she shook her head, turning to stir something in a pan with her back to him. After a minute, she looked back at him. "It's not that I don't want to learn how to use a gun. Zach told me he didn't want me to do anything that extreme. I don't want to blatantly go against all of his wishes. I figure I'm doing that enough as it is." Sadness turned down the corners of her eyes, and she looked back at the stove. After a second, she glanced back at him and arched an eyebrow. "It's not like he wouldn't freak if he knew you were here." She had a point. Scott didn't say anything as he bit into the treat further. As far as Scott was concerned, Zach was a hypocrite. He had guns in the house, but wouldn't allow the rest of his family to get educated on them. He turned a blind eye to the food stockpiling under his house, because it would benefit him at some point, even though he didn't want to admit it. And Scott watched as Cady tried not upsetting her husband, while she also tried to get the entire family prepared for an inevitable something that was coming. It was coming. It was just a matter of when and how severe. Cady's home was inviting and warm, while also having multiple practical applications. Her wood stove warmed the house, but would also provide a means to cook when the power went out. Sure, she'd set up a generator and a transfer switch in the garage, but she hadn't hooked up the entire house because of the size limit Zach had forced on her. He hadn't wanted to have to store anything bigger than a 2,200. Every time Cady tried bettering their situation, Zach stonewalled her attempts. Scott would never do that if he was with her. After a minute, Scott swallowed another bite and realized if he didn't start talking, he was most likely going to gain 5 pounds from all the eating. "This is delicious, thanks. Well, if not the carry conceal course, what about the ham radio club I sent you info on? You can use my receiver to practice. You don't even need to buy anything. I just How did he tell her pursuing her passion was more important to him than making Zach happy? Zach and Cady were on a serrated edge of sanity with their marriage as it was. Part of him wanted to push them apart, but the part that cared about her as a friend didn't want her to go through that kind of pain. Plus, if she didn't care about him the same, having her available but not interested would be more torture than her being tied up with another man and Scott daydreaming about what if. Cady turned and shrugged. I don't know. Maybe. Maybe not. She cast her gaze downward. It's like, I'm doing all of this. She waved her hand to encompass the house and the property. To be prepared, I've taken so many first aid and first responder courses, I could write a thesis. I have more academic knowledge about what could or will most likely happen in the event of an EMP, a train wreck down in Athol, an earthquake within the surrounding 2,000 miles, and more. I just don't know. Scott had to convince her to try even more. She'd gotten him started, he was going to keep her going. You're such a prepper. I've never seen such passion for the trade, yet you won't pick up the two fundamental skills of it. Fine on the shooting, I can teach you later, and sometimes it really is as simple as point and pull the trigger. Whatever, but why not HAM? He licked cinnamon sugary goodness from his fingers, and then pierced her with his gaze. I need to understand, Cady. I'll stop bugging you as soon as I understand. They were close enough as friends, he could be blunt with her with expectations that other people wouldn't have. She lifted her chin. The guns. I already explained, Scott. Ham radio is something I'm not sure I'd like. It's a dedicated skill, and I have to save up for that kind of commitment. If something does happen, it's going to be trade-based. I know I don't have a lot of skills, but there are things I'm good at and things I know I can do that I'm interested in. I'm just not convinced that I should be spending my time practicing HAM. Maybe next year, okay? I appreciate your help. I really do. She sighed and tucked her chin, bracing her hands on the counter. Scott slid from the stool and rounded the counter, taking Cady by her upper biceps. He leaned down to see her more fully in the face. Cady, what is it? That close, and he could lean down and kiss her, if she wasn't someone else's wife. The moment came close into focus. Every minute detail slowed down. She blinked, the flutter of her lashes and the movement of her chest as she breathed entrancing. Scott didn't want to look away. After a moment, she raised defiant eyes to his. What are we doing? She jerked from his hold. Was she upset he'd touched her, or was she on about something else? She lifted her hand and then dropped it to her side. What do we think is going to happen? Are we just wasting our time? I hear it all the time from my family, how I'm wasting money and time. What if they're right? With everything I've invested in preparing, I could pay for a year of college for Bailey at a 4-year university. Maybe Zach could even quit his job. Turning back to Scott, she twisted her lips to the side in a sardonic smile. You know? Like, what's the point? She folded her arms, defensive against her own words, and Scott's chest ached for her. I'm dealing with a lot of defiance here and the way things are going with Zach. I just don't think I have the frame of mind to face either of those projects right now. Does that make sense? Lowering his tone, Scott stepped forward. He ignored the thrill running through him at the mention that she and Zach weren't doing well. He was her friend, not a vulture circling for stolen moments. It's okay. I understand. But trust me when I say, you're not wasting anything by learning more. You'll be glad you have the knowledge you have. I know something is going to happen. There's so much going on right now that it's only a matter of time. Don't doubt yourself. He let his hands drop to his sides. When does Zach get back? He knew Zach would be home soon, he just had to wedge her husband between them before he did something she would regret. He would never regret anything with her. Cady swallowed, lifting her chin. Her blue eyes focused on him. This Friday. Why did the woman of his dreams have to be married with a child and living only 2 land parcels down from him? The injustice didn't make sense. Sure, he'd made the choice to fall for her and put himself in her life during the absence of her husband, but the painful torture of the situation he found himself in was beginning to drain him. He had to do something about it. Too bad he couldn't do what he really wanted, especially when Zach made Cady cry. The woman should never feel less than she was. She should be smiling and happy all the time. If she was Scott's, he'd make sure she never wanted for anything and that she was protected on a fundamental level. Everyone should know how to fire a gun and stay safe. Zach was failing as the provider by keeping the women at his home untrained from proper gun safety while he left them alone for such long time periods. Scott didn't stay long after, returning home with a small bag of treats Cady thoughtfully packed for him. With a soft whistle, he opened the door to his large rancher located on the curve of the road they lived on. His house was on the south side of the street along with Cady's. She had to drive west to pass him, and if he knew she was leaving, he would watch for her. For safety's sake, of course. Cady's home was hidden back by a collection of trees and a winding driveway. At night, drivers on the road could glimpse the lights, but only between specific trees. Scott's place had one small spruce in front of it, and then the rest of the front of the property was open to view from anyone from the road. He wouldn't have chosen that option if he'd been thinking with the mindset of a prepper. He wouldn't have been happy with just the 2.5 miles from the main road, the dirt road, the 10-acre parcels filled with trees, or even the HOA, which had CC and RS in place to prevent splicing lots into smaller subsections. No, he would have stayed in that area, just fine, but he would have looked for a place more like Cady's, more secluded feeling, even if it did still have neighbors. If he hadn't moved in there, though, he never would have met Cady or started down the prepper path he'd taken. Kicking off his boots in the mudroom, Scott padded softly into the living room and added 2 more logs to the embers glowing red in the fireplace. He rubbed his hands together, holding them up close to the warmth. After a moment, he reached over and flipped on the light switch beside him on the wall. His home was modestly decorated. Every time his mother visited, she pointed out the painfully obvious fact that his home lacked a feminine touch. Scott liked to say it wasn't for lack of trying, and his mother would put up a needlepoint or some pictures of cats. Scott wasn't a cat person. His mother knew that, but she also liked to torment him when she could. Scott's family was fun and he missed them. Even if he had access to a more feminine hand to decorate his house, he wasn't sure he would rush into IKEA and get started on the transformation. He'd keep it simple for now. He liked simple. He could handle simple. Speaking of his mother, he had planned on finding out where she was at with her food storage goals. He'd been counseling his parents and the rest of his family in southern Idaho on how to prepare themselves for anything that might come up. Moving to his living room, Scott picked up his landline. His home was right in the curve and didn't get good reception with cell phones. He and his neighbors, Cady included, often used walkie-talkies to get messages out. He dialed his parents' number and waited through 3 rings before his mom answered. "Hi, Mom. It's Scott." He smiled at the cheery tone to her voice. "Scott, I have caller ID and I recognize my own children's voices. Don't get strappy with me," she retorted playfully. There was nothing like the sound of his mother's voice to make him feel like everything would always be just fine. He chuckled, twisting the curly cord around his finger. "Sorry, Mom. You know, you might forget, you're getting old." Claiming a seat in his favorite chair, he leaned back, waiting for her reply to come. "Oh, if I'm old, your father is older," she quipped back. "Okay, smart mouth, what's the call for?" She laughed, setting Scott at ease. "Well, other than to say hello to my lovely mom, I wanted to see if you got the delivery I sent you." His parents heated their home with pellets, and he wanted to make sure they had enough stored up for a few years. He'd sent 15 pallets to them after asking his brother to clear out space in his dad's oversized shop. His brother had balked, but done it willingly, stating he'd rather do that than pay for the pallets. With a gasp, his mom replied, "We did. That was too kind of you. Thank you. Probably a bad time to tell you we put in a wood stove last week." Wait, what? Had they really? Scott would have to return the pellets. He wasn't sure what the return policy was, but the cost for shipping it back would be horrendous. Why hadn't his brother said anything? "I'm just kidding. You're so easy to get." She laughed, the tinkle welcome after the sadness at Cady's. He sighed, relieved at the joke's end. "Well, I would know everything that was going on, if you lived up here." He'd been hounding his family for years to get to a more rural place. By him was the best, as far as he could figure. It wouldn't take much to buy the land adjacent to his and get a stick home put in. They wouldn't need anything fancy. "Tell you what, your father said just last night at dinner that he's had enough of his family being separated. We're all going to move up by next year. Your brother and sister are already looking for jobs and we're going to try to get some places near you. Do you have room for us to stay with you until we're all settled?" His mother didn't waste time when she decided something. The next year couldn't come soon enough. You bet. His family coming would be a salve on his aching loneliness. As much as he loved Ranger, the dog was outside only and Scott needed someone to talk to at night or have dinner with. He missed his family and never so obviously as when he had his mom or dad on the phone. He ended the call with his mom, swallowing back the sadness the calls always left him with. He pushed himself out of the recliner and strode to the back slider door. A jog with Ranger through the hills along the south line of his place would be perfect to exhaust the both of them. If he didn't do that, Scott would never sleep. As he slipped on his running shoes, Scott couldn't keep the traitorous thoughts from bulldozing through his mind. Too bad Zach wouldn't just disappear for good. Scott needed him to be gone permanently. So did Cady. She'd be so much happier without her oppressing husband. Not that Scott wanted their marriage to have problems or for her to be unhappy, he just didn't want to see her like she was. Scott certainly didn't want Cady to feel like Scott wanted her unhappy. Her husband was succeeding at that venture all on his own. Exhaustion was the only thing that would help him fall to face his empty room at night. If he wasn't tired enough, then he'd never stop thinking about the what-ifs and why-nots. Something had been off with Cady, and he definitely didn't want to think about that tonight, either. He'd rather think about the end of the world. Death and destruction would be easier on his heart. Chapter 5. Cady. Leaving home that afternoon with Zach in the car, Cady longed to go back in her house and hide in the closet. Dinner at the Starks' place was usually something she looked forward to with long-awaited giddiness. But not that night. Cady had gotten a text from Beth, one of Cady's closest girlfriends, and the woman she was going to visit, and the message hadn't been promising. "Steve's in a mood. Just saying, . Since Cady hadn't spoken more than 2 words to Zach since he'd been home, the night promised to be tension-filled and more fun than a barrel of piranhas. The ride passed with painful silence between her and her husband, and dinner wasn't going too well either. Beth leaned across the solid oak table. She poured a refill of ice water into Cady's glass and smiled, pushing her blonde wavy hair back behind her shoulders. "What did you think of the edamame noodles? They're a little different, right?" She relaxed back into her seat, reaching to take her husband Steve's hand, but he pulled away. Beth self-consciously tucked her hand back into her lap and smiled, her expression tightening all evening. Trying not to roll her eyes Beth's way for support, Cady nodded her thanks and sipped her water, trying to swallow past the mounting panic the presence of such acute discomfort was bringing on. Nothing had been right since Zach had gotten home a few hours before. Dinner had been a welcome distraction, but opting to go and deal with the Starks' issues instead of facing their own probably wasn't the best idea. Cady lowered her glass and addressed her friend, trying to get her message of comfort across with a widening of her eyes. "It was delicious. I can't believe they didn't taste more." Cady paused, searching for the word to describe the green rubber band-like noodles. "Rubbery?" Steve rolled his green eyes. His unkempt hair stood in spikes in some spots and laid flat against his scalp in others. He obviously didn't want Cady and Zach there as he glared openly at Beth over his dinner. "I'm getting sick of the vegetarian things we're always trying out." He laughed as if to take the edge off. Yet, he had barely touched his eggplant parmesan and edamame noodles, while everyone else had cleaned up their plates. His disdain was rich as he raised his fourth glass of wine and didn't even bother sipping it. He swallowed half the glass in quick succession. Still avoiding Cady's gaze, Zach shrugged. "It wasn't bad. Your sauce made it delicious. I'm excited to have dessert." He rubbed his hands together and looked toward Cady, not really focusing on her face, but more along the lines of a blurry gaze he'd affected with his own glasses of wine. How many had he had? 2? 3? Cady had lost count. She'd most likely be the one driving home. That was really the first time he'd actually looked directly at her since he'd gotten home. And Cady didn't care. She'd rather he wasn't even back. As long as he was gone, she could pretend things were fine. Plus, if he hadn't been home to come to the dinner that night, Cady and Beth could have gone out, just the two of them, and talked about how they could fix things at home or the best way to become widows. Joking about inappropriate topics was something they had in common. If nothing else, maybe they could commiserate that marriage was hard. Instead, they all had to try to save face with friends they'd had for years and sit through a couple hours of extreme discomfort. Cady looked around the table, trying not to grind her teeth too hard at the 3 older kids sitting at the table. The 16-year-old boy, 18-year-old girl, as well as the youngest 13-year-old boy were all on their phones. They hadn't looked up from their plates or their phones the whole dinner. Thankfully, Cady had left Bailey at a friend's house because whenever Bailey got around the Stark children, she decided it was okay to act like a brat, just like them. "We'll have dessert in a little bit. It's still setting up." Beth forced a smile and glanced at Cady. She was uncomfortable and Cady didn't know what to offer her. Cady couldn't believe the whole evening and how absolutely dreadful it was turning out. Steve leaned back, lifting his glass and draining the last. "Can you believe what's going on right now? Toppling the statues. People are ridiculous. There's a lot going on that no one understands." He shook his head, his police job showing in the angle of his shoulders and the smirk on his face. "They're bored and don't have any focus. Most of the problems come back to a lack of respect." Zach took another bite of his dinner. He had only salad left on his plate, which he would probably pick at. He wasn't a fan of fresh food. If Zach had his way, they would eat TV dinners all day. It was a surprise he didn't like the MREs Cady stocked in closets and under beds. Steve laughed and shrugged. He tilted the wine bottle in his grasp towards Zach and then poured more into his glass. "Well, if you ask me, it's a reliance on technology that is turning the world into such a despicable place. If we didn't have internet and phones that could wipe our butts, well. No, it's too many people." Cady's frustration with her husband and with the whole situation mounted, and she bit her consonants with a clipped tightening to her words. Her fork scratched across the ceramic of her plate as she set it down, sitting back herself. Zach rolled his eyes toward Steve. He shook his head and scoffed. "Leave it to Cady. She always has to give a science-why reason that has no real evidence. It always comes back to too many people." He thrust his jaw to the side while turning the full force of his disdainful gaze her way. "What would you have us do? Sterilize the world?" He tapped the table and glanced back at Steve with a smirk. Listen to her answer. She actually believes it's possible. He rolled his eyes back to Cady and raised his eyebrows as if in challenge. "You don't think population eradication and population control is the answer, do you? Do you honestly think that technology isn't the reason the world is going down the drain?" Leaning toward her, Steve jumped in, cutting off Cady's retort. "Do you really believe the existence of people caused the destruction of the world? How can you believe that? People are the only reason this world is here. Steve propped his feet on the table stabilizer on the base, leaning back with a self-satisfied smirk that he'd outwitted the scientist. Cady smiled overly sweet at them both, placing her napkin in her lap. "You're showing your ignorance, Steve. There's no reason for the Earth to be here. At least not just for humans. I'm all for the Big Bang Theory, and even creationism. I can even make them compromise in correlation with the understanding that I don't know exactly what happened. But I refuse to believe that everything is happening because of the sudden existence of technology. Actually, if we did want to blame it on the techno world, who created technology?" The more she talked about it, the more Cady could see that she was never going to get through to them. Steve and Zach were the type of men that believed throwing your gum wrapper on the freeway was not littering, but a napkin on the sidewalk was. What's your basis for proof? There's no evidence that humans caused any of this. They've said for many years that the world has naturally warmed up over the years. Climate change wasn't caused by humans. Zach turned on his chair, folding his arms across his chest as he joined in the debate, fast becoming argument. He didn't take his wife's side and instead ganged up with his friend against her. So be it. He wanted to come out looking stupid or macho, she was fine with it. The more time she spent with him home, the more she realized there was no going back to how they'd been, or how they had hoped to be. They were too different. She would recommend he leave the next morning. Maybe she could convince him it was his idea. Cady lifted her chin, narrowing her eyes, but keeping her cool. The extinctions that have happened the last 2 years alone because of hunting, climate control, all types of warmings, and other types of misuse of the environments are proof humans have destroyed what nature has given us. Look at the rhinoceros. That should not have happened. That was so recent, I can actually say I remember seeing the last one alive. Cady's passion was wrapped up in understanding the sciences around microbiology and evolution. There's the evolution of disease and overuse of antibiotics. You don't see the elephants getting MRSA, right? You can't blame all of these things with technology. I bet they could cure cancer or diabetes with the technology they have, but instead people are coming up with more dangerous bio-warfare and an erectile dysfunction drug. As if a man's hard-on was more important than a woman diagnosed with breast cancer. Steve cleared his throat as he looked disapprovingly toward his children. The teenagers hadn't even shifted at the words she'd used, they were so usurped in their devices. The tightening of his jaw was partially hidden beneath the jowly flesh he'd collected from drinking too much. His skin was puffy and he had bags under his eyes, which showed the stress of his job. Beth shifted uncomfortably. She had survived breast cancer a few years before and her husband had never been the same. He had acted as if it was her fault as she carried the gene and her altered chest had become repugnant to him enough he'd nicknamed her Wall. Even through that pain and humiliation, Beth didn't talk bad about Steve. The only reason Cady even agreed to spending time with the Starks was because of Beth. You didn't abandon someone you loved just because they had horrible people in their lives. If anything, you stuck with them even tighter. Sounds like you have your mind made up that the world is falling apart because of people. That sounds like a pretty narrow view to take. That condescending comment came from Cady's own husband. In theory he should be able to support her, but in a similar theory, Cady should want to stay with him. Maybe Cady was finally going to have to admit that she hadn't changed inside. Instead, she'd changed her beliefs to match what he wanted. When was she going to learn to put herself first? No one else was going to do it for her. Actually, I know it. And if you're not careful, the end of the world is going to come and you're going to still be sitting there with your beer, watching as it falls down around you. She turned to Beth and nodded toward the plates. I'll help you clear. Beth kept her mouth shut, but stood, reaching for plates with her eyes downcast. It was in the plain moments of confrontation Cady wished she knew how to work a gun. She had no idea what she was doing, which was made uncomfortably obvious by the fact that she couldn't even daydream about shooting Steve or Zach between the eyes because she didn't know how to hold the gun correctly. Maybe lessons were exactly what she needed. As soon as she got rid of Zach, she'd ask Scott to help her sign up for lessons. She was going to take her future into her hands and stop worrying about what Zach wanted. That kind of a change just might make her want to survive anything that came up. Chapter 6. Cady. Beth and Cady served the dessert, but by the end of the paleo, vegan, gluten-free dessert thing Beth had made, Zach and Cady were past merely not looking at each other. Their fight was subtler, less obtrusive than Steve and Beth's, but all the more painstakingly obvious that way. The tension at the table ate through the evening like acid on glass, leaving behind a scratched scar that wouldn't be removed. Cady didn't mind the dessert so much as the fact that Zach and Steve had another 3 more glasses of wine each. In quick succession, the alcohol was only going to increase their belligerence. How much would Zach fight Cady when she wouldn't let him drive home? The last time they'd had the same problem, he hadn't spoken to her for almost 2 weeks. Telling him it was over was going to be easier and easier. Their end was coming, she just wasn't sure how long she could avoid it. Or if she even wanted to try. For all her prepping for the end of the world, there was nothing she could do to prepare for the end of her marriage and the breakdown of her family. Steve called Beth a fat cow 3 times before she finished her own plate of dessert. The chocolate avocado brownie wasn't worth calling names over, and Steve should have been cut off from the alcohol a while ago. Beth reached for Cady's empty plate and ignored Zach's untouched dish. She blinked back tears and half-shrugged. "It's just the alcohol." Her murmur didn't reach Zach, but Steve heard. He grunted, glaring at his wife with open disdain. "Yeah, it's the alcohol that convinced me you were worth marrying. Too bad it doesn't work anymore." Steve swirled a quarter glass of red. "You're worthless." He smirked at Zach, who at least had the grace to keep his gaze averted from the challenge in his friend's gaze. Cady stood, bracing her hands on the table. She leaned forward, narrowing her eyes. With a voice strong with authority and indignation, Cady seethed. "Let me be clear. The reason the population could stand a cleansing is people like you, Stephen Stark. You're a bore with no real value to add to the human race or the world. So, yes, trust me when I say, the problem with this world is overpopulation and the idiots who depend upon their idiocy." She thrust her finger into the air just inches from his surprised expression. "You are an idiot." She turned to gaze down at her husband. "And you aren't immune either, Zach. You're both disgusting." She claimed some plates and abandoned silverware, discarded on the table like miscreant remnants of metal bones. Tucking the empty bottle of wine under her elbow, she followed Beth into the large kitchen of the Stark rental, shaking her head. Beth leaned against the corner of her counter. The dishwasher door hung close to the ground as it sat open in front of her with a rack pulled out. Only 2 plates sat on the wires. Cradling a still full glass of red wine in her hands, Beth stared out the small window at the dark night and the lights of traffic passing by. Fog framed the window in an inch-thick line. Steam rose from the sink where Beth had left the hot water running. Cady reached over to turn it off. Taking a spot across from Beth on the other side of the dishwasher door, Cady smiled sadly at her friend. "They never change, you know." She didn't have better words for her friend. They both commiserated often about the men in their lives, but it always came down to choice. They had chosen their husbands, and they continued to stay with them out of choice. There was nothing more honest than that. Beth dragged her gaze from the window to stare morosely at Cady. "You know, I tried leaving him last week." She spoke so matter-of-factly, then lifted her glass to her lips and sipped her wine. The admission slammed Cady in the gut, not because it was surprising, but because of the bald honesty in her tone. Cady finally nodded as if to encourage Beth's confession. She wanted to declare her own plans, but what if she jinxed herself? Zach would hear her or Steve would. Something would happen. She bit her tongue. Her friend laughed and drained the rest of her glass. "But you know what he said? He's not going to sign anything because our marriage guarantees him free sex and he can't always afford to pay for it." She jutted her jaw to the side, shaking her head while shifting her gaze up to the ceiling. How many times has he paid? What else don't I know? He's a cop. That's illegal, right? I can't, she shrugged, lifting her glass and then staring at its empty shape. She laughed dryly. You know what? It doesn't matter. He just doesn't want anyone else to know we couldn't make it, right? It's a pride thing. Cady bit her bottom lip, appalled and unable to scream for her friend. Cops, that was it, that's all she could say to her friend. She didn't harbor ill feelings for police officers. They had one of the most stressful jobs possible and very little appreciation. But Beth and Cady's go-to response was to just say cops and leave it at that. The women embraced, with tears in their eyes. What else could they do? Beth wouldn't leave Steve. The angle of the slouch in her shoulders admitted she wouldn't do anything about it. She wouldn't do anything but wallow in her sadness, maybe self-medicate her depression with alcohol and working out. But that was it. And Cady knew Beth expected that Cady would be the same way. But squeezing her friend in her arms, Cady clenched her jaw. She was going to break out of the endless cycle she'd been trapped in, and she was going to get free. Maybe freeing herself would give Beth the example she needed to seek happiness. Cady and Zach climbed into their car no more than half an hour later. She didn't give Zach the option of driving. She just climbed into the driver's seat and held out her hand for the key. He didn't say anything as he closed the door and dug into his pocket, the keys jingling as he pulled them out and handed them to her. Neither of them spoke. There was only so much strained atmosphere anyone could take. Not only were they desperate to escape the Starks' home, but they were desperate to escape each other. At least Cady couldn't wait to get home and get away from Zach. She didn't really care how he felt about the situation. Driving from the small Post Falls neighborhood, Cady turned the wheel and paused at a stop sign, waiting for another car to pass before pulling onto the busier Greensferry Road. They were a solid 30 to 40 minutes from their home up north in Spirit Lake, and in the dark, Cady was up for a tough drive. She'd had laser eye corrective surgery years before, and the lights still starburst at night. Combine that with the icy roads and Cady gripped the steering wheel with apprehension. Silence filled their car, except for the occasional hiccuping burp from Zach. He didn't look at Cady as he looked out the windshield, tapping his fingers on his knee offbeat to the music from the radio. The silence was going to drag the drive out longer. Smell like the end of the world. A crazy new fragrance for men and women. You might regret the end, but you won't regret how you smell. Cady shook her head at the commercial. Everyone was making money on an apocalypse that hadn't even happened, hopefully would never happen. The worst thing was, so many people made light of the situation, but when it actually happened, it wouldn't be funny. There would be more loss than fun and games. A news spot followed the commercial, the background music somber and grim. In world news tonight, 3 terrorist bombs spotted Madrid, Spain today, while another riot on the East Coast caused a backup in imports. And news from Russia is touch and go at this time as the Kremlin has fallen. A pop song came on, at juxtaposition to the dire forewarnings of both a capitalist venture and filtered news. I'm surprised they told us anything. Zach snorted, lifting his ankle to rest on his knee. His surprising sober appearance jerked Cady's gaze to him from the road. Green and orange from the dash highlighted the plains and valleys of his face. She didn't feel like she even knew who he was, and she wasn't interested anymore in finding out more about him. She was ready to move on, and she wasn't sure anything would change that. After the way he'd acted at their friend's house, Cady didn't reply. She didn't want to. What? No commentary? Isn't this like your thing? Don't you and your people know all the conspiracies behind these types of things? His words partially slurred, but his derision came across loud and clear. Both hands on the wheel, Cady rolled her eyes. She pressed her foot harder to the pedal as they careened down the nearly empty highway. Weekends left the back highways virtually abandoned as people stayed home after a week in town. Why hadn't Cady stayed home? She would have been better off. At least she wouldn't feel disgusted after the show Steve and Zach had put on. His voice lowered to a whisper as he looked out his side window. The world really is falling down around us, isn't it? He glanced out the front window and then to her, bouncing his foot on his knee. The dash lights barely put the front of him in relief, and Cady didn't even want to look at him, but she couldn't help it. He never made the first move, and there he was, trying for the first time in, she didn't know how long. Normally they wouldn't talk for days or weeks unless she said something. She kept her voice low as she replied, "Yes, it's getting worse." She didn't mean to add more fuel to the fire, but he had to start taking her seriously. She wasn't preparing for the fun of it. It wouldn't matter though come morning. She had to come up with the best way to warn Bailey about the impending divorce. Cady could call it what it was. The end. He cleared his throat. They're talking about opening up a local position for deliveries at work. They offered me the job. I'd be home more. You'd have to see me more. Zach cleared his throat. It would give me a chance to see Bailey more. Is that something you think you could cope with? He offered her a tight smile, and Cady knew what he was asking. No. She didn't want him home more. She wanted him to leave. Their marriage was over, and she couldn't shake the sick feeling in her gut his words put over her. She couldn't answer yet. It was too fast, too soon. After the evening they'd had, she was prepared to tell him it was over. Now this? Offering her an olive branch, would his being home more get in the way of her prepping? Would he get in the way of who she was becoming? Sure, they would make amends for a little while like in the past. But then, how long until they were back to fighting, struggling to breathe the same air together? Yet, like it went every time they tried, she recognized the spark of hope in her chest. He was the father of her child. Cady would love to have a happy and fulfilled home. She didn't count on it, but just his words brought about the glimmer of possibility. She would hate him if that glimmer was dashed. I'm not saying things will be perfect, but maybe, if I can be home with you more, we can work on us more. I promise to try harder. I'd even like to learn how to do this prepping thing, maybe. He reached for Cady's hand, lifting it and kissing the back of her fingers in his grip. Do you think that would be okay? I really want things to work out with us, Cady. He grinned at her, and Cady rolled her eyes, looking from him back to the road. I'm not proud of how I acted at Steve and Beth's. I don't want to end up like them. Steve is sleeping with other women and Beth isn't doing anything to stop it. I don't want to be like that. He had no idea that Cady wouldn't allow it. She'd never allow that kind of a lifestyle. But wasn't she? Wasn't her life with Zach exactly what he was describing? The chance to change things, to make a life with the man she'd loved once instead of starting over, was appealing, and Cady could see herself clutching the suggestion like a lifeline. Headlights ahead on the highway swerved, taking a sharp jerk into her lane and then back out. She blinked, pulling her hand from his grip and gripping the steering wheel. More headlights behind the wayward vehicle starburst in Cady's vision as she tried to focus on the road. Glancing at the speedometer, she edged off the gas. 65 was within the speed limit, but she had a feeling it was too fast with the way oncoming traffic was behaving. Zach said something else, his words disappearing under the blare of Cady's horn as the headlights swerved back into their lane, feet from them. Large white circles of light covered their vision. Cady swallowed back her scream. The vehicles crunched together, thrusting her forward and stealing her breath. Nothing in her prepping had prepared her for a car accident. Chapter 7. Cady. Pressure across her chest and lap didn't abate as she struggled to come to. Compressed hard enough to prevent breathing, Cady scrabbled at the strap on her chest. Nothing relieved the pressure. She finally realized that gravity pulled her against the restraints. The world was upside down. Blinking, at least she thought she was blinking, the pitch black around her made it difficult to tell if her eyes were open or not. Something had fallen across her face. She reached up and brushed the material away, gripping its softness in her shaking hands. Everything hurt, filtered with a dimness that confused her. She couldn't pinpoint if she was really in pain or not, or was she even there. She could have been dreaming for all she knew. As she moved the shirt from her face, a dim light came into view and broke up the redundant smothering of the blackness all around her. Taking a deep breath was next to impossible. The restriction across her chest was more suffocating than the darkness had been. The fuzziness cleared slowly. She was able to take in the interior of her car. The pressure was from her seatbelt. She could undo the belt if she wanted to breathe more fully. And, she wanted to breathe more freely, almost more than she wanted to be right side up. She ignored the cold, the smell of spilled gas, and everything around her. Processing the car accident wasn't possible at the moment. She didn't want to think about the implications of the wreck and the fact that she was alone. Not in that second. She had to breathe first. Hanging upside down, she couldn't think. Air. She needed to breathe. Cady reached up and braced her hand on the roof of the car under her. The top of the car had been smashed in enough that the distance wasn't far. Yet, one arm wasn't going to be strong enough to hold her weight up when she tumbled out of the belt, but at least she could try for some kind of stable position. Thankfully, she wasn't going to fall too far. Theoretically. The wrinkle and crumpling in the metal roof broke her concentration. The roof was too close to her for comfort. She slowly closed her eyes, lightheaded at the lack of oxygen and the blood rushing to her head. Cady had been in an accident. She didn't look at the empty seat next to her, hanging upside down alongside her. She didn't want to think about what that might mean. She didn't want to think. Biting her lower lip, she focused on what her right hand was doing as she reached up around her waist and fumbled for the belt buckle. She squeezed her eyes shut to avoid distraction from outside the car. Focusing was her main objective. She had to block out the cold seeping through her clothing, the eerie quiet of the night, and the iron scent that rode subtly on the freezing air. She had so many things to block out. Take it one thing at a time. Get out of the seatbelt and then start searching for information. Focus, come on, Cady. She grimaced as a sensitive part of her knuckles scraped again on the back of the belt. The arm bracing her stung and her thumb found the depression of the button to the belt. She pressed, holding a shallow breath as time was suspended. With a little wiggling, the belt released her and she slammed onto the roof. Her knees hit the steering wheel as she fell and she tried rolling to the side, but the space was too narrow. Cady grunted as she finally settled onto the roof, half on her side and half on the front of her body. Ignore the pain, Cady. Just ignore it. Flattening onto her stomach, she rested her hands palm down near her face while she took stock of her surroundings. A stinging in her hands, forearms, and knees worked to break through her concentration, but she couldn't give in. Not yet. Figure it out. In her first responder courses, all of the instructors said focus on getting yourself to safety before you can help anyone else. Was she in a safe place? Okay, she was in her upside-down car. Her empty car. Where was Zach? Outside the window holes her view consisted of mostly pavement. She couldn't see anything. A ding-ding-ding sound broke through the rasp of her breathing. Out of the belt, she still couldn't breathe fully, but at least it was a little better. A tearing sensation along her lower ribcage, and she breathed in and out, suggested she might have bruised something or worse broken some bones. Inching her head to the left, she glanced around in search of Zach. He wasn't in the car. He couldn't be far. He was her husband. They had their problems, but she still needed him. She wasn't ready to end things with him. Lying there on the roof of her rolled vehicle, Cady admitted to herself that she'd been all talk in her head. She wasn't going to leave him. She wanted to try, especially if he was willing to as well. He'd even expressed interest in prepping. That was a start she didn't want to lose. Cady still needed her husband. She still needed Bailey's father. But Zach never wore a seatbelt. The passenger seat was empty. Had he crawled out like Cady was doing? She wouldn't fit through the crunched holes of the door windows. The windshield, however, was still wide enough to squeeze out. The missing glass was more evidence, and she needed that Zach hadn't crawled from the car. Not a religious woman, Cady found herself praying deep in her aching abdomen that he had gotten out already. Maybe he was trying to find a way to get her out as well. Cady had to get out of the car. Claustrophobia pushed in around her, sucking the sanity from her skin. She had to get out. As she moved, jagged glass pieces crunched under her. She couldn't escape them since they marked her path outside the windows onto the blacktop. Elbow crawling, Cady held her hands in tight fists beside her collarbones as she inched forward, bit by bit. She couldn't pinpoint exactly how long she worked to escape, but the immediate exposure to the moving cold air declared her freedom instantly. She stopped for a minute when her feet were free. She held still for a moment, trying not to dwell too much on the fact that everything hurt and she had no idea where she was. Squeezing her eyes shut, she took a deep breath, but things still hurt. Steadying her fast breathing, she finally registered what was driving her nuts. A ding-ding-ding continued breaking through her thoughts. It sounded like a car's subtle alarm that someone had left a door open or keys in the ignition. She cocked her head to the side, but the sound wasn't coming from her car. Army crawling from inside the vehicle had left her elbows scratched up. There was a jagged chunk of glass stuck in her upper thigh, digging deeper and deeper through the denim of her pants. Outside the car, she rolled to her back, flopping her arms to her sides and staring up at the sky. Her breath puffed out in front of her and the freezing air finally registered. What was she doing? Lying there in the dark with the frozen ground beneath her? Where was her husband? Had anyone else gotten hurt? Someone needed to call for help. Someone. She leaned forward, resting her head for a moment on a blank section of the street to gather more strength. After a second, she pushed herself over to lie on her back and then reached down to pull the glass from her leg. She didn't care if she wasn't supposed to leave it in or not. The relief from getting that chunk out of her flesh would be worth any blood lost. Her fingers slipped on the angles, but she finally got a solid enough grip to yank the shard from her leg. The relief as it slipped out of her thigh was worth it, and she tossed the glass to the side, breathing as deeply as she could. Moaning from a few feet past her car, pulled her gaze from the clear sky above her. Zach? Her teeth chattered as she breathed as deep as she could and then held her breath again as she forced herself to roll over and try to crawl. But she couldn't move far. Everything hurt so bad. She should hold still and wait for help. What if she had a cervical spine injury? What if Zach was still alive and needed her? She closed her eyes and whispered, "I'm coming. Just a minute. I'm coming." She could move her hands, which meant she could do something. She slid her palm across the pebbles of glass strewn around outside the car. She bent her legs and inched her butt upward until she could push up enough with her arms to get to all fours. But everything hurt. What if she crawled across the icy blacktop? Why hadn't there been any other vehicles out that way? How long had they been out there? She made herself get up. The smell of spilled gas and burning flesh curdled her stomach. She stumbled to her feet and then to the side, leaning against the upside-down side of her car. A culmination of the last few moments caught up to her and she leaned over, vomiting over the side of the car. Steam rose from the contents of her stomach and she ignored the residual splash on her boots. At least she was still standing. The acrid smell of vomit mingled with the other odors of the night and Cady had to get away. She focused on following the direction of the moaning. Off in the distance, about 100 feet, headlights from another car showed the vehicle wedged tight between two bull pines, and the front door had been snapped off the frame of the car. Cady straightened and then pressed her hand into the small of her back. A stiff chunk of her hair fell across her face and she winced. Reaching up to push the hair off her face, she fingered the hair, crinkling the frozen pieces in her fingers. Warm blood was seeping from under her hairline and freezing in her hair. Before shock broke through her adrenaline, she dropped her hand and teetered around the car, using the tires and edges of the undercarriage for support. There were only pieces of the scene she could take in at a time. The broken glass. She could process that, and the way it looked like stars had fallen to the ground. Around the hood of the automobile, she clapped her hand over her mouth and half-crouch walked to the ditch just off the shoulder of the highway. It was probably safer that direction anyway. Zach lay on the ground, clutching his chest. His moaning had faded, replaced with a slight mewling sound that was in sync with his breaths. He wasn't dead yet. Yet. She hated that she had said yet. Even with all of their problems, she didn't want him to be dead ever. She wouldn't wish that on anyone. She knelt beside him in the snow, ignoring the bite of the freezing ice at her knees, and dug her hands into the blood-soaked material of his shirts. "I need you to hang on, Zach. Please, we just made plans." She bit her lip, but it didn't matter. One of the times she couldn't control her emotions was justifiable. Her husband. He didn't acknowledge her presence or her words, raising his gaze toward the sky and mumbling. Cady pushed on his chest, but he pushed her hand away, finally giving a sign that he knew she was there. Cady looked around the scene, dazed. She had to do something to help him, but what? He wouldn't let her touch him. Why was her brain so fuzzy? She must have a concussion. She couldn't figure out what to do. The inability to think in the moment wasn't normal for her. She had training. She knew what to do. She couldn't breathe, something had triggered in her and she didn't know what she was doing. Zach's moaning changed, shifted into a gurgling in and out, lower and less strident than the rasp had been when it had been similar to hers. And then suddenly, he stopped moaning. His hand fell to the snow at his side, and he never shifted his gaze to her face. He just stared up at the sky with the empty reflection of the black and stars in his already dimming pupils. The silence of the scene penetrated her awareness. She glanced down, taking his already cooling hand in hers as she looked around to see something, anything. They couldn't have been there for more than a few minutes, but it felt like years had passed. She hadn't been drinking. She had been the designated driver. Zach was going to try to fit in better with her. He wanted to make things work. Blinking away the tears gathering in her eyes, Cady lifted her gaze from Zach's hand and stared blankly at the chunk of twisted windshield wiper protruding from the left side of his chest. Cady fell to her backside, crab-walking on the slope of the snow-covered ditch away from him. She shook her head back and forth, unable to believe what she was looking at. She hadn't been able to save her husband. Squeezing her eyes shut, she dug her fingernails into the soft flesh of her palm. She had to snap out of it. Shock could come later. There had been another car. Maybe Cady could help that person. Her inability to save Zach drove her. She had to be able to save someone. Anyone. She didn't look at her husband again, as she pushed herself to her feet and stumbled toward the other car. Had anyone called for help, or was she the last person alive on Earth? Approaching the other car, Cady leaned down, looking inside the car. Fortunately, the driver had been wearing her seatbelt. Unfortunately, she stared out the windshield with blank eyes fixed in an eternal stare and her head bent at an awkward angle. Turning, Cady heaved, her stomach aching with the lack of contents to spew, but still trying anyway. Wiping her mouth, Cady turned, taking in the scene again and gasping for air. How was she the sole survivor? Why had she been spared? She refused to believe that a simple seatbelt had saved her life and the other driver hadn't made it either. None of it made sense. While she wasn't a believer in anything altruistic or religious, she knew something had taken a role that night. Cady couldn't breathe and she couldn't look toward her husband. What about her cell phone? Where was her phone? She could call for help. Or something. Instead of looking for her phone to make a call, Cady sank again to her knees in the snowy ground between the two cars and the two dead bodies. She rolled back to her butt and pulled her legs up to wrap her arms around her knees. Leaning her head forward, she rested her slick forehead on her forearms. How in the world was she going to tell Bailey her father had died? She gazed up at the sky. Blue and red lights flashed in the distance, the lights reaching up through the spires of the dark trees. A headache raised itself along the back of her neck and up toward her temples. She leaned back, laying on the snow, welcoming the cool relief of the snow on her back and other wounds. What was she going to tell Bailey, if she died? The illogical distortion of the phrase brought out a smile, and she blinked slowly at the sky. Was that sirens, or was that car still dinging? Would help get there in time? She wasn't sure she cared. Chapter 8. Cady. Her world had changed in minutes. Cady pulled her feet up on the Adirondack rocking chair on her back porch. She curled her toes around the edge of the seat, the cold wood rough under her sensitive skin. Her nerves shifted between heightened awareness and an almost resolute numbness. She couldn't decide which one felt better. Glancing down at her toes, she dimly registered that pale white flesh was a sign of potential frostbite. Her breath had long since stopped puffing like smoke in front of her. As if separated from inside herself, she detachedly decided to get up before her feet fell off. Pushing herself from the chair, she ignored the chill of the frozen deck under her feet and padded inside. Cady inhaled sharply at the sting of the warmth on her skin. How long had she been out there? She didn't even care. When had she gotten home? Sometime after she'd been in an accident. Cady pressed her lips together. She blinked, trying to focus on the incidents leading up to that moment where she stood in her house half numb, but she couldn't get past the word accident. She didn't want to remember. Most of it was a blur, but the important parts. Her goal would have to be to focus on the blurry parts. Those didn't sting. Those didn't bring a sharp pain to bludgeon against the inside of her skull. Her arms hung limply by her sides. Which blur did she focus on more? There were so many. She couldn't remember the ambulance ride, or being checked over at the hospital. Signing the papers, everything in the hospital had been a blur. Leaning against the wall, Cady crossed her arms, lifting one hand up to touch the new bandage that angled down over her forehead. The doctors had said she'd cracked her skull pretty good on the driver's side window when her left hand fingers wouldn't unclench. Staring at her chicken coop from the back deck hadn't helped clear the chaos in her mind. There was so much to process, and she didn't want to. She glanced down at her fist balled and tucked into the bend of the opposite elbow. She slowly lowered the hand she'd touched her head with and took her left fist to rest in her right palm. What was there left to do? She had to acknowledge the final part of the night she wouldn't look directly at. Slowly, she forced her fingers open, watching as Zach's wedding ring came into view, framed by its own impression on her skin. Checking her over and getting taken care of had been the easy part. She'd been released fairly quickly since it was a quiet night and her accident had been the only one across 3 towns. According to the police, thankfully not Steve, they were putting in their report that the other driver had been drinking. She'd signed her own statement. She'd backed away when she'd been asked to sign paperwork on Zach. Paperwork. In Idaho there was a law that you could bury your own kin on your own property with certain stipulations in place. They had to ask what she wanted to do with the body, as if he was a piece of property to be handled. What did they normally do with dead people? Do that, she'd whispered as she'd grabbed her stack of papers and run from the room. Zach was never going to come home. She didn't know what made her sicker, that she'd been hoping he wouldn't come home from a trip or that she had to tell Bailey that her father was gone. Nausea roiled in the back of her throat. How was she supposed to tell her daughter? Too much had happened over the last 24 hours. Too much for her body to assimilate. Cady rushed through the living room, the kitchen, and then through the mudroom into the downstairs bathroom and hurled herself face first onto the toilet seat. She clenched the resin seat and her back arched as her body rejected the grief she tried to force on it. Her empty stomach recoiled again and again on the demands to purge itself from pain. There was nothing to offer. Her body didn't respond well to grief. Expunged of all energy, she slumped to her knees, and then to her side, lying on the cool tile and staring at the oak trim with eyes half open. The barest edges of light pushed through the mountain range, snuck into the kitchen, and down the floor into the bathroom. The light crept closer and closer, crossing Cady's viewpoint and rising up the outside bowl of the toilet. Placing her hand in front of her face, she dropped his ring. The slight ding as it hit the floor broke the dam holding in her tears, and she closed her eyes. She couldn't breathe. If she couldn't breathe, she couldn't sob, but then why were they ripping from her mouth with such jagged insistence? Zach had promised her he was going to try harder, that he was going to make an effort. It was the first time since they'd had Bailey that he'd actually offered any constructive comments instead of just criticisms. He'd offered to fix his behavior. Fix him. Even while she'd been frustrated with him, she'd glimpsed the boy she'd fallen in love with. And now he was gone. Her gasps calmed and she stared morosely at his ring as it stared at her. Was his death her fault? No, she hadn't been drinking and driving, but she hadn't demanded he get his seatbelt on. Ignore the fact that he hadn't put on a seatbelt since she'd known him. She had to blame someone, and she was the only one around. It was too early in the morning to go to bed. Too late to call anyone. Did she even need to talk to anyone? She would probably stew in her guilt for the foreseeable future, and talking to anyone in that very instance wasn't going to be constructive at any point. A clacking sound registered, and Cady lifted her eyes to find the source. After a moment, she realized her teeth were chattering. She had ignored the signs of shock because she didn't care. Of course, shock had set in, but to what extent? Cady wouldn't be able to sleep even if she tried. Even if she had the energy to get off the ground and climb the stairs to bed, she wouldn't be able to sleep. She clenched her teeth together, refusing to let them chatter until they shattered. In the too early silence, as her breath puffed through her lips, the sharp yipping of coyotes off in the distance caught her attention. They would go after something weak. Maybe they sensed her lying there in all her brokenness. The moisture under her eyes seemed to set in, her skin pulling taut as it dried. Cady would have to tell someone. But who? Who could she call? She couldn't call his family yet. The family lived on the East Coast and had never liked her. That kind of a call would need to wait until she had gathered enough strength to deal with the accusations and meltdowns that were guaranteed. Maybe she could call her parents. Would it be too early? Right then, she didn't care. Her mom would want an immediate phone call. She would be upset if she found out Cady hadn't called as soon as possible. With shaking fingers, Cady pulled her cell phone from her pants pocket and winced at the time flashing on the home screen. She dialed her mom's number. 6:30 in the morning. Hopefully they would be up reading the paper or having coffee, anything that would be less jarring than Cady waking them from a peaceful slumber. The phone rang 3 times before her dad answered. His hello was groggy and stilted, testifying to his sleeping. Great, she hadn't lucked out. They were resting and she'd disturbed that. Mom had said Dad hadn't been feeling great the last few weeks and Cady had just pulled him out of sleep. She wasn't helping him get better by doing that. Cady cleared her throat and rolled fully to her back. Dad, it's Cady. Is Mom there? She couldn't tell her dad. For some reason, she needed to talk to her mom. She needed another woman to hear what she had to say. Sure, Cady, is everything all right? Her dad's voice slipped from groggy and stilted to sharp and alert. The chance that something was wrong with his daughter was enough to snap him from sleep. He pulled the phone away from his mouth and spoke off the line. Margaret, get on the other line, something's wrong with Cady. Her parents had listened to Cady's suggestion and left their landline to their house intact. Her dad grumbled about the extra cost, but at times like that one, the landline was the only way to have both parents on the phone without some drawn-out process to connect calls. The other line picked up and Cady's mother was there. "Cady? Is everything okay? Why are you calling so early? How is that little girl of yours doing?" Cady shook her head as if her parents could see when she pressed her fingers to her mouth. Drawn-out silence spoke more than if Cady had screamed into the phone. "What's wrong? What happened?" Margie's voice became stoic and hard. She would demand to know what was happening. All three sides of the call fell silent, the tension building as one side waited to hear what was going on while the other side struggled to find the words she didn't want to say. She had to just blurt it out. Just get the words out. There was no other way to give news like that to anyone. Cady covered her eyes with her free hand and spoke with no emotion. "Zach is dead. We got in a car accident last night. I'm fine, I've been checked out. But he died." She couldn't say that he died right in front of her, or that she couldn't figure out how the windshield wiper had broken off in his chest, or that he never wore a seatbelt, or so many things. She just wanted to hide from the reality and was already regretting the call. Shocked silence filled the line. What did she expect them to say? "We're sorry." Her parents had known that Cady and Zach were having problems for a while, except no one would wish death on anyone. Instead of her mother's voice, her father's voice came through with real regret and sorrow. "Honey, we're so sorry. Have you told Bailey yet? How did she take it?" The deep timbre of his voice was soothing and made her focus on doing rather than dwelling. "He didn't sound sick, in all honesty." Cady dropped her hand to her side, shaking her head while she stared at the ceiling so many feet above. "No. I haven't told anyone but you guys. I think I'm still waiting for it to set in." She rolled to her hands and knees, rocking back and then using the toilet to help her stand. She had to move. Sudden restlessness filled her and she didn't want to give in to wallowing. Not yet. She wasn't ready. Her parents weren't talkers either. They were doers, and that was most likely why she'd called them. "We'll be there in a few hours. We're dressed and packed, we just need to grab a few things and make some calls. See you in a few hours, honey. We love you." Her dad's voice was calm and engaged. He would make sure they were on the road soon. Cady's mom's silence spoke volumes. She wasn't an emotional woman, and if she didn't have complete control of her emotions, she didn't talk. Ever. They hung up and Cady had never realized how much she needed her parents before that moment. What was she going to do? What could she do? She had to get basic paperwork out of the way before true grief set in. She'd hang on to denial for as long as she could. Because what else could she be dealing with? She wasn't mad yet, and the 4 stages of grief had been shoved down her throat with all the memes on social media enough that she could probably pass for a counselor in training. Right now, she had to be logical. Once Bailey got home and Cady had told her what had happened, there wouldn't be any peace in the house for quite a while. What did the life insurance policy say? She clung to practicality with a death grip. She wasn't ready to face her emotions yet, because it didn't matter what all the books and memes and self-help posts said. No one could tell her how she should be feeling right then. She wasn't even sure how she should be feeling. In all honesty, she had never wanted a joint as badly as she did in that second since college. Unfortunately, she didn't drink and Zach hadn't had time to restock his beer since he'd been home. There was no alcohol in the house, and she had no way to numb the pain. Sleeping pills would have to help her escape reality for a few hours. If she were the suicidal type, she'd down the whole bottle. But that wasn't her, and leaving her daughter behind wasn't an option. Chapter 9. Margie. Cady was Margie and David's only child. Any heartbreak she endured, they seemed to feel 1,000 times harder. But she was so strong and independent, and they were never allowed to really know of any pain in her life. Margie rolled over after hanging up, studying the ceiling that was just starting to become visible in the slowly dawning sunlight. She blinked back tears. The problems Zach and Cady had over the years hadn't been secrets so much as not discussed openly. Cady wasn't the type to share her problems. A fact that Margie had a hard time coping with over the years. David sighed and rolled to face her, pushing the corner of his pillow up under his cheek. What do we do to help her? He leaned on Margie. They all did. I lied to her. We aren't ready, and we're not headed out the door. He reached up and rubbed at his grayish-blue eyes. His skin was soft and paper-thin since the chemo started a month ago, but it wasn't helping and they all knew it. The doctors had pulled Margie aside and told her first that he only had a couple months left to live. She hadn't told Cady. She'd barely acknowledged the truth to David. Cancer hid until it was too late. She used to be a nurse, in another life it seemed, and her pragmatism had stemmed from the demands of that field. Everyone leaned on her. David in the fear of the end of his life. Her sisters as they bickered over what to do with their parents' lake property off Priest Lake. The small city council members of Bonner. Everyone needed something from her. Except Cady. Margie turned her head to face David, but stayed on her back. It's not a big deal. She's dealing with her grief. She won't even notice the time discrepancy. Are we still going to tell her? David furrowed his brow. They'd planned the month-long trip with specific goals in mind. With Zach's death, they had to reevaluate their plan to tell Cady and her family that Margie and David were going on a cruise to give David one last send-off. He'd never been on one and he wanted to see Alaska before he died. Cady's husband had just died and Margie's husband was working on dying. No. Not when we leave. Maybe when we get back. She'll have time to recover a little bit from the shock of Zach's. Margie swallowed. She didn't want to mention death, not when it was so close to reality for her and David. She shook her head the barest amount. David and Margie had agreed not to dwell on the topic of cancer. Margie offered a reassuring smile. We finish packing and get down there. If he died last night, she'll need help planning the funeral and getting the house in order. If we get there later tonight, she'll have had time to talk to Bailey but not have to deal with the house being empty on the first night. That was it. That was how she would help her daughter. She'd go for a few days and help with the setup and the goodbyes. The plans Margie had made for David's last trip included a stop in Enumclaw to see his sister before the cluster of cruises and travel started the following week. They had been biding their time until it was time to leave for Cady's in a couple days. A stack of itineraries waited in a green folder by the door. It would be the last thing they grabbed before they locked up. The Mosses were notorious for being overprepared and over-researched. David wiped at the moisture escaping his eyes. His skin was paler than normal. She'd noticed that while his normally fine and soft hair hadn't fallen out from the short exposure to the cancer medications, it had become wiry and coarse, making it unmanageable and contributing to his frustrations at being sick. Do you think she's going to be okay? Her ever-optimistic husband only showed his doubt to her, and when he did, the doubt had a tendency to scare her more than any situation ever could. David hadn't been afraid of the cancer, stating that 69 was a fine age to get to and he didn't want her to worry about him. He wasn't worried about Margie. He'd agreed to another marriage if she felt so inclined. His words had declared her too fine a catch at such a young age of only 55. The 14 years separating them had been scandalous when they'd gotten together, but never felt like more than a few days over the course of their life together. David nudged Margie with his knee. Honey? Do you think Cady will be okay? Margie pulled her thoughts from the morose direction she had allowed it to wander. If anyone would be fine, it'd be Cady. She was more logical and level-headed than anyone Margie had ever met, even herself. I'm not worried about Cady. I'm worried that Bailey will take her grief out on her mom. Studying David's face, Margie smiled softly. She reached up, brushing her fingers softly down his cheek. How are you feeling? Are you ready to get out of here? Go on an adventure? He leaned over and kissed her softly on the lips. With you, kid? Anywhere is fine with me." They climbed from bed, ready to leave on their adventure, their last adventure together. If nothing, Cady deserved the chance to find someone who understood her. Before this great end of the world she was always talking about got them all. Chapter 10. Cady. Cady only had to turn in the police report and Zach's death certificate, and she would get the payout on the life insurance. Without his paycheck, their bills would quickly eat through their savings and any income she could come up with tutoring. Sitting at the computer, Cady's heart was slightly mollified with the knowledge that her parents would come to help her. Of course, they had to leave for their planned traveling, but maybe they'd be able to stay until after the funeral. With nothing constant in her life, at least she had her parents, who proved to be there for her whenever she needed them. Sadly, she wasn't too proud to acknowledge that she didn't ask them for support often enough. Maybe that would change. Maybe it wouldn't. Right then, though, she needed them, and it seemed like everything would be okay as long as they were on their way. Cady could hold things together until they got there later that day. At that point, she would probably lose it. In the time that she'd taken to contact the insurance company and do her research, the sun had risen. Rays of optimistic sunlight reflected off the ice and snow, and she blinked, looking away from the scene outside her office window. Where was her car? Oh, it had been towed away. There was no way she was going to get it back. It had been totaled. She'd taken a cab home from the hospital. Redirecting her gaze back to the computer and her email inbox, Cady picked at the cuticle of her thumb with her forefinger nail. The unanswered email from Jackson caught her eye. Cady would never be able to fully disclose her emotions or her thoughts to her parents. Or to anyone. Not without any judgment. The only person she'd ever been able to be herself with, anonymously anyway, was Jackson. She didn't want to be judged. She just wanted to confide. She just wanted to vent everything inside her onto the page for someone to read. Maybe her loss would rein in his plans. She had a sick feeling they weren't altruistic or benevolent plans, and she'd done well until that point at ignoring what he'd hinted at. Now was the time to reply. She had never needed to confide in anyone so badly. He was a steady friend, he was someone she could be anonymous, with who she could pour her heart out to. Jackson wouldn't judge her. How many times had they talked about clearing up the global mess the world had become? He had taken her ramblings and not judged her. Of course, she didn't want to clean up the world. Not in the way they'd always joked about. Getting rid of everyone would save so much of the world, and yet, where did it end? They couldn't choose specific people to live or die, so they'd said it would have to be random, even if it meant they were included. Exhaustion pulled at her, but Cady had to unload what was in her heart. Maybe, if she could get what weighed on her into words and hit send, she would be able to sleep. At least for a little bit. Jackson. I don't know how to say this because we've never talked about personal things before. But I realized I just needed to talk about what is happening, maybe to make it more real, maybe to help it register in my mind, I'm not sure. My husband just died. Last night. In a car accident. I don't even want to read the news and see if I'm right. The questions from acquaintances will start once it gets out, and I'll be asked how I'm doing. I'm not sure how I feel about it. I can't tell if I'm happy or sad or in shock or mad. He died in my arms. No, wait, that's a lie. He would have died in my arms if I hadn't been checking for some way to save him. Go ahead and ask. Yes, I feel guilty. I feel like it's partly my fault. I was driving. The other driver was drunk, according to the police, but that doesn't change the fact that I didn't have him wear his seatbelt. I didn't sit beside him when I found him or pull him into my lap. Before he died, we'd been having problems. So many problems. None of our beliefs coincided, and I'm not sure how we even made it this long. Can I be honest with you? I'm not sure how I feel about his death. I'm not sure how I feel about him. I'm not happy that he's dead. But at the same time, and here is the shameful part, the part one can't tell anyone, the part I'm not sure I'll let you read, a huge weight has been taken off my shoulders, and instead of distinct sadness, I'm more upset that I'm relieved. Does that make me a horrible person? Does that mean I deserve to die as well? All of those discussions we had, all of that. I'm no better than anyone else. If our plans were in place, I'd want to die with the rest of them. Thanks for being there for me. C. Moss. Cady clicked send without reading it over. She didn't want to read her words or acknowledge her rambling emotions. She wanted to avoid the reality that was beginning to crash in around her. Her guilt reared up and mingled with her grief. She hadn't been honest with Jackson either. Because the real honest-to-goodness truth was, she didn't care that she'd had problems previously with Zach. None of that mattered when he'd sat in the car beside her last night and promised to do better, promised their lives would be different. He'd given her hope for the first time in a long time, and that was enough to erase everything else. The bravado in her letter to Jackson had been an attempt to convince herself that she wasn't as torn up as she expected. She hadn't written him to convince him. She'd written it to convince herself. And she'd never failed at anything so drastically. All of her hope had vanished at the sight of the crash. She would never be able to look at a windshield wiper the same again. The tears began, and there was nothing Cady could do to hold them in. She clenched her fists and pressed the flesh of her knuckles to her teeth. If she didn't stop crying, she would become dehydrated. Stumbling from the office chair, she braced herself on the walls and somehow climbed the stairs to her room. Staring at the bed with its walnut headboard and creamy duvet and sheets, Cady hiccuped, swiping at her cheeks with the back of her hand. She glanced down, finally recognizing the brownish red spotting her shirt and pants as blood. Torn and jagged edges of her clothes revealed scratched skin. No way was she letting the dirty clothing into her clean bed. Shedding her clothes, she climbed into bed on his side and gripped his pillow with a ferocity she feared vocalizing. It didn't matter how upset with him she'd been over the last few years, the last few months, days and hours. He was her husband, and she was going to miss him. The family unit was never going to be complete. Worse yet, Bailey was going to blame it all on Cady. His death would fracture their relationship more than anything else ever would have. Zach's death would destroy so much more than just a life. There was no amount of prepping that could help that. Chapter 11. Jackson. Working could be tedious, and Jackson couldn't wait until next week when he walked out of that place, knowing they were all going to die a painful death. A death he instigated. That knowledge was the only thing keeping him from bringing a gun to work and shooting the lot of giggling, gossiping, wasteful slobs. His personal email dinged on his phone, and he stared at the sender's name. C. Moss. An email from C. Moss finally? On a Saturday? The only reason Jackson was even at work was because they'd had a mandatory office meeting scheduled. The labs weren't open on the weekends, so Jackson was stuck waiting in the employee lounge for the department heads to show up. Now, though, he had something to do. An email from C. Moss would soothe the frustration from the other idiots working there and distract him, if only temporarily, from the countdown to earthly destruction. Opening the email, Jackson crossed his ankle over his knee and settled back against the saggy cushions of the lounge couch. He lifted his gaze to peek over the edge of his phone before looking back to the screen. A trio was going on and on about some drunken exploit from the night before, and Jackson was suddenly very grateful he usually worked in the labs. Flipping his attention back to the email, he absorbed the words C. Moss had sent, slowing down as he read deeper and deeper into the message. When he got to the bottom, he started the email again, reading it another 3 times before slowly lowering the phone to his lap. He stared into space, not really seeing the weak attempts at office morale and the brightly colored flyers and the crusty donuts beside the coffee machine on the counter beside the fridge. He forgot where he was. C. Moss was a woman. She'd been married. She had never said anything. How weird to refer to her as a she. He'd never considered her as anything other than a male. In all that time, he had never guessed. He'd always gone over how smart she was and how similar their mindset was. She'd always been so calm in her arguments, and her sarcasm had been clear sometimes and hazy in others. He had actually just assumed she was a man. And now the depth of his misogyny moved into the light. He never looked directly at women. He often spoke down to them, and any books written by women or about women he refused to read or consider as an option to spend his time on. Did he really think so little of women? Well, look at his mother. She'd only ever had babies and raised children. C. Moss was a thinker and obviously a doer. She had matched him thought for thought and even surpassed him in ideas. If any woman in the history of the world was going to change his mind about the female worth, it would be someone like his friend. Yes, she was still his friend. Their mindset was so similar. He never guessed because. And finally, Jackson was able to face the reality of his sexism. All bets were off since she was a girl. What was the saying, all's fair in love and war? If they were that compatible and she was available, Jackson had to know more about her. If he had a perfect match out there, it would be her. How often had he randomly thought how perfect C. Moss would be for him as a mate, if only he were a woman? Well, now Jackson's wonderings were his reality. Of course, the option was there that C. Moss was a guy married to another man, but going back over their notes in his head, there was nothing that would suggest C. Moss supported that lifestyle. They both had always voted fairly conservative, as far as he'd been aware. Once they were married, she would have to match him in beliefs, so he wasn't worried about how she might have changed. Marriage. Had he really just made that leap? Would marriage and all of the steps around that social construct be necessary in the world once everyone had died? Coffee aroma pulled him back to the moment in the lounge, and he glanced up as the giggling trio left the lounge, headed toward the conference area. He stood, tucking his phone in his pocket. Once he got home, he was going to find where she was. Everything was possible now, and he had an even greater desire to orchestrate their plans. A sudden rush of protectiveness toward her reared inside him. Her husband had just died, and he wanted to replace the hole the man had left. But Jackson had read her words about her deceased spouse. Her dead husband hadn't had her heart. As far as Jackson was concerned, that meant the grief for the man wasn't going to be long, if at all. All Jackson had to do was get through the meeting and the arduous drive home. Claiming his seat in the back of the room, he pulled out his phone again. Reading her email over and over was going to be the only way he got through that meeting. Without killing everyone right there. Settling into his office chair in the chilly parts of his train box, Jackson rubbed his hands together and started up the computer and satellite internet. Figuring out who and where C. Moss was would help him decide so many things. Mentally, they were a match. But what about physically? Would she be as masculine in her physical features as she was in the way she communicated? Restarting the world would require attraction, and Jackson was self-aware enough that he wasn't interested in mating with just anyone. She didn't have to be a model, but even her smarts wouldn't be enough to make an ugly woman someone he wanted to be with. Searching for her online felt taboo. He'd never done that because he'd protected the anonymity of their relationship. But now, with things changing as they were and his plan in motion to end the rest of the world, Jackson had to know who he was considering being one of the last two people on Earth with. Would she take the vaccine? Would she save herself to be with him? To live? They could start a new society, a new world. All he had to do was find her. Part of him wanted her to be ugly and even a little bit male. He didn't want to think about why he was excited by the possibilities behind her being a woman. Jackson had considered eating a bullet after he released the final stage of his plan, but if he didn't, he might get to see the fruits of his labor. Being together with C. Moss would help justify everything he was doing. He wasn't a bad person, but he was setting out to kill 7 billion humans. To some people, that warranted some name-calling. C. Moss would validate his efforts. She would applaud them. He had to believe that, because he was sick of feeling alone. They could be together. If they did have children, their offspring would be very smart. Jackson chuckled. Look at him, already making plans for the future. Using her email address, he searched on the Blue's social media site for a match, bringing up an old profile that hadn't been updated in a few years. A grainy picture of a woman with dark hair and a bright smile was on the profile square. Cady Moss. Cady. She even spelled her name different. She was a woman who stood out without being overtly attention-seeking. Her simple beauty took his breath away. How was a woman like that, with her brains and her revolutionary ideas, not someone that he had captured before? Thankfully, her husband was dead. Jackson didn't want to have to kill him and then lie to her about it. He was dead. That was all that mattered. Using some of the information she'd given him in the email and on her page, Jackson did a little more digging and found a newspaper article about a car accident the night before in North Idaho on Highway 54. He cross-referenced that with the IP address she'd sent the email address from, and he sat back smugly. She wasn't extremely far from him. She was in Spirit Lake, Idaho. He was in some awful place on the edge of Wyoming. The drive up to her would be nothing. Mail wouldn't take that long to get there either. Leaning toward the drawers on his desk, he pulled out a small thank you card he used to schmooze his way into offices and labs. He deliberated how much to go into in words. After scribbling out his message, he scrawled on the back of the envelope, "The world is about to change." Putting her address on the front of the envelope. He stuck a stamp to the upper right corner and added it to his small pile of outgoing mail. Altering one minor step, Jackson's plan to destroy the world would go forward with a vengeance. He and Cady could start things off the way they were supposed to be started. The world would be safe from mankind. An all-new world was about to begin. Chapter 12. Cady. The sound of the front door closing pulled Cady from a drug-induced sleep. She blinked as if weights hung from her eyelids. Hiccuping from residual tears, she pressed her hand to her forehead. What time was it? She rolled from Zach's side of the bed to lay on her side of the bed. She glared in the general direction of the oak clock on the wall beside the bathroom door. Afternoon. Maybe her parents had made it to Cady's. Bailey wasn't supposed to be home until after dinner. Zach. Cady wiped the gathering moisture from her eyes. Her crying jag before she'd popped some sleeping pills, like 5, would have to be enough. She didn't need to cry like that with her parents, and she would have to be strong when Bailey found out. Her daughter was going to be destroyed. Cady? You home? Scott's voice snapped her to a sitting position. Her long auburn hair fell across her face and she shook it back. What was he doing there? He couldn't just come in like that. What would Zach? Cady shook her head. She took a deep breath and crawled from the center of her mussed bed. She must have tossed and turned a lot, everything she didn't remember. Pulling on the clothes she'd discarded, Cady ran a hand through her hair, but didn't really care what it looked like. She was just going to tell him it wasn't a good time. That wouldn't take getting dressed up. She could probably call from her room for him to leave. She approached the doorway to her, just hers now, bedroom. Two voices murmured from the bottom of the stairs and Cady recognized the other one as Bailey's. Cady froze by her bedroom door, turning to press her back against the textured paint. She covered her mouth with her hand and shook her head. Why? She wasn't ready yet. She didn't have enough time. She had no one to help her break the news. I'll go check outside. I bet they're out fixing the snowblower. Mom broke it last week. Bailey's voice was clear as she spoke, and it was almost as if Cady could hear her daughter rolling her eyes at her mother's ineptitude. I break my snowblower all the time. It's the weight of the snow, and then it refreezes. Go find them. I'm not leaving you here by yourself. Ranger wouldn't like it. Scott laughed as Bailey's footsteps echoed across the kitchen floor. The garage door shut. Cady dropped to her hands and knees and crawled to the top of the stairs, looking down and watching as Scott stared out the wide window. She must have made a noise because he turned and looked up for her. Surprise and delight covered his face, but they faded as he took in her appearance. For the first time, she looked down at herself, seeing the wreck that she was. She should have stopped at the mirror, taken a shower, something. But she hadn't, and judging by the shock on Scott's face, she was about to get the second degree. "Cady," he searched her face with his gaze. "Are you all right?" That was the first time anyone had actually asked her if she was okay. Maybe everyone assumed her injuries must not be that bad since she was walking around and her husband was dead. But she was walking around despite the fact that her spouse had died in a car accident and she had checked out at the hospital as fine. Her muscles were beginning to get sore and the bruising and scrapes felt raw and overly sensitive. She wrinkled her nose and shook her head. Scott motioned for her to come down the stairs. "Come on. Come and tell me before Bailey gets back inside." He glanced toward the garage and then back at Cady, a sense of urgency darkening his features. They could both hear Bailey calling for her father outside on the driveway. She wouldn't stop looking for him for a while. As far as Bailey was concerned, there was nowhere else he could be. Cady pushed herself to her feet and made her way down the stairs with the least amount of grace as possible. She didn't even care about how she looked at the moment. Scott pulled her into his arms when she got to the lower landing. His strong embrace weakened her further. She reveled in someone else's strength for the briefest moment and then pushed away, lifting her head. She shook her head. "Zach. I know. I'm just trying to be a friend, Cady. I'm sorry. I wasn't trying to push the boundaries." Regret and shame darkened his green eyes as he studied her. He reached up and pushed some of her hair off the bandage on her forehead. "Are you okay? Where's Zach?" Cady shook her head again. She held a hand up and swallowed the bile aching to spew from her mouth. After a moment, she took a deep breath and got out, "No. Zach is dead." She drew in a ragged breath, registering Scott's shock, but unable to stand any longer. She stumbled into the living room, to the left of the stairs, and dropped onto the first couch she came to. Clutching her hand over her mouth, she finally got herself under control with her legs shaking. Scott followed her inside, claiming a seat beside her, but not too close. "I'm so sorry. Was it a car accident? I heard about one on the news this morning." "I had no idea it was." He reached out and rubbed a large, sturdy hand up and down her back. Before Cady could reply, Bailey's happy voice rang through the house, punctuated by the closing of the garage door. "Mom? Dad? Scott, I looked all over and I can't find them. They might be upstairs or something. Maybe they were out too late last night and they're sleeping or something." Cady's eyes widened and she snapped her gaze to Scott's face. She shook her head, her lips pressed together tight. Scott's own eyes widened in surprise and understanding. He dropped his hand from her back and patted her fingers resting on the couch beside his. But he didn't linger. Instead he turned and called to Bailey, "Bailey, come in here. Your mom had to sit down." "Oh, you found her. Good." Bailey bopped into the living room from the other double-door entrance and came to a sudden halt at the sight of Cady sitting there. "Mom?" Bailey glanced from Scott to Cady. "What's going on? Are you okay? Where's Dad?" Cady leaned back into the leather cushions of the couch, drawing her legs up under her. Confusion from the sleeping pills still had her brain in a fog as she tried to take in what exactly she was doing. Her existence ached, if that was possible. Bailey's nervous laughter shadowed her voice. "Mom, you're scaring me. What's going on? How did you get all bloody and what happened to your head?" There was a lot to process and Bailey was doing her best, but it was plain to see she was overwhelmed and starting to get scared. Cady used Scott's position as a buffer and a boost of energy. He didn't get in the way, but he leaned back so not to block the line between Cady and Bailey. Cady's mouth dried up and she worked her tongue. When she spoke, her words came out scratchy like she'd overused her voice. I'm sorry. She swallowed, but not well as she tried to fight the dryness. We were in a car accident last night. And Cady avoided Bailey's alarmed gaze as she fiddled with the torn edges of her jeans. Your father. Cady pressed her fingers over her eyes and leaned forward, shaking her head. Bailey's uncomfortable laughter disappeared under her gasp. No, not Dad. She stood up, throwing her arms out to the sides. I don't believe you. Running through the house, her yells for her father echoed hollowly off the wooden floors and remained unanswered as she tore outside, screaming for him. Scott turned tear-filled eyes toward Cady. She sat up, placing her palms on the curves of her knees. Well, there's the last wedge we needed. Cady, I'm serious. Are you okay? Scott's gaze was concerned without being invasive. Cady leaned back, looking up at the ceiling. She glanced at him, pressing her lips together. She continued holding in her panic. Yes and no. I'm not sure. There's so much to do, and I can't wrap my head around anything. I still feel like I'm at the hospital waiting for them to come tell me he's all right. She shook her head and looked at her lap. But I watched him die, so, she shrugged. Scott set his jaw to the side and motioned her to go upstairs. Go clean up. I'll get the chickens out and fed, and I'll see what I can do to fix the snowblower. I noticed you need some plowing done. I'll get that, too. He stood, looking down at her. I'll talk to Bailey and get her settled. Cady nodded slowly. She needed to hand things over to someone else, if only for 15 minutes so she could take a shower. Scott had always been so solid for her. Thank you, Scott. I appreciate it. She somehow got herself to a standing position and then tottered up the stairs. A hot shower might be able to cull Bailey's screams from her head for a few minutes. Just long enough to figure out how to handle it. Cady wasn't trying to be unsympathetic, but she didn't know what to do or what to say. The look in Bailey's eyes had said everything Cady was already thinking. The wrong parent had died. Cady leaned forward at the table, her elbows on the surface in a defiant act of not using her etiquette. She didn't care about manners right then. She barely wanted to eat dinner herself, but there she and Bailey sat, trapped in the beginnings of a brand new routine of eating alone, just the two of them. Cady cleared her still raw throat. Can you pass the salt, please? Bailey didn't acknowledge that Cady had even spoken. She mechanically chewed whatever it was Scott had dropped off for them. Something with noodles and chicken in it. The man was a good cook, but it didn't matter what it was, everything tasted like dust. The sun had long since set and there'd been no sign of Cady's parents. She reached for her cell phone as Bailey suddenly burst into tears and abandoned her dish at the table. She ran from the room, her sobs rebounding off the walls to torture Cady more. Rolling her head to the side, Cady picked up the phone and dialed her mom's cell number. 3 rings and then her mother answered, breathless. Yeah? Mom, is everything okay? You said you were going to be here this afternoon. Cady tried to keep the plaintive whine from her voice, but her mom was supposed to be the filter between Cady and Bailey. Cady hated to be a coward, but she didn't know how to respond to her daughter's grief when she didn't know how to handle her own. Margie cleared her throat. Cady, I'm sorry. We've been in the hospital. Your father had a situation. I haven't had a chance to call you because we've been running from department to department at the hospital to run tests. They'll release him in the morning. I'm coming, I'm sorry. I didn't want to put more on your plate. I was going to call, I just wanted to wait until it was more definitive. Her voice faded as if she expected Cady to have a mental breakdown. Cady sank to the floor, clutching the phone with both hands. She'd been so selfish, more concerned with how to stay away from her daughter's emotions, when they should have been banding together. I'm so sorry. Mom, what can I do? Cady ignored the sound of the door opening and closing. She stared at the grains of the wood floor, only able to focus on the micro things at the moment. PSH, nothing. Let me figure out exactly what's going on and find out from the doctors how bad it really is. I'll call you back after. I'm still planning on making the funeral. Get me the information, okay? If we can, we'll be there tomorrow or sooner. Margie's voice softened. Honey, I'm sorry to double up on you. It's okay, Mom. I understand. But did she? If she were a praying woman, she'd be on her knees until they were bloody. Making her way into the living room, Cady staggered to the couch and flopped down beside Scott, who had come in and was folding laundry. When had he had time to do her laundry? He was being too helpful and she didn't deserve it. My dad's in the hospital now. I didn't even ask what happened. I'm so selfish. The words didn't sound real and Scott only paused his movements before carefully continuing folding shirts. Cady continued, lifting her hand and then weakly letting it fall back to slap her upper thigh dully. I'm not sure what to say now to Bailey. I have to plan a funeral and I don't even want to go. She laughed, wiping at tears at the same time. I'm not even a crier. This is ridiculous. Scott reached past her and grabbed the remote. Here, let's watch something stupid. Not even prepper worthy, yeah? He flipped on Impractical Jokers and Cady leaned back beside him. The end of the world commercials came on about the perfume. Cady looked away. That was one of the last things she'd listened to with Zach. Scott's voice cut through the end of the commercial music. Do you ever wonder why they send samples in the mail and why they're pushing this perfume so much? Yeah, they're sending the end of the world in the mail. Cady snorted half-heartedly and then stopped as she jerked upright. That phrase triggered a memory and she cocked her head to the side. She and Jackson had teased about that. One of their plans had been to send out devastation through the mail. It was a joke. At least Cady had thought of it as a joke. They had come up with the wildest things, the most outrageous plans, and with their education and the way that they understood science and the world, anything was possible. It was easy for them to come up with plans like that. All kinds of plans to destroy the world. Just how far had Jackson taken it? Chapter 13. Cady. Cady yawned and padded down the hallway to Bailey's room. She hadn't had one-on-one time with her daughter. She needed it and she hoped Bailey did, too. There'd been so much anger between them and disbelief at Zach's death. She had a feeling they both needed someone who understood what was going on. At least, Cady did. She was taking the chance that Bailey felt the same way. Margie and David had arrived 2 days before and Cady had to cope with the fact that she had to go to a funeral for her dead husband with a daughter who wouldn't look her in the face. Not to mention that the end of the world was potentially upon them and Cady didn't want to admit that she might be involved. Plus, something was wrong with her dad and no one would answer her questions about what had happened. Margie would only vaguely reference treatment he was getting for some blood issues. She wasn't outright lying, but she wasn't being forthcoming either. Cady wrapped her arms around her waist and paused at Bailey's bedroom door. Dressed in her robe, Cady wasn't ready to be formal yet. She had to dress in a black dress to send her husband off in a grieving widow style. Margie had declared that a dress was non-negotiable, as if Cady were a child. What was her mother hiding from her? Cady rubbed her forehead. She had to stop assuming every conspiracy she thought of was truth. Going to those prepper groups had her trained to think the worst thing was probably the fact. She didn't need that. No, what she needed was an answer from Jackson to her email that she'd sent him asking what was going on. He still hadn't replied to her email about her husband's death. Maybe it was too much, too personal. Who knew? Late-night reading had taken up Cady's increased waking hours. Insomnia was a cruel foe, and Cady was sick of fighting it. Her reading material had been the collection of previous emails between her and Jackson. Searching for a kernel of information that would send her off her suspicions that Jackson was doing something on a huge scale. If he was, she had to search for a way to convince him not to do it. She had a lot of confidence in herself, if she thought she could persuade that man to do anything other than what he had in his mind to do. That would have to be something she addressed tomorrow. Right now, she had to prepare her daughter for a funeral. Lifting her hand, she rapped her knuckles on the door. Go away. Bailey's muffled response didn't deter Cady. Instead, she turned the doorknob and pushed the panel open. The room had a tossed-about look to it that Cady was savvy enough to recognize as Bailey's version of clean. Leaning her hip against the door jamb, Cady watched the bump in Bailey's bed until Bailey threw back her covers. What? She didn't look at Cady, just stared at the ceiling with a resigned expression on her face. Sighing, Cady walked the rest of the way into her daughter's room and perched on the edge of Bailey's bed. The intricate design of knotty pine poles used for the bed frame had been made by Zach a few years back. He'd scoured the property for the perfect lodgepole pine, only happy once he'd found exactly what he'd looked for. Do you know my first thought in the accident? Cady picked at a pill of the fuzzy blanket by the curve of Bailey's knee. There was a soft cinnamon scent to the air from a collection of cups and tea bags on the windowsill. Cady ignored the transgression. Food and drink weren't allowed upstairs. Bailey knew it, but it looked like she didn't care. What was new? Were you glad he died? The accusation and worry was rich in Bailey's tone. Cady's eyes jerked to her daughter's face. Bailey had finally turned her eyes toward her mother and tears streamed down her cheeks. Cady shook her head, tears welling in her eyes. Her throat tightened and she blinked, trying to hold back her emotion. When she was able to speak, it was haltingly. Actually, no. Not at all. As we were driving, he and I were talking and he was going to come home for work, like a 9-to-5 style job, and we were going to try harder on us, and on our family. No, Bailey's face contorted into a pain-filled rejection of denial. Cady reached down and pulled her daughter into her arms. At first Bailey struggled against her mother's hold, but in seconds she settled into her arms and accepted the comfort Cady needed to give. They both cried, their movements disjointed and choppy. After enough time had passed, they separated, Cady embarrassed as she'd given over to her emotion when she should be stronger for Bailey. Bailey wiped at her face. She plucked at a yarn tie on her quilt and glanced hesitatingly at Cady's face. What did you think? What had she thought? She'd come in there with a goal and then she'd been called on her past actions. Of course, Cady wasn't happy Zach was dead. In fact, that was the last emotion she'd feel for a while. Cady blinked back a new rush of tears and shook her head tightly. She rose from beside Bailey's bed and patted her daughter on the shoulder. Get ready, the funeral's at 10. Funeral. How was she even talking about a funeral with her daughter? How was any of this even possible? Slow steps carried her to the door where Bailey's plaintive voice stopped her. Mom? Cady knew what Bailey was asking of her. Turning back, Cady chewed on the soft inner flesh of her cheek. She rested her hand on the door jamb and took a breath. I thought, this is what the end of the world smells like. Understanding smoothed out the lines on Bailey's face and she nodded. Relief expelled from her in a whoosh and she leaned forward, wrapping her arms around her knees. Cady patted the wooden trim framing the doorway and headed toward her room. She didn't have long to get her emotions under control and plans in place. Jackson was up to something and Cady didn't have time to roll over and wait. She had a husband to bury and a daughter to protect. Cady's dress still fit, albeit loosely, and the neck was scratchy. She glanced at Bailey sitting beside her and the expression of boredom that Cady knew covered her sadness and loss. Bailey had gotten that skill of diversion from her mother, a skill that had costed Cady many sleepless nights because Zach had thought she was mad at him. She had what people referred to as resting witch face, and that irritated her. She wasn't trying to be rude or mean. Especially under the circumstances. She just didn't have anything but a neutral expression that tended toward cranky. But dang, people needed to leave her alone. She didn't even know half the people gathered on the pews in the church Scott belonged to. He demanded that Cady let him handle the funeral plans and claimed his church had funerals down pat. If nothing else, barring all the annoying condolences given and well-wishers that wanted to offer her their sincere apologies, the funeral was nicer than anything she could have put together. White and yellow roses with baby breath and some kind of fern-like filler were all over the place in crystal vases. The inside of the church was muted with its wooden benches and gusseted ceiling. The quiet murmurings of the growing crowd pressed in behind Cady, and she scratched at the collar of her plain black dress. She hated to say the dress was from her partying days, but there it was. The funeral passed in a blur with Margie sitting on one side of Cady holding her hand and Bailey on the other, sniffing. David got up and gave a nice eulogy at the pulpit only a few feet from the casket. The casket Bailey and Cady continued going out of their way not to look at. Zach couldn't be in the box and Cady didn't want to even go up to look and make sure. She'd seen his body as he'd died beside her. She didn't need the closure. After David finished his speech, Bailey stood from her seat beside Cady and trudged toward the front. Cady moved to stop her, but Margie held her daughter back. She leaned in close to Cady's ear and murmured, "She hasn't seen him yet. You need to let her do this." Cady nodded tightly, but bit her lip. Clenching her fingers into the flesh above her knees, Cady grimaced when Bailey reached the lip of the casket and gazed inside. David stood to the side, watching as Bailey absorbed the truth. For the first time, Cady could see the pallor in his skin and the way his suit hung from his frame. When had he aged? Reaching inside, Bailey touched her dad. Cady couldn't see her expression or see what she was doing, but the tilt to her daughter's head and the sudden racking of her shoulders gave all the information she needed. Half rising, Cady swallowed, ready to run to Bailey's rescue, but her father stepped in and wrapped his arm around his granddaughter. His own movements were slow, but he didn't have the normal after-effects of a major health problem. If Margie hadn't told Cady where they'd been, she'd never have known. Now that Zach's death was going to actually set in for the household, Cady had to figure out a way to get ready for that kind of loss. Unfortunately, even as a prepper, there was no way she had been able to be ready for her husband dying. There just weren't MREs for that kind of an incident. Chapter 14. Cady. Bailey had refused to get in the car with her after the funeral, stating Cady was bad luck and she didn't want to end up as ground meat like her dad. Ground meat. Well, that was insensitive and biting. If Zach had really looked like ground meat, Bailey would have had a worse reaction to seeing his body in the box, not to mention they wouldn't have left it as open casket. Cady drove home alone while her parents took Bailey for lunch. She drove onto the driveway, stopping to open the gate, slipping on the icy snow. After picking herself up off the icy, muddy gravel, she plopped into the driver's seat with a sigh. Cady sat in the car, staring at the windy drive ahead of her. After a minute, she pushed the gas pedal and finished the drive only to park in front of the house. Her home sat empty, staring at her as if it too blamed her for the loss of one of the owners. She climbed from the car and mounted the steps leading up to the wraparound porch. Her breath puffed out in front of her. The grain patterns in the plastic siding stood out as she rose slowly to the deck. Every detail seemed to be in sharp relief. A ding from her pocket brought her back into real time. Pulling her phone from her pocket, she blinked slowly at the screen. The notification let her know she had a new email. There was only one email she was waiting for. She pushed inside the front door, kicking off her black dress boots and nudging them into the closet. She clenched the device in her fist and wended her way to the living room where she flopped onto the couch. Glancing at the fireplace, she rolled her head to the side and back. She'd have to get up and put another log on, and she couldn't focus on anything but the email. Hopefully, Jackson had emailed her back with news that he'd only been speculating, he'd been wishing again. That was all she wanted to hear. Nothing else. She didn't want to hear that she'd failed at one more thing. Swiping open her screen, she blinked at the email with Jackson's name. She'd known, deep in her gut, that he was getting back to her finally. Just like she knew, deep in her gut, he wasn't messing around anymore. Fingers shaking, Cady pressed the email that was just replying to hers. Cady. I know your name is Cady now because I looked you up. I promised I wouldn't. I promised you I wouldn't minimize our anonymity, but the news that you had a husband riddled me with more curiosity than I was prepared for. You're a woman. In all this time, I always thought you were a man. I've been in shock the last few days. I'm sorry, I haven't replied sooner. Here's the thing. Our plans have kept me going over the last decade. I've been able to endure so much because of the steps I've put in place. Now I know that you're alone and also a woman, and there's so much future that just opened to me. I hope you'll consider me and my unspoken intentions once you're over your grieving process. When you find yourself alone in this world, maybe you'll stick out the next few decades with me, or maybe you'll refuse my gift. I'm not sure, but I've never been more certain of sending it to you than I am right now. Get ready. Check the mail. Your first letter should have arrived by now. I'll be able to get any emails for a little while longer, but I might not be able to reply. Just know that I'm looking forward to any steps you take to connect. I'm sorry for your loss. I hope you soon see it as an opportunity for a real future and not as a point of depression for you. If all goes according to plan, you won't be alone for long. I'm so excited for our plans to fall into place. I know I've been cryptic. Here's a small hint. Smell like the end of the world. Remember that line? Thinking of you fondly. Jackson. A pit of nausea spread outward from Cady's gut. The end was coming and Jackson was orchestrating it. Who would she tell and what did she do? Chapter 15. Margie. Cady, dear, we need to get going. Margie approached Cady in the kitchen. Her daughter had always kept an organized home and Margie usually enjoyed visiting. The circumstances for this visit wore on her as she struggled to keep David's diagnosis under wraps while being there for Cady. Cady turned to her from her position at the sink. She looked back to the sink and rinsed another plate, placing it in the rack of the dishwasher. She closed the door and then faced Margie. Are you sure, Mom? She watched Margie like she suspected something with red-rimmed eyes. Nodding softly, Margie reached up and tucked a stray chunk of hair behind Cady's ear. She sighed, leaning her hip against the counter. I'm so sorry for your loss. This has to be hard. She wanted to stay there for her daughter, but she had to also protect Cady from the news about her father's upcoming demise as well. Her daughter was strong, but Margie didn't want to test her with such horrible news so soon after the onset of widowhood. Cady shuffled to stand beside her mother, her robe tied at the side over flannel pajama pants and slippers. She sniffed, rubbing at her eyes and smudging the makeup she'd worn earlier that day to the funeral. Narrowing her eyes, she studied Margie. Hey, Mom. Can I ask you something? Raising her eyebrows, Margie smiled sweetly. She really just wanted to get on the road so she could drop one of the facades she wore. Of course, Cady. What's going on? She pressed her lips into a line and folded her arms across her waist. Tilting her head to the side, she considered her mom like she wasn't sure if she should ask. The hesitancy sent a shiver of unrest through Margie, who nodded in encouragement anyway. Cady straightened and tapped the counter. Okay, I just want to make sure I don't upset you. She swallowed, then blurted out her question and explanation. I feel like you're hiding something from me. You won't tell me what happened at the hospital with Dad, and I can't get him to give me a straight answer either. He doesn't look like he feels very well, and I think it's important to know just how bad off he is. Margie's hackles raised and she lifted her chin. Okay, so what is your question? Cady stared at Margie for a drawn-out moment, blinking slowly. Mom, seriously. I have to ask you again. What is wrong with Dad? Why did he have to go to the hospital? You were late and I just want to make sure he's okay. Owning up to what was wrong with David would have been easier than lying, but for some reason, Margie couldn't confess the truth behind her husband's condition. She focused on a different part of Cady's statements. I said I was sorry for being late. We didn't mean to make you feel like we weren't here for you. We honestly did our best to get here as fast as we could. Mom, you're doing it again. Cady slapped her hand on the counter, frustration ripe in her flushed face. Tell me what is going on with Dad. Why won't you tell me? Her lower lip trembled as if she were close to tears. The threat of crying strengthened Margie's resolve not to divulge the circumstances around David's health. She clenched her jaw and half shrugged. I'm not sure what you're talking about. She smiled broadly to back up her claim. Cady huffed in exasperation. Are you seriously saying that you're not going to tell me what is going on? I don't think I deserve this. She pushed away from the counter, shaking her head. As she passed Margie, she avoided her gaze. What do you want me to say? There's nothing going on that you need to worry about right now. You're just emotional because of your loss. Things won't be such a big deal once you get through the stages of grief. Judging by the hardening of Cady's gaze, Margie hadn't chosen the right things to say, and for once she was too tired to try to fix anything. Okay, Mom. I get it. Thank you for coming and for your help. You can keep your secret. Cady didn't look back as she left the kitchen. Margie stood in her spot by the counter, staring out at the snowy landscape with trees, the chicken coop, and a dark red stained playhouse with a yellow slide that Bailey hadn't used in a few years. When had things gotten so complicated? Margie didn't want to hide from Cady that her father was dying and that she probably wouldn't see him alive again, but at the same time, she didn't want to worry her and take David's chance to see Alaska before he died. Margie had a lot on her mind, but getting on the road was a big part of relieving her stress. For just a minute, she wanted to think of herself. She was losing her husband. She had to hide it from her daughter. Margie was all alone, and she couldn't be overly upset with David, and she couldn't be honest with Cady. Reality crushed her chest, and she didn't want to breathe. What if she missed something? Chapter 16. Cady. Upstairs, Cady tried not to dwell on the frustrating conversation she'd endured with her mother. In the hallway, outside the guest room, she knocked on the door. Hey, Dad? A cough from inside caught her attention and she pushed open the panel. Dad? Are you okay? Cady stopped mid-step, covering her mouth with her hand. Dad? She rushed to his side as he lay on the already made bed. A fine sheen of sweat covered his pale features, shining on his forehead in the light from the guest bathroom. He reached up, his eyes closed, and held a handful of toilet paper to his mouth as he coughed. His body jerked upright as he coughed, as if his entire soul was engaged in the act. Cady patted him on the back, wincing at the frail feeling of his ribs and spine through his shirt. The cough calmed and then disappeared. Her dad slowly sat up, his hands shaking as he lowered the red-spotted toilet paper crumpled in his hand. Gasping, Cady shook her head. Dad. Please, tell me what is going on. I can't handle this. Please. They weren't telling her something huge, something she should know. She could feel its importance in her gut. David cautiously wiped at his mouth and glanced at the door. He reached out and grasped her hand with his fingers. His skin felt thin and frail, as if he would tear with the slightest provocation. His whisper was low, either from the sense of conspirator, or because he'd coughed until he was too weak to speak normally. Don't tell your mother you know. He pierced her with his gaze, which wasn't weak. I have cancer, Cady. Dread hardened in her stomach like a rock. Wah, she swallowed. Dad, I mean, what kind? What kind of treatment? She blinked rapidly. She couldn't decide which was more important, crying, breathing, or passing out. It was too much for her to handle, but she held it together. She had to. He squeezed her fingers. Cady, it's... Can I just say what a delight you've been all of your life? You've made your mother and I very happy and proud. I love you so much, it hurts. David reached up and touched her cheek softly. I don't believe in goodbyes, you know that, but if I did, this would have to be goodbye. Goodbye. A word her father had always refused to acknowledge. Even at Zach's funeral, David had said, "There's no such thing as goodbye, my son. I will see you soon and then I can ask what you've been up to." "But, you don't have to leave, Dad. Stay here, with me." Cady bit her lip and knit her eyebrows tightly over the bridge of her nose. What was happening? Why was she losing her father the same week she'd lost her husband? He softly shook his head. "No. Your mother needs some more time with me. She still hasn't fully accepted this. She wants to help me by taking me on a bucket list style trip and I don't want to let her down." He smiled sadly. "I just want her to be happy." Cady shook her head. He didn't understand. They couldn't go. He'd be vulnerable. He could stay there with her. She needed him to stay there with her. "I mean, stay with me, Dad. You can stay with me and I'll make sure you eat Anne." Pressing his finger against her lips, David shook his head again. "No. Cady, let's leave this be, okay? I most likely won't go yet. You know how doctors are." He moved his finger from her mouth to whirl in a slow circle in the air by his temple. "They're all a little crazy. They're most like off on their time estimation. I'll be back before you know it and you'll be in shape to make me some of your amazing banana bread, okay?" He watched her, waiting for her to agree. "Yes, Dad. I'll even make sure there's extra chocolate." Cady had to hold it together. Her father was trying so hard to be strong for her. She could return the favor. Unable to hold herself back from him any longer, Cady reached forward and wrapped her arms carefully around his shoulders in a tight grasp. She needed him. What was she supposed to do without her dad just a phone call away? "I love you, too, Dad." She blinked furiously at the tears gathering in her eyes. Jackson's plan wouldn't affect her dad. The blood in his hand was more proof that the doctors were closer to the truth than David was letting on. He might not think Cady had seen the tissue paper, but she had. How was she supposed to feel about the blatant lies her mother was telling her? Hiding something so important from Cady was close to unforgivable. How would Cady ever confront her about the deception? At least she'd had a chance to say goodbye to her father. That was more than she'd had with Zach. Chapter 17. Margie. Leaving Cady and she'd been so upset had been harder for Margie than she'd thought it would be. Of course, Cady was upset by her recent widowhood. Margie was scared about losing her own husband and they'd been together long as she could remember. Cady and Zach hadn't been together long enough to know if they were scared to lose each other or not. They were still trying to figure out if they wanted forever together. But Cady's frustration over Margie's secrets made things so much harder to abandon than her grief. Cady's distraction and overall pallor had worried Margie, but David reassured her that Cady was going to be okay. She was a tough, independent woman and even though Margie hated it sometimes, he was right. Cady didn't need them there and the tension between Bailey and Cady wasn't going to resolve itself, while Cady and Margie were at odds as well. They didn't wait until the next morning to leave. Margie didn't want to stay any longer, not when she couldn't tell Cady what was going on. She and David left the next morning, headed toward the wilds of northwest Washington before their cruise. The long drive through the forested highways passed quickly and as soon as they had settled into their campground spot while they waited for David's sister to join them, Margie called Cady while stirring stew on the stove. "Cady, honey, how are you doing? Are you eating?" "Mom, I'm fine. I haven't had a chance to starve." At least Cady's humor had returned enough to leave her with a dry tone. That was how the Moss clan did contention. They acted like nothing was wrong, while leaving the issues out in plain sight. They dodged the truth because that would be too much work and possibly hurt more feelings. "I know, Cady, but you haven't eaten much the last few days, and you don't have a lot of meat on you as it is." Margie settled on her hip and glanced over her shoulder. David had fallen asleep sleeping with a Hunter magazine lying open on his lap. His head was leaned back and lolled to the side. He wouldn't hear any of the conversation, and he wouldn't be able to get on Margie about being too pushy with Cady. "Cady, I'm worried about you." Something had distracted Cady before they had spoken in the kitchen. Margie wasn't sure it was only grief. She had the distinct impression that she wasn't the only one hiding facts. Clearing her throat, Cady took her time answering. "Mom, I promise there's nothing to worry about. I'll tell you if anything comes up to worry about, though, okay?" Was that a mocking tinge to her words? It was almost as if Cady were imitating the things Margie had said earlier. Cady hesitated, something in her voice hitched like she was holding more back, more that she wanted to say but wasn't sure how. "Wait, Mom, that's not true. Look, something could happen over the next. I'm not sure when. I'm not even sure what can happen. I just know. Mom, I think you guys might want to skip your cruise." Did she suspect something? "Cady." Margie scoffed, without being mocking. "I can't skip that cruise. Your father is going to be fine. He's always wanted to go on a cruise. He needs to relax. I need to relax. You just lost your husband. I think you're more upset than you're letting on." Maybe she didn't know how to tell her mother that she was sad and upset and scared. Grief was a hard bundle of emotions to cope with, and Cady had never been exposed to many of them. Cady wasn't the type of woman to say things in search of attention, but grief affected people differently, at least according to Dr. Phil's latest book. "I know you're dealing with a huge loss. I'm here. Do you need us to come back?" Margie used her soothing maternal tone, the one she rarely got to use with her daughter. Sadly, she'd probably be using it again on the way back through, but she'd be talking about David. "It's okay, honey. It will never get easier, but it gets bearable." At least that's what she'd heard. Margie was like Cady. Her loss hadn't been enough to make her stronger. She had that trial to still deal with in her life. No matter how many grief and dealing with dying books she read, she wasn't sure she'd ever be fully prepared. Sighing, Cady grunted. "Mom, yeah, you're right. Okay, just promise me you'll check your email or text messages. Find a way when you're on your cruise. I'm sure everything will be okay." Cady reassured her mother, backpedaling on her warnings. "Bailey misses you already. Make sure you stop by here when you guys head home, and thanks again for being here, Mom. Tell Dad I love him." A hitch in her voice didn't seem right. But Margie ignored it. She didn't want to dwell on emotions or feelings right then. "Anytime, Cady. I'm sorry we weren't there as long as we would have liked to be." As they hung up, Margie couldn't help thinking about Cady and Zach's relationship. They hadn't seemed happy, and Cady wasn't an emotional person by nature. The fact that his death was affecting her so thoroughly worried Margie. How would Cady react when something happened to her parents, or worse, her daughter? How was she going to survive the loss of her father? Chapter 18. Cady. Cady couldn't stay mad at Margie for lying about David's illness. How long would Cady have hidden Zach's death from Bailey, if she could? If Margie wouldn't take Cady seriously, and she was her mother, how fast would Cady be laughed out of any situation where she attempted to warn others? Her dad. Cady couldn't dwell too long on how bad it was. Regret and sadness threatened to overtake her from the combined situations of Zach's death and David's difficulties. She didn't want to add to Margie's stress with news of something that was coming, something she wasn't able to define just yet. Cady didn't have a timeline or anything more specific than "our plans." For all she knew, Jackson hadn't created anything. He was just all talk, maybe even delusional. The only solace she had was that her parents would be isolated from the mainland and overly public arenas over the next month. There was no telling what exactly Jackson was up to, but knowing the man, she'd get details over time, and only the ones he would want her to know. He was a gloater, he'd always been that way. With her mom and dad going on an Alaskan cruise after camping, Cady would have to have faith that they'd be okay and maybe even come back after whatever mess Jackson had planned. What had he been talking about? He'd warned her to watch for more, but he hadn't given her any other details. Setting the phone down after talking with Margie, Cady rounded the end of the counter and slumped onto the stool by the wall. She didn't want to sit on the couch or go to the table or do anything she would normally do because nothing was normal anymore. A stack of mail had been piled by the fruit bowl and she pushed the top envelope to the side. Then another. And another. Some had Zach's name, others had hers, and even others just said resident. None of them caught her eye as anything other than bills, credit card offers, and, wait. C. Moss was written on one of the envelopes. C. Moss. Moss was her maiden name. She hadn't gotten anything addressed to Moss since she'd married Zach and had taken on his last name of Warren. The only person who called her C. Moss was Jackson. Cady eyed the white envelope. The sharp lines stood out against the brown and gold granite countertop and she reached for it with shaking fingers. How had he gotten her address? He'd looked her up before he'd emailed her back. How long had he known who she was? Jackson didn't strike her as the type of person to act like a stalker, but she didn't know him as well as she'd thought, if he was going to terrorize the world. What if there was a poison in the envelope? But no, Jackson was more dramatic than that. He would want Cady for an audience. Maybe she knew him better than she thought. She turned the envelope over and froze for a half second at the phrase written on the back. The world is about to change. Staring at the ominous wording, she carefully slit open the top of the envelope and pulled out a single sheet of paper. C. Moss. Watch for a package coming certified mail next week. Things have already begun. There is no way to stop it at this point. I'll send you a detailed timeline so you're aware of what we've orchestrated. Your actions for this week are to forward your mail and don't accept anything else from anyone after the package I send you next week. Do not smell any samples of anything anywhere. Just because I say right now that nothing has been sent out, that's not a guarantee. We are dealing with human incompetence, after all, not mine, of course. You have 1 week to get your affairs in order, then you can't leave your house. It will be too dangerous. Looking forward to meeting you, C. This has been a long time coming. J. The tone in the letter morphed from sinister to almost friendly, as if he discussed having lunch when he came to town. Turning the letter over, she inspected the paper, but her inspection didn't turn up anything that would help. Help her with what? What did she think was going to happen, if he gave her a clue? Her blood ran cold. He was setting their plans in motion, except none of that was what she'd intended to happen, and she'd ranted via email to someone she believed was just in it for the talk. Did that make her pathetic? At least Jackson was taking action regarding his beliefs. He lived what he believed. Cady didn't know what she believed anymore. If nothing else, she at least knew she didn't believe in killing off the world's population in order to make a point. She could cling to that belief. After that, she was going to have to build on it. Unfortunately, she had the feeling that her new goals were going to be to thwart whatever Jackson had in mind. She had a lot of research ahead of her and only 1 week. According to Jackson himself. When had she gotten the letter and when had her week begun? Would she have enough time to warn anyone? There was no doubt in her mind she would do the things he told her. Jackson was a brilliant man and whatever he had planned, he was serious about. Did she have time to do what? Chapter 20. Jackson. Swirling satisfaction consumed Jackson. He studied the contents on his cot in the dying light of the day as the final rays of sunlight reflected off the snow. He'd propped the doors open to catch the remaining shafts of the sun to conserve energy. He'd be leaving soon and he didn't feel like setting up additional batteries. The timeline was set in motion. He had one final goodbye to say, and then he could put forth the okay to mail his packages. Once the packages were set in place, he'd be able to say goodbye to his survivalist lifestyle and start living larger than life. Pulling his clipboard higher, he squinted at the list he'd carefully typed out. The final blueprint for his plans. Okay, first things first. Send off the vaccine vial to Cady. Take my own dose. He tapped the pen tip next to each item as he spoke. The sound of his voice was eerily loud as it bounced off the metal walls. He could see his breath as he spoke as it puffed in front of him. The night was going to be colder. He twisted his lips to the side, narrowing his eyes as he tried to think of when would be a good time to give himself the shot. There was so much unknown in the vaccine that he would be taking a huge leap of faith injecting it into himself. Testing on animals was one thing, but he had no way to test the vaccine's efficacy on another human unless he wanted that person to live or he didn't care if they died. The only sound in the peaceful silence was the soft blowing out when he breathed. A crunch of feet on snow jerked his gaze up from the list. He listened intently, his breathing shallow as his heart rate sped up. His roved the inside of the bunker sightlessly as he focused on what he could hear. There was nothing he could see that mattered in the finite second of discovery. Another footstep. That was definite crunching. Someone was out there. Jackson didn't have enough time to close the doors without being noticed. From the proximity of the crunching, whoever it was right on him. They probably even heard him talking to himself about the list. He leaned down carefully, pulling his Taurus slim from his ankle strap and setting the clipboard soundlessly on the bed. Gripping the butt of the gun with both hands, he flipped off the safety and held his trigger finger at the ready. Of course, he had to make a change to his routine and so close to the end of his plans. He couldn't get arrested or caught at that point. If he did, he'd never make it out in time to make sure everything went as directed. He sighed softly, keeping his noise to a minimum. Shaking his head at his own disappointing mistake, Jackson narrowed his eyes and watched the opening to the train car. He licked his lips. The crunching continued, getting closer and closer. As if on a television screen, a head decked out in a warm red and blue stocking hat over a black snow coat came into view from the side. The form emerged as if from off-screen. As the person swiveled their head left and right, they inspected the train, but more as if he or she didn't expect anything to be inside. Maybe Jackson hadn't been overheard like he'd suspected. Jackson focused on the face. Graying whiskers mixed with blonde stubble gave away the man's older age. He stopped walking as he caught sight of the items inside the car. Judging by the surprise on his face, he hadn't yet seen Jackson. That would be in Jackson's favor. Slowly raising the gun to aim at the man's head, Jackson arched an eyebrow. He waited. When would he know it was time to shoot? He'd never killed anyone before and wasn't sure he was fond of the idea of killing one-on-one. The anonymity of the virus was vastly more preferable to the gun. Hello? Is anyone in there? The older man spoke as if he didn't really expect anyone to answer and the question was more of a formality. He hadn't expected the furnishings either, so why would he be surprised if someone did show up? Jackson didn't feel like wasting time. He quietly pulled the hammer back, his gun was always loaded, and he closed one eye as he aimed tighter on the man's forehead. The simple squeeze of the trigger released a loud bang and a sharp recoil. The man didn't make a sound, slumping to the ground out of view of the doorway. Jackson raised his finger and pushed his ears. The noise had been a lot louder than he'd expected, echoing off the metal walls of the bunker. He glanced at the firearm. Next time, he'd have to add a silencer. Hopefully, there wouldn't be a next time and all the deaths he caused would be via his first-choice weapon. He ignored the body, his first kill, while he cautiously gathered up his things. He couldn't stay there anymore and that irritated him, but he had enough money he could stay at a hotel while everything unfolded. He would take the vaccine in the next couple days, so he'd be fine. First, though, he had his party to go to. Everything he wanted to keep tucked easily into the backpack he'd been saving for that exact event. He climbed down from the train car and set his pack on a tree stump a few feet from the opening. Carefully, he hefted the man's body with its staring eyes, an off-center bullet hole on the forehead, and pushed him into the car. Locking the door would make certain that no one would find the man's body before the world ended. Jackson couldn't get arrested. Not yet. He had too much on the line. Plus, if the guy was the owner of the property, he'd picked the wrong time to come out and check his land. Swinging the doors shut, Jackson congratulated himself on greasing the hinges regularly. The doors didn't make a sound until they clanged against their metal frame. He pulled on his backpack. Maybe the dead guy had driven his rig or something close to the trailhead. That would make things a lot easier. Unless he had the keys on him. Jackson didn't care about the body, but at the same time, he didn't feel like going back and digging around in an old man's pants pockets. Not when he was just trying to get out of there. Hiking to the road, Jackson smiled at the sight of the well-tricked-out Land Rover with four-wheel drive. A flat black luggage rack squared off the top of the sleek ride. The sleek silver charcoal paint added an air of predation to the vehicle, exactly how Jackson was feeling. If there were keys in the Jeep, he'd know at the end of the world was his job to bring about. He'd be on the right track. Narrowing his eyes, he pulled on the handle. The door opened. So far so good. He climbed into the still warm seat and felt at the ignition. No keys. He glanced around the console and in the cup holders, pulled down the visor, and even felt around under the seat. No keys. Great. Doubt niggled into the corners of his mind. If he wasn't supposed to bring about the end, would he know it? Stopping his search, Jackson thought for a second. Where would I hide some keys off a highway? He tapped his chin and then reached up and opened the glove box. Taped to the inside of the box was a set of keys. And right there, Jackson knew he was doing a divinely set task. The world was his oyster and he was going to skewer it into a loaf. He shoved his doubt to the side. There was nothing to doubt and he looked forward to the great things he was going to bring about. He put the keys into the ignition and turned, starting the engine. The motor purred to life and in seconds Jackson pulled onto the highway and headed south. All he had left to do was stop at that party and then he could be on his way. Life was better than good. It was starting to smell like the end of the world. Mom, I'm okay, thank you. I don't need any more tostadas. Jackson rolled his eyes and pulled his paper plate closer to his abdomen. His plate had been under constant attack since he'd arrived at his parents' place and claimed one from the buffet table. If he wasn't protecting it from his sister, Maria, or his mother from adding contents to it, he was safeguarding it from his brother, Miguel, trying to pull things off like a permanent joke. Lanterns had been set up for the late evening party Jackson had just barely arrived at in time. He'd forgotten he was supposed to bring chips and salsa, and so he'd stopped in town before driving out to his parents' place an hour from his hideout. They still thought he lived in the city. His mother reached out, squeezing his cheeks as she smiled, revealing a gap between her front teeth. "Oh, Juan, I'm so glad you were able to make it. We sure have missed you." She pressed her hand to her chest, shrugging and giggling. Already she was showing signs of too much alcohol. Glancing around the backyard, Sylvia Demant surveyed her complete family with satisfaction. Jackson grimaced at the use of his given name. Juan Demant. He'd switched to Jackson when he'd gotten into college, passing easily for a white man with his fair coloring and shortly cropped hair. He'd dropped any pretense at a last name after college, but before that when paperwork demanded a surname, he'd adopted a maze. It was as white as he could come up with. He'd never told his family he went by anything other than Juan. They never asked about what he did after he ran a biochem department at a small school. That was it, that was all they needed. He wasn't someone they could brag about, but he wasn't someone they could complain about either. He stayed off anyone's radar and with 5 brothers and sisters, that was just fine by him. Mama, let Juan alone. Maria, his oldest sister, handed him his youngest nephew. Juan, hold Julio for a minute. I need to use the bathroom. This baby is making my bladder ache. She winced as she motioned toward her bulging stomach. Pregnant. Again. How many is this? Juan voiced the question to his mother, holding the small child who had to be just under a year, with the barest of tolerance. He didn't like children. Maybe he'd feel differently about his own, but as it was, he found them annoying and dirty. His mother playfully slapped at his arm. Be nice to your sister. This is number 7 and you know Jesus isn't home a lot. He's busy with work. But what she really meant to say but wouldn't voice was that he was out drinking and gambling, only home long enough to impregnate his wife before he was off again. Jackson didn't care. None of it mattered. He handed the baby off to his mother who cooed with happiness at the exchange. Moving to stand beside the end of the fence, Jackson studied the party. His siblings had all come with their spouses and offspring. 6 children in his generation and then 36 in the next generation, and Jackson was sure his family had repopulated a small village. What about just going 2 children per family? One to replace each parent? What was wrong with that? Nothing. Nothing was wrong with that, except that people collected children like baseball cards. Watching 2 of his brothers arm wrestle on a nearby table, Jackson mentally went back over his list. He had to package up the final shipment to go out in 2 days for release 2 weeks after the first wave. Setting his plate in the garbage, he returned to his spot and watched. He couldn't approve release of anything until he'd made sure the other vaccine vial had been delivered. Once he knew she had it, he could go forward. Hopefully, she chose him. Just the thought of repopulating the earth with a few children, not the entire Brady bunch, brought a smile to Jackson's face. His father walked up, leaning forward and snagging a bottle of Mexican beer. You've been so doom and gloom over the last couple years, it's strange to see a smile on your face. He tipped the mouth of the bottle toward his wife. Mother worries about you and prays for you every morning and night. I know she is happy to see you smile. Nodding, Jackson placed his hand on his dad's shoulder. That's kind of you too to worry, Papa. I'm getting better. So many problems will be fixed soon. Everything will be as it should be. I love you, old man. He said the latter fondly and leaned over, hugging his father with one arm. Over his father's shoulder, he smirked at his family. He did love his family, very much, not enough to spend the rest of his life on Earth with just them. They weren't smart enough to be around for longer than a few hours at a time. As he pulled away, he thrust his hand into his pocket. The last vial, aside from the one he'd shipped, felt warm to the touch, even though that was just because it had been warmed by his upper thigh for the last couple days. He narrowed his eyes and took in the sight of each person in turn. None of them had the vaccine. None of them were going to be around after the next month or 2. That thought didn't bring him any amount of sadness as he would have expected. The raucous laughter of his brothers, the cackling of his sister-in-laws as they gossiped along the side of the food tables while they watched the children, all of it would be over and gone in no time. Jackson would never have to hear the name Juan again. He fondled the vial in his pocket, anxious to get things underway. Before leaving that night, he had to make sure he asked his mother for her tamale recipe. Once she was gone, he wouldn't get a second chance, and life on Earth without tamales wasn't a life worth living. Chapter 21. Cady. Gathering her control about her, Cady decided not to let any more time pass. If her mother wouldn't believe her or at least listen to the warnings, Cady had to warn the others closest to her. If they didn't believe her, then all other attempts at warnings would be a waste. She looked around the living room, avoiding the confused gazes of Scott and Bailey as they glanced at each other and then turned their focus back toward Cady. The living room was dim as the sun had set a long time ago, leaving the moon to shine through the rear slider window. Streaks on the glass showed where Bailey and Cady used the glass to open and close the door versus the handle. Amazing how the smudges looked clearer in the slim light. Cady winced at the sight. She'd have to clean it up. For some reason, heading into the apocalypse, with dirty windows, left a bad taste in her mouth. She cleared her throat, finally glancing at them each in turn. Thank you both for meeting with me. I know I've been out of it the last week or so, but it's not just because of our loss. Cady folded her hands in her lap and volleyed her gaze between Scott and Bailey, unable to focus on one for longer than a half a second. Bailey snorted, pulling off her coat and setting it on the couch beside her, fluffing the aroma of campfire through the room. She'd just come in from a bonfire with friends. Cady hadn't yet given her the restrictions that would feel like jail time. It was coming, but Cady wasn't ready just yet. She had to hold off, if only for a few more days. What's going on, Cady? Why are we here so late? Shadows under Scott's eyes worried Cady. She was partly to blame since he checked on her place as well as his own. She'd been cryptic and secretive, and that had to stop now. She'd texted him and only said she needed him at her house immediately. She hadn't hidden the urgency or even tried to ask. All she'd done was demand. Here's what's going on. She lifted her hand and rubbed at her neck, embarrassed by her role in what was going to happen, but she had to be honest from the get-go. Cady lifted her chin, resolute to get the truth out there, good or bad. Back when I was in college, I joined this bioorganics and life group. We met online in forums and talked about our visions, theorems, and experiments. Some of the world's greatest scientists have come out of that group, and some of the craziest. Are you saying you're crazy, Mom? Bailey smirked, folding her arms and bouncing her foot on her knee. She bobbed her head back and forth, obviously bored with the conversation. Scott didn't look away from Cady's face as he stared earnestly at her. Go on. Cady looked at him gratefully. The thing is, I met a guy on there. Dismay knit Scott's eyebrows, and he leaned forward. Really? Like a long-lost boyfriend or something? Shaking her head, Cady held up a hand. No. Nothing like that. This guy and I talked about radical ideas and terrorist activities. Things that revolved around biochemical warfare and torture. Things that were exciting to a burgeoning young scientist, but were just ideas, you know? Nothing serious. Cady lowered her gaze. At least for me. None of it was serious for me. She picked at the loose material of her sweatpants. She couldn't remember the last thing she'd worn before that. What did you do, Mom? Bailey's strident voice broke through the silence as if she knew something wasn't right. I didn't do anything. This man, well, he's going to set forth a virus or something that will wipe out a lot of people. I think. Cady shook her head, tightening her jaw. No, she took a deep breath. She was hiding a lot from them, but not this part. Not the truth about the possible devastation. That's not true. I know, his main goal is to wipe out the majority of the population, if not all of it. Bailey gasped, accusations rich in her eyes. How do you know this? This isn't something to joke about, Mother. She clenched her fists beside her side and jumped from her seat on the couch. She stood, slightly crouched, as she watched the adults in the room. Scott's face paled as he studied Cady, his eyes searched her face. Are you sure? His voice was low with doubt, but not in her. No, she could hear his unspoken promise to stand by her, no matter what. While that reassured her, it also terrified her. Nodding regretfully, Cady scrunched her nose to the side. Yeah, unfortunately. And now is not the time to wait around. We need to restock everything, overload on everything. I'm not sure how long to plan for, but if everyone gets sick, we'll need to be prepared to be holed up for a long time. She clenched her fist and pounded her empty palm. I just wish I could get my hands on a sample of his virus. I'm sure I could figure out what its origin is or how to treat it. Unfortunately, it's too late for a cure or a vaccine. Straightening from her defensive stance and with her eyes wide, Bailey half raised her hand like she wanted to be called on in class. So, you're saying at the end is really coming and you've been preparing for this all this time? You've known? Yes, honey, that's exactly what I'm saying, except I didn't know I was prepping for this exact thing. I forgot about it altogether, and then he emailed me out of the blue. Now, I'm just as worried as you, but I know what's going to happen, in theory, and I'm nowhere near ready enough. Cady had always been conservative with her prepping. She'd always cautioned against spending too much or hoarding the wrong things. Now that the events were before her, she wasn't sure what too much or hoarding the wrong things meant. No. You have to be wrong. Mom, this isn't possible. You're just upset about Dad and the fact that you messed up your marriage. Bailey's eyes sparked with anger and unshed tears. You don't have to run around trying to scare everyone. Cady stood, reaching out to touch her daughter's shoulders. She ignored Bailey's attempts to shrug her off. Bailey, I'm not wrong. I know you think I'm stupid and just your mother, but I'm actually very smart, and trust me when I tell you, this is not a joke. This is not a misunderstanding. I know what I'm talking about. The end is coming. You need to pay more attention to the things I'm telling you. Cady ducked her head. Do you understand me? Denial washed over Bailey, and then grim acceptance as she stared at Cady, and something in her mother's tone anchored deep inside. She ignored the moisture leaking from her eyes. You probably want me to say I wish I had paid attention more to prepper stuff, right? You're disappointed that I don't know how to do anything you said I should learn. Tears welled in her eyes, and she shook her head as she shrugged Cady's grip off. She glanced wildly between Scott and Cady. Can I tell my friends? Cady cocked her head to the side. She hated to tell Bailey no, but at that point, Cady wasn't sure what was more important, warning others or causing a panic. First of all, I don't think that about you at all. I'm not prepared like I should be either. She glanced at Scott, shame in her eyes. I need to rectify that immediately. If you're up for it. She turned back to Bailey. Let's wait on telling people. I'm not sure who will believe us and who won't. She reached out and touched Bailey's hand. I wish I'd learned ham radio and some more things myself, but I have a feeling there won't be many people left alive after this to talk to on the radio. Scott's fear was held in place by his calm exterior. He was a rock, and Cady was grateful for that. I'm confident we'll be fine. What do we do? Were you given specific instructions? How easily he seemed to believe her and support what she said. He sought her knowledge, he didn't run from it. Racking her memory for any other details she could recall, Cady thought carefully about what she would say next. I already told you about the mail. Stick with that and I'll let you know as soon as I do what's next. She shrugged. I guess the basic answer is let's do whatever we can to fortify our homes. She squinted at Scott. Let's load up on as much ammunition as possible. I have reloading things I'll order more of, but I'll need your help working the machine. There were so many things she had to figure out and not enough time to do them in. She studied the grim expressions of the only two people on Earth who would believe her. Bailey didn't want to, and her resistance was thick in her expression and the way she held her arms stiffly at her sides. But Scott, he accepted it like she'd declared the air was breathable, and he gulped in a lungful. He was going to be a huge asset in the upcoming months. Unfortunately, he might not make it, and as Cady thought about it, the possibility made her sadder than she would have thought conceivable. Her neighbor had become important to her over the years, and as he'd stepped in to be a rock for her after losing Zach, Cady realized she could very easily care about the man in a non-neighborly way, in a non-platonic way. But what was the point? At that time, the end loomed nearer than anyone had planned, and she didn't want to fall for someone who would just die on her. She couldn't face the apocalypse with another broken heart. Chapter 22. Pete. No one would know if Pete's smithy cut a small slit into the pallet in the back of the warehouse and took a few packets of the hot new fragrance sample. No one would know. He repeatedly reassured himself as he looked around the empty warehouse, searching for another employee who might be in early for a shift or a surprise inspection from the higher-ups. Carrie, his on-again off-again currently off girlfriend, would be ecstatic when he showed up with the fragrance. She'd probably forgive him for the latest infidelity, at least enough for him to take her to the movies or a party or something. The utility knife fit his sweaty palm, but he rolled it over and over against his jean-clad thigh. Swallowing, he looked around the dim interior one more time. The only things greeting his search were other pallets, large shelves only accessible by forklift, and an office at the end of the long building. Concrete flooring didn't make his job easy as he paced the floor, monitoring for activity during the night. Trident Storage and Shipment, the company he worked for, sold high security to people to store and ship their items, and then only put one untrained man to guard against anything that might come during the night. Pete wasn't even allowed to carry a gun. He had a radio and a stick that wasn't even tough enough to call a baton. It was now or never. Carrie had accused him during their last breakup that he never took risks, except cheating on her. He didn't chase his dreams. He didn't do anything but disappoint people. Well, taking the fragrance sample sheets would make it hard for her to complain about. Carrie had been talking about that fragrance for months. His girl, even if she wasn't his girl at the moment, loved anything that had to do with end of the world as we know it. She was obsessed with the apocalypse and prepping. The fact that there was a fragrance named after the end of the world. The hype being made over the fragrance was so huge, it was touted in magazines and on social media as having to be made from gold with how much everyone talked about it. But when you asked point blank what it smelled like, no one seemed to know. Pete shoved the blade from its slot, exposing the sharp point. He sliced through 3 layers of thick plastic, surprised at the wrap job. Reaching his hand inside the oblong opening, Pete dug through the stacked cardstock sheets, grabbing what he could in his fingers and slipping them from the opening. The familiar image from the commercial graced the card, a matte textured spot with very small type font instructing the reader to sniff here. No gold in sight. Pete sniffed, inhaling the strong fragrance with an asexual bend. It didn't smell male or female, but more along the lines of natural, like pine and cinnamon but less heavy. Pete couldn't place the familiar scents, but he liked the combination. He liked it so much, he rubbed some on his shirt and neck, sniffing the card again before sticking the stack of cards into his back pocket. Grabbing a roll of duct tape, Pete patched the hole he'd created. He replaced the tape, retreating to the office to include a report on a damaged product discovered in the incident's log. TSS was so cheap, they didn't even have cameras. His buddy had walked out with a newly released laptop the week before, stating the incident report that it had slipped off the forklift and been run over. No one had said a thing. Glancing at the clock above the computer, Pete smirked. He'd be off in time to pick up Carrie from her shift at the restaurant. His girl worked as a waitress. He could pick her up, give her the surprise and see if she'd want to go out with him. He couldn't wait to see what she thought of his gift. It wasn't every day he could present her with the end of the world. Chapter 23. Cady. The shrill blast of Def Leppard's "Pour Some Sugar on Me" broke through the calm sleep claiming Cady. She blinked, struggling to pull herself from the restless dream she'd been locked in and she couldn't seem to shake. Rolling to her side, she glared at the phone with its ringing face and caller ID declaring the caller was restricted. She picked up the phone, resistant to answering as she glanced toward the wall clock. 3 a.m.? 3? Who called anyone at 3 in the morning? Bailey was home and Cady's parents were supposed to be launching on their cruise any day now. The call went to voicemail and she sighed as she moved to set the phone back down on the mattress by her pillow. Without her husband, the bed was too large and Cady often found herself lost in the center as she sought some escape from the gruesome reality her life had taken on. She sighed, staring at the clock. How long would it take her to fall back to sleep now? The jarring mid-chorus ring startled her again. A repeat call? She flopped to her back and pulled the phone in front of her face. Swiping the answer key under the restricted tag, Cady glared into the dark toward the ceiling. Do you know what time it is? Did you do it? Did you forward your mail like I told you? Jackson's sultry tone snapped Cady from the pre-dawn confusion she was still wrapped up in. She'd never heard his voice before, but she'd recognize him no matter what time he called or what he sounded like. His words, their chilling meaning, shook her to the core. He was serious. And she'd never been more terrified. Cady worked to control her breathing and her temper. How did you get this number? She wasn't listed, and she'd replaced her phone number not too long ago. How had he gotten it? Focusing on that issue would help her regulate her reaction to what his call was really about. Jackson's soft laugh riddled the line. I'm smart, Cady Moss. It's not hard to find out anything about people these days. I just didn't do it before since we had agreed to be anonymous before. I took that seriously. When you emailed me about your husband, well, that took off the need for anonymity. All bets are off now, aren't they? His laugh faded, and he returned to a business-as-usual tone. Did you do what I said? I need to make sure. I'm stocked up. I have forwarded my mail. I ripped the mailbox down and there is a gate across my driveway. We don't put fences in up here because of restrictions in place, but the woods are thick enough and more of a deterrent than any picket fence would be. She bit off the list with accuracy and stoicism. He had no idea what he was doing to her, or he did, and he didn't care. It was probably the latter. A man that would set out to completely wipe the world clean of human existence couldn't have a shred of empathy inside him. How had she been so wrong for so long? You have time for maybe 1 or 2 more trips to the store. I wouldn't take more than that, Cady. I'll call you 5 days after the last set of instructions arrives. His voice filled with giddiness as he talked. Who knows? I might call you before that. I'm finding that the world is my playground and soon, I'll control everything. Jackson, please. Don't do this. Cady rubbed her eyes. She didn't want to start crying, but he wasn't just talking about destroying the world, he was talking about destroying her world, her daughter, Bailey, her parents, Scott, and so many more. Her desperation to keep it from happening warbled her voice. Tears dripped from her eyes into her hair. Cady's anger couldn't surpass the fear welling inside her. Deep down, she knew it didn't matter what she said, or what she did. Jackson was too far gone. But she had to hope. At that point in time, that's all she had to hold on to. Sighing, Jackson hardened his voice like he was talking to a child and delivering a tough love speech. Cady, you know, we have to do this. You know it. Don't try to make things harder than they need to be. Maybe she had affected him, gave him pause. We can lead a revolution. We can create awareness, or something. I don't know. She racked her mind, looking for ideas. She had to do something. She couldn't just sit there and let him warn her and kill everyone else. Please, Jackson. I'm scared and I don't want this. He waited her out, silent longer than the sound of her voice as it faded over the line. When he spoke, his tone brought embarrassment to Cady's stomach with a painful ache. Apathy doesn't care how much awareness is out there, Cady. Come on. I'm surprised at how you're acting. This is the way it needs to be. We can't make people aware about too many babies contributing to the world. How do you ask mothers to stop having babies? You can't. I'd even be up for killing off the old once they reach a certain age, but who is going to lobby for that bill? The politicians who are already past the cutoff date? We need a reset. No, this needs to happen as a general cleansing. We can start everything over. Cady couldn't breathe and clutched at her chest with her free hand. Was she having a heart attack with the sharp stabbing pain ripping down her arms from a band-like sensation across her breastbone? She didn't reply. His voice softened and he spoke cajolingly. Come on, Cady. I've always wanted to meet you. I used to think you were a guy and now I want to meet you more, knowing you're a woman. Let's do this. We can be the last two people on Earth." He paused, the moment dragging out forever as if they waited to see who would breathe next. Jackson didn't too long before ending the call with a soft click. Cady pressed the phone against her ear long after the screen turned dark. She finally dropped it to her side on the main cover, staring into the darkness, while her tears continued to course from the sides of her eyes into her hair. Jackson was going to end the world and Cady had no way to protect Bailey or her parents. Her daughter hated her since Cady's husband, Bailey's father, Zach, had died a few weeks ago. One more thing was definitely going to rip them apart more, maybe more than would ever be fixable. Flopping onto her side, Cady stared out at the darkness. Winter would hang on a while longer, leaving them with dark hours until well after 6 in the morning. Where her house was located, they could get snow as late as June or July. Trying to close her eyes to get more rest, Cady tempered her breathing. It didn't matter how slow and even she tried to breathe in and out, her pulse was speeding and she couldn't get the chill from her skin. She would never get to sleep at that rate. Sliding from her bed, she pulled on her sweatpants, socks, and a comfortable sweatshirt. Maybe she could read downstairs and catch a nap on the couch before Bailey got up. Padding quietly down the hallway to her daughter's room, Cady peeked inside. The soft sounds of sleep almost broke her heart. It was just them. She and Bailey against the rest of the world. Because once Jackson got started, they couldn't trust anyone. That hurt more than anything. The fact that she didn't know what was going to happen was hard to swallow. She had an idea, but with Jackson, anything was possible. What was ahead for her family? What nightmares did Jackson have planned, and what could Cady do to prevent them? She'd done everything she could to be prepared, and her neighbor, Scott, was going to help with some other things. But she'd never truly believed something horrific would come, and certainly not because of her. As she carefully closed Bailey's door and returned to the stairs, Cady couldn't help wondering, how did you stop a tsunami with one sandbag? Chapter 24. Pete. I can't believe you thought of me. This is incredible. Carrie squealed again inside the 1980s Mustang with its rusty frame and supped-up engine. They'd parked at the two theater cinemas on the side without the security cameras. Pete had already checked the movie times, and the big premiere they were going to wouldn't start for another 45 minutes. He had plenty of time to do things to Carrie in that time. With how packed the movie would be, they wouldn't be able to mess around in the back row seats like they usually did. She wrinkled her nose and half-turned toward Pete with her long, bare legs bent his way. She wore a short black skirt and heels under a button-up white shirt that constrained her chest with creases where it was too tight. Carrie was a busty girl, and Pete liked that best about her. Knitting her eyebrows, she tapped the card on her white front teeth. It smells so. I can't put my finger on it. I love it. She nonchalantly unbuttoned the top few buttons of her waitressing uniform and rubbed the face of one of the cards down into her rounded cleavage. Leaning forward with an eyebrow raised in challenge, Carrie dropped her voice to match the seductive glint in her eyes. Pete, honey, can you make sure it smells okay on me? She batted her incredibly long lashes and Pete didn't stand a chance. She even thrust her chest toward him for easier access. He leaned forward, holding her gaze until he dipped his face into the softness of her bosom. He inhaled the aroma from her flesh that he'd already rubbed on himself. He licked her skin, nipping at the curve above her lacy bra cup. She squealed, stretching her legs across the seat and console to wrap around his waist. He reached his hand up under her skirt, delighted to find she hadn't bothered with underwear that night. For all his nerves, Pete had made the best decision ever, stealing the perfume samples. After getting in some great front seat sex, Pete and Carrie walked hand in hand to the theater, showing their tickets at the door. Carrie clung to Pete's arm, still giddy from the gift and the reassurances he wouldn't cheat on her a 12th time. Pete rolled his eyes as he started to remember why he looked elsewhere sometimes. Carrie was great to screw, but she liked to talk a lot, and Pete, after sex, liked to just veg out. He didn't want to focus on what she'd done that day, or who had said what. He just wanted to sit and watch the movie, or whatever he was doing. Finding seats in the middle of the theater was fairly easy, since they were still 20 minutes early. "Honey, can we have some popcorn?" Carrie looked at him hopefully with a sexy little pout to her lower lip. Half distracted, Pete nodded, pushing himself to stand from the automatically folding seat. He smiled at her and pushed by her legs and the legs of a few more early watchers. He ambled toward the counter, pointing to a large bucket of popcorn and a large pop. They could just share the treats from the concession stand. It wasn't like they hadn't shared every other germ they had when they were in the car. Not for the first time, Pete had talked Carrie into not using a condom. No big deal, but he preferred it without. Plus, he knew she was on birth control. The cute cashier winked at him as she told him the price. If she wasn't careful, she'd be his number 13. He pulled out his wallet from his back pocket, unknowingly dropping one of the stray fragrance cards to the ground at his feet. Pete paid the woman, accepting the small, folded-up paper she offered him. It most likely had her number on it, and Pete was certain that as soon as he could ditch Carrie, he was going to make the cashier the next one on his list. He turned, a bit more of a bounce, to his step. Pete ignored the card he dropped on the floor. He went back to the theater to sit beside his girlfriend to daydream about the things he wanted to do the girl behind the counter. But back at the counter, at the concession where the girl had flirted so boldly with the good-looking guy, a group of teenage girls congregated for popcorn and candy. Megan was one of those girls, but she hung back, worried about getting caught having snuck out of her room to go out with her friends. She couldn't get into the mood of the evening with so much worry riding her shoulders and twisting in her gut. She glanced down, noticing that her shoelace was undone. Crouching, she tied it, spotting a familiar scene beneath the heel of her friend, Stacy. When Megan picked it up, she jumped up, clenching the card in her hands and squealing. Stacy turned, flipping her long blonde hair behind her. With a hand on her hip, she duck-lipped as she spoke. "What is wrong with you, Megan?" Megan wasn't fazed by Stacy's rudeness. They didn't like each other, and Megan didn't care. She leaned toward the other girls, ignoring Stacy and thrusting the card into the middle of the group. "Look what I just found." The girls crowded around the small card. Exclamations filled the air as they realized just what it was that Megan held. "Let me smell it first and then you guys can take turns." She dragged out the excitement as everyone waited in breathless wonder as Megan sniffed the long-awaited perfume. Something familiar about it brought another sniff and Megan smiled. "Wow." She sighed, handing the card to the next girl beside her. The moment became almost reverent as each girl quietly inhaled the aroma and then commenting about it to the girls around them. Stacy dropped her hand from her hip and stomped closer to Megan after everyone had taken a turn. "Aren't you going to let me smell?" Of course, that question had to drive Stacy nuts, and Megan didn't mind holding out a moment longer. But with everyone watching, she couldn't be too catty. Holding out the card, Megan smiled beatifically. "Sure." But she made Stacy smell it while Megan held it. There had to be some control when holding the end of the world in your hands. Chapter 25. Jackson. The Ford Bronco Jackson had purchased screamed tough with its sharp lines and dark colors. He'd opted out of two-tone and couldn't help putting a white sticker of the universal sign of pandemic in the left corner of his limousine-tinted rear window. All of the windows were tinted almost black. The sticker stood out at 7 inches along each triangular side. The 3 crescent-style circles filled his chest with pride. He couldn't tell anyone besides Cady, but the sticker was like his manifesto, his declaration that they all would die. A brand he wished he could stamp into every person's forehead. Anyone who saw the sticker would be dead in no time. He couldn't wait. As soon as the sun was completely up, he'd be able to focus more on the details of the drive. As it was, he could only admire the sticker with the light from his penlight. He hated that the symbolism would be lost on everyone. Well, he would tell Cady and she would get it, that was more than enough for him. Jackson had regretted angering her. He just wanted to make sure she was safe. He didn't want her to die. He wanted her with him. He no longer wanted to give her the choice to take the vaccine. If he could get there and not mess up his timeline, he would go straight to her house and give the shot to her himself, even if he had to hold her down. Of course, she was angry and didn't want to go through with their plans. Jackson had been planning things for years. He'd had time to grow accustomed to the idea of the world being empty. He liked considering that he was returning the world to a virgin-like state. Cady hadn't had time to assimilate what it would mean. She probably had friends she wanted to protect. Once she saw the beauty of the empty world, she wouldn't be angry anymore. Jackson knew her. They were close. He was closer to her than anyone. He was only 22 hours from the Canadian border. From what he understood, Cady was 2 hours closer. As he made his way north to her, he had to stop and check out his accomplishments. Plus, delaying the momentous meeting gave him a shiver of anticipation. He was fast burning through with the virus and Plan B. Pulling out his paper planner, Jackson checked the timeline once more, shining the beam of his penlight onto the page. His commercial packages couldn't be triggered for final delivery to malls and main shopping stores until after the plane, cruise lines, and hotels received their deliveries. The only way to get global without paying the atrocious shipping charges was to go tourist traps first. Las Vegas, Disneyland, Orlando, and Chicago had been main sites to ship to. He couldn't remember if he'd chosen New York or not, but no big deal if he hadn't. They'd been through enough terrorism acts in the past, he wasn't sure anything would get through their security. It didn't matter, the airlines all ran into New York and that was good enough for Jackson. Plus, the first shipment was wrapped in plastic and manageable. That hadn't required special labels and shipping authorization. He had a fully stocked mail-order list going out with a Sunday paper soon as well as a paid circular. Both would go out the week following the release into the airports. He had things staged a specific way, so to maximize the spread of the virus as well as to make sure no cracks were left unchinked. The second shipment, the shipment of Plan B, wanted to give him an ulcer. Double wrapped in aluminum and then a plastic case, he'd had to pay extra to get it through multiple ports of delivery. They had already been shipped to their final destinations with explicit instructions not to be opened until a date set 2 weeks in the future. The half-life on Plan B was less than 6 weeks. Everyone would be dead before that expiration date. He couldn't wait to see if that phase worked. Pocketing the final packet of cash he'd gotten with another loan he'd taken out, Jackson climbed onto the step of the Bronco to look over his items once more. He couldn't even keep track of all the loans he'd taken out. If his plan didn't work out, he'd be in so much debt, his eyeballs would roll. No one would be alive in a month to pay back anyway. If things didn't work out, well, they would. He had procedures in place to make sure no one found out in time. The only person he'd told was Cady. Every other person that had been involved believed they'd participated in producing the world's next great fragrance. Jackson had gone to such lengths to protect his plan, even his cell phone was restricted. He'd given the number to his parents, but other than that, no one would be alive soon to call. If Cady took the vaccine, Jackson had a chance at going through this with someone he could get along with. If she didn't, he had plans in place. He didn't want to be alone. He lowered himself from the height of the rig, the slosh of his boots in the snow loud in the silence. After rounding the back of the Bronco, Jackson slipped into the front driver's seat. He turned on the engine, thinking back to the phone call with Cady. Of course, she'd tried to convince him to go a different route. Change was scary. They had made terrifyingly awesome plans. He couldn't let them go to waste. If he stopped his plan now, no, it wasn't even an option. Maybe 6 weeks ago, at the latest, he could have stopped it, but not today. Not yesterday. The world was screwed and Cady needed to get on board. He checked his phone, swiping across to Cady's email. He'd been monitoring it since he'd grabbed her IP address. She hadn't contacted anyone since he'd first told her, nothing in and nothing out. Even her tutoring messages had been mundane, business as usual. He'd found pictures of her and what looked like a younger sister online. He could see that would be a problem, but sisters came and went. Look at his own. He couldn't wait to see the world rid of his siblings. Jackson was sure Cady would feel the same way. Cady was gorgeous. Jackson couldn't wait for the next phase to begin with her. Once he sent out the cure, he could search for her. She would have had to make the final choice by then. Hopefully, she chose him. His happy ever after required her to do so. That and the end of the world. He turned on the stereo, grinning at the sign the universe sent him in the form of REM's "It's the End of the World." He hummed as he passed by his mom's driveway. No reason to stop and say anything. He wouldn't have to deal with the pressures of family or anything else soon. Life was looking good. Chapter 26. Scott. Scott's caller ID read Cady as the phone buzzed on his nightstand. 4:00 in the morning? Why would she call him so early unless something had happened? A sense of panic began to build. Had the virus been released? He'd been there for her, through her husband's death, the funeral, the drama with her daughter, and then the bomb she dropped on him about the end of the world coming. He knew she was into prepping to survive the end of the world as they knew it. He just hadn't expected her to tell him the end was coming sooner than anyone knew, or that she knew the guy bringing it on. Wasn't that like saying your friend was the devil? Scott took a deep breath and picked up the phone, swiping the answer icon to the side. He leaned back on his pillow, staring out the window at the moonless sky. Cady, what's going on? Scott, I'm sorry to call so early. Cady paused and it sounded like she took a breath, a slight hiccup carrying over the line. It's going to start. I just got a call from him. I need you to make sure you're ready. Her voice broke on a sob filled with disbelief. Are you still going to warn the HOA? Was he? The HOA was full of Californians who had moved up to North Idaho and increased taxes, cost of living, and so much more. Every time he turned around, Scott felt like he was defending his way of life from people who wanted to change everything. But was that enough to condemn people to what Cady had promised was coming? I'm not sure. I know I mentioned it, but would they believe me? I'm not exactly the one they come to for political information or tips on survival. Scott sighed. He lowered his voice, staring up into the dark of his room. I'm worried about my family in Boise. I asked them to start this way, but they don't think anything is really going to happen. I'm not exactly reliable for solid information since I keep warning them about conspiracies that never pan out. That we know about. Cady always believed him. She always prepared for the worst based on what Scott warned her about, real or not. For the most part, he'd done what she'd told him to, but there were things, like not going out into the public, that he just couldn't commit to. He couldn't figure out why he was so hesitant to follow her directions, to do what she warned him to do. He set his jaw and decided that he was going to believe her, just like she always believed him. A long silence stretched between them filled with so many questions and doubts. Scott cleared his throat, tugging at the comforter across his legs. How are you doing? Her forced joviality convinced Scott she didn't quite have a grasp on things, and that she was more worried than he was. I'm okay. I need to get a few more items. Do you need anything? She paused, as if she was nervous to say more. After a second, she continued, the somber bend to her tone added a whispery breath to her SS. I'm serious, Scott, don't accept anything from anyone after today. At least by mail. I was told just a few more days, and we would need to stay inside. No more chances. The warning sent a shiver of dread through him. I know. Would it be safer to consolidate our homes so we can rely on each other better? He wanted to ask her to be with him. He didn't care that her husband had died not too long ago. If things were going to get worse, they needed each other. Not yet. Her voice dropped all the way into a whisper. Was that a hint of a promise? Scott didn't want to miss out on a chance he'd been waiting years for. He could miss out on it if he didn't man up. He had to grab opportunities while he could. He had to. We need to talk about us. Cady. I know it's early, but what if something happens? I need you to know. Scott, my husband just died. Let's talk about this later, okay? Cady's pain was palpable. Scott nodded, but didn't back off just yet. The intimacy of the moment was hard to let go as they spoke on the phone like teenagers in the dark. What if there is no later? I can't right now. Let's plan to talk later, okay? I can plan on that. Then we'll have to make it. She choked on the final words, not waiting for his answer. She hung up, not even waiting for him to say goodbye. Scott had pushed her. He recognized the pressure he'd put her under, but some things needed to be pushed. He didn't put the phone down. Instead, he made a late-night call himself. The phone rang. On the other end, the party answered, her voice sluggish and caught up in sleep. Mom? It's Scott. Sorry to call so early. He gave her a moment to fully wake up. I need you to come up this way as soon as possible. Don't pack anything, just get up here. He didn't even hide the panic growing in his voice. He couldn't do it. He had to get them up to his home. He had a sick feeling it was too late, but that didn't matter. He had to try. His mom yawned. Oh, honey. We just can't right now. Jason got a job and your sister is at the end of her pregnancy. We think it's a girl. She won't get an ultrasound, but you know how Stephanie is. The thing is, we're planning on heading up, but not right now. Everyone's plan is next year. Is everything else okay? She hadn't heard him, not the desperate truth in his words. Scott didn't understand what was happening, but he knew the virus Cady had warned him about was going to be big and it was coming. Cady's too early of a call had him panicking before he'd even gotten out of bed. Mom, I'm worried there won't be a next year. I really wish you would come up. I know, honey. I miss you, too. If you don't stop watching those prepper videos or reading those prepper books, you're going to give yourself panic attacks. I've seen it happen. Try to get some sleep. I worry about you. Not half as much as Scott worried about them. They ended their call and Scott rolled to his side, his eyes wide open. How was he supposed to keep his family safe if they wouldn't listen to him? Chapter 27. Cady. The next morning took its time arriving. Cady stared at the floor, already showered and dressed as she sat on the edge of the couch and waited for normal business hours to roll around. Once the wall clock told 7 a.m., she rushed to the car and climbed in, starting the engine. Pulling up to the gate, she let the motor warm up as she opened the long metal cattle gate. She got back in the car and pulled forward, parked, shut the gate, and drove off again. No point in having a gate if she wasn't going to use it. Plus, leaving Bailey at home without blocking out society would be dumb. Cady was anything but stupid. On the salt-sprinkled road into town, Cady held her speed at 3 miles above the limit. She pulled out her phone and dialed her cousin at the FBI office in downtown Coeur d'Alene. Benedict answered his phone on the third ring. Benedict. Benny, it's Cady. I need to meet with you for an early breakfast. She wasn't demanding, but she wouldn't take no for an answer and her tone made that clear. She glanced in her rearview mirror, then back to the road. Cady. I heard about Zach. Cynthia was really upset. I hope you're doing good. I have an opening next week, will that work? His tone was friendly, but professional. Papers rustled in the background as if he checked a calendar Cady knew he didn't have. She shook her head. No. That won't work. Today. I'll meet you at the Iron Horse in 20 minutes. If you don't show up, I'll come to the office, sound good? She didn't wait for him to answer and hung up. Benny didn't want her at the office. None of the officials did. She didn't have the best history, and she was willing to make a point of reminding them all of that. Cady maneuvered through the streets in no time, grateful for once that the Californians who moved to North Idaho didn't know how to drive well in the inclement weather and for the most part stayed indoors or ditches during the cold months. She parked in front of the green awning building down on Sherman in downtown Coeur d'Alene. She was a few minutes early, but didn't mind. Inside, she asked for a booth in the corner and waited for Benny to show up. He wasn't even 30 seconds late as he walked in with a tight suit and tie fitted snugly to his form. He'd kept himself in shape as not even a slight bulge betrayed the crisp lines of his white shirt. Sliding into the seat across from her, he held his expression neutral in otherwise nondescript features. "What's going on? How's Bailey?" He folded his hands above the table, leaning his elbows on the linoleum-like surface. Was it possible for a table to look like a floor? Cady shrugged, unwilling to fill the space between them with platitudes. Her father is dead. She's not doing great, but she's young. She'll survive. Because she refused to believe otherwise. Benedict shifted uncomfortably while Cady stared him down. "I'm not here because of that. I have news that someone is releasing a virus for eradication purposes." Cady maintained a normal volume and nonchalance, using her own professional demeanor to pass along just how important the meeting was. Benedict glanced around, pushing his hands flat against the table. He tucked his chin. "Is this like the AIDS scare you released in college, Cady?" He arched his eyebrows at her, his voice almost a whisper but strong with warning. Cady fought the shame wanting to storm through her. He'd shaken her. She'd expected it, and with his first question, she'd succumbed. How would she be taken seriously if she couldn't hold it together? She shook her head. "No. I didn't. I mean, that was nothing like this. That was a dumb prank." She'd been trying to gain points with a sorority she was trying to get into. She had used her microbiology interests to create a university-wide scare, and she'd gotten arrested instead. The sorority didn't let her in. That was when she'd turned toward the forums and met Jackson. She sighed. "You can't keep bringing that up, Benny. I'm going to talk to Aunt Judy and tell her what you're doing." Cady pursed her lips. He was family, and she wasn't above pulling any punches. She leaned close, her eyes narrowed. "Benny, you have to believe me. This isn't a joke. I'm terrified. It's going to happen. I'm not sure what exactly the steps are, but I can promise you, it will spread across the world." Benedict stared at his hands, unable to look at Cady. He finally nodded. "I can see you're scared. But no one is going to believe you, or me." He shook his head sadly as resolution straightened his shoulders. He glanced up, terror in his own eyes. "You believe me?" Cady leaned back, resting her hands in her lap. "I know you. I know when you're lying. This isn't one of those times." He sighed, checking the cuffs of his shirt and trying to appear unaffected, but his fear came off him in waves. "How bad is it?" Cady wiped under her eyes. Between Zach's death and the new developments from Jackson, she constantly had tears coming out, and she wasn't a crier. "It's supposed to wipe out 75%. Benny's voice came in a soft whisper. "When?" "I'm not sure. Weeks? Days? You should know, he altered smallpox with chickenpox. He did something. I'm not sure. I'm still trying to go through all of the notes. There's something in there, a weakness, but I'm only a third of the way through our notes, and it's been a while since I've been in the industry. Things have changed. Is there a cure?" Benny turned hopeful eyes toward Cady, his hands clenched above the table, and he slid them out of view into his lap. "No. I doubt it. He wants to wipe out the population. I wouldn't trust a cure, if there was one." She shook her head and reached across the table for him, but his hands weren't there. There was no connection, and she didn't want to believe that she had no other option. Please, take this seriously. What does he want? Can we negotiate? As reality dawned on Benny's face, Cady realized she had only made things worse for him instead of helping him. No. It's hopeless. I've tried everything. If you believe me and you thought there was a chance, who would you tell? Who would believe you? Will you warn anyone? Cady held her breath. Could he tell someone who could stop it? Did Benny have that power? There's no one to believe me. Trust me. I'm not high enough up. I am a no one. None of us are big enough in this office. He stared at the lines of the table as Cady's heart sank. He reached across the table and grabbed her hands. His eyes intent as he searched her face. How do we protect our families? She had to ignore the fact that she knew his wife, his kids. Cady had to push a stone into the place her heart was. She shrugged. I don't know. Get out of town and stay as rural as you can. If there's any way to cut off your contact with people, do it. Don't wait. Do we? Benny pulled from her, placing his hands in his lap. He looked as lost as Cady felt. I don't know. She scrunched her lips to the side and dug her fingernails into her palm. She was letting everyone down. Her failure was the end. How could she go gracefully into the night when her failure would hurt so many? Chapter 28. Bailey. Listening to her mother's constant crying at night was taking its toll. Bailey was tired and burnt out from all the sadness in the house. She didn't want to face the fact that Dad was dead, and the last thing she wanted to think about was the virus her mother kept talking about. Walking around in a depressed slump, Bailey's mother was just looking out for herself. She was the one who had encouraged the guy with the virus. Cady should be in jail. But every time Bailey's thoughts turned that way, she shrank from pursuing it further. If what her mom was saying was true, Bailey needed Cady around more than she wanted to admit. When the phone had rang that early, Bailey hadn't been sleeping. She couldn't. Rest came for her in short spurts. She had to pretend to be awake and chipper when she was around anyone else, Scott, Mom, anyone. At least she could get out and be around her friends that day for lunch. As much as Cady kept saying she shouldn't leave the house, she also mentioned that there were a few more days left before quarantine would set in. Whatever that was. Bailey waited until the gravel crunched under her mom's tires before climbing from bed. She didn't have anywhere to go that early. Not if the world was going to end any minute. Did her mother really believe that they shouldn't help anyone? That was just more than Bailey could comprehend, that and the fact that her own mother was involved in the virus creation or whatever she'd called it. None of it made sense. As long as she could remember, Bailey had been told to tell someone in authority and she was scared or when there was something wrong. Who did she tell? Her mom's warnings about the sickness scared her. At least enough she didn't want to leave the house without a plan. She wanted to warn her friends at lunch. That was the only reason she was going. Plus, her mother was the only person she knew in authority who would understand what was happening. First thing she had to ask herself was who she wanted to warn, which led to who she wanted to survive. Well, everyone, of course. She didn't want anyone to die. Well, except for Marilee. That girl was just a bad egg. And the fact that she kept pushing Bailey's best friend, Becky, around didn't make things any better. Pulling on her pants and shirt, Bailey looked out the window. She watched the Polish rooster crow at the feeble sun. Okay, she had to make a plan. When she told her friends that day, she had to be able to tell them what to do. What would she say? How would they react? Would they hug her and thank her for warning them? Would they cry and rush home to tell their parents? It wasn't every day you heard the world was going to end. Unless you lived in Bailey's house. Then, yeah, you heard it every day. Chapter 29. Megan. Megan didn't remember much from the night before. She rubbed the back of her neck as she blinked at the sun streaming through the sheer pink window curtains in her room. Since she'd gone to the movies late over a week ago, she'd gotten bolder and bolder, staying out later and leaving almost every night. A rash of bumps climbed up the back of her neck, her fingers hesitating as she discovered each one. She rolled to her side, away from the morning light, and stared at the mint green carpet. The movement brought on a bout of nausea. Megan didn't remember drinking anything the night before. She had a huge biology test that morning, and she distinctly remembered telling Stacy to stop handing her cup she wasn't going to drink from. A knock on the door brought her hands up to her chin, clutching the wadded blanket. Yeah. Her throat hurt and had a distinct scratch to her tone. Her mom pushed the door open, peeking inside with a gentle smile. "Honey, are you feeling okay? Breakfast has been on the table for a while. Didn't you hear me call you?" Megan blinked. She tried to swallow, but the throat felt tight and it was easier to just leave the gathering saliva in her mouth. "I didn't. I'm sorry, Mom. I really don't feel good." She didn't mention the fact that her stomach was cramping and that any moment she might not make it to the bathroom, but she also didn't want to move. Everything suddenly hurt and the ache was almost too much to ignore. Her mom rushed forward, pressing her palm gently against her forehead and then down the side of her cheek. "You're not overly warm, but you do have. Wait, are those chickenpox?" Bending closer, she inspected Megan's neck, brushing the hair from her nape. "Well, I guess vaccines don't work. It looks like you have the chickenpox. I'll call the doctor and see if he can make a house visit. I'd hate to expose everyone at his office. If he can't, maybe he can slip us in the back door." She settled on the side of Megan's bed. "It looks like you're out of school for the next 2 weeks, kiddo. I'll see if I can get some time off work to stay with you, but I need to go in today. Will you be all right?" Megan just wanted to sleep. She nodded carefully, uncertain what movements would hurt and which ones wouldn't. "I'm good, thanks, Mom. I just want to sleep, to be honest." Nothing mattered in that moment but closing her eyes again. Odd how fast her symptoms had come on. She hadn't even felt sick the night before or when she'd snuck back into her room. The bumps along the back of her neck were starting to itch with an underlying burn. Megan didn't care. She just wanted to go back to sleep. Her mother left for work without washing her hands. She took the train into the city, crowded into a packed car and coughing in the general direction of her shoulder, like she was trying to cover her mouth. Chapter 30. Cady. Venturing out took courage Cady wasn't sure she had, but she forced herself to leave the Iron Horse anyway. Part of her had hoped Benedict would tell her that he would get it taken care of and she wouldn't have anything to worry about. Maybe he would say she'd done a great job and that the world was saved because of her. Of course, that was foolish thinking. Those were the hopes and wishes of a desperate woman who had nothing else to hold on to. She'd left her house that morning with the certainty that Benedict would be able to fix everything, like a last ace in the hole. It had been easier to leave. Easier to walk into the restaurant. Now, though, driving wasn't a big deal. Her black expedition traversed the late winter roads with ease. When her husband, Zach, had died, the accident had totaled their car, but she had a 4-wheel drive SUV she took out when he wasn't home. He hated the bulky size of the vehicle, preferring sleeker models when he drove a truck all week. Cady liked the safety of the larger vehicle and the boxy style looked tough, something a woman wouldn't shirk when she was out driving by herself. The size along with the great storage options made it easy to want to keep. No, the driving wasn't the hard part. Parking in a spot at the end of the lot wasn't hard either. A lot of people seemed to be out that day, shopping for the weekend, perhaps as they pushed carts from their car to the store or vice versa. No, the hard part for Cady was reaching for the handle and pushing the door open. Climbing out of the car and closing the door on the relative safety of its interior was more difficult than she thought it would be. For all she knew, Jackson had already released the disease. Any number of the people walking from their cars or from the store could already be carriers. Her hands shook as she lifted her remote and locked her car. A double beep let her know it was done. Taking a deep breath, she glanced around at the people huddled in their coats and scarves, funneling into the opening of the warehouse store like ants into a hill. She flashed her membership card and nodded at the lady whose harrowed expression could have been Cady's. Grabbing a flat-bottomed cart designed for larger items, Cady slid into the funnel of people, passing unnecessary items she might have wanted only a month ago. But not that day. She had to fill up her truck, one last time. That was all Jackson had said she would be able to do. Did she brave a restaurant afterwards? She wasn't sure what Jackson was releasing on the world, exactly, but if his goal was population eradication, she doubted there would be an Olive Gardens or an Arby's for survivors to stop into for a break from the crazy. If the virus was even remotely based off a pox virus, they were in for an awful form of a plague that wouldn't need long to evolve around antibiotics or other medication. Cady imagined Jackson's virus as the smallpox on steroids, MSA with attitude. The thought was humorous, if it wasn't so horrific. The front left tire of the cart shook with an erratic vibration that squeaked, barely audible under the hum of the crowd. Cell phones, televisions, gold watches and computers brought a sad smile to Cady's lips. Hesitating at the books and movies, she interrupted a man with a store-logoed shirt. "Excuse me, I'm planning on loading up some carts this morning. Could you grab me a couple more? I'll pull it along behind me, but I need at least 2 more." She smiled sweetly, wishing she could tell him to get his own carts filled and run home, but after her disappointing meeting with her cousin she was aware that no matter what she said, she wouldn't help anyone there. "Of course, ma'am. I'll bring some right away." He pointed at the spot and nodded before disappearing. Cady stacked up multiple copies of every book she could reach and then some. Maybe, and this was a stretch, if there were survivors, she could trade books for items she didn't have. Honestly, she had almost everything she might need for the next 2 years, but you never knew what you would need until you couldn't drive to the store for it. The book stack rose, growing larger and larger as she stacked more and more. The employee arrived in time for Cady to grab an armful of books and drop them into the basket of one of the 2 carts he'd brought. She smiled, ducking to read his name tag. "Thanks, Carl. If you want to watch some money get spent, hang with me, and I'll put you to work." Carl nodded. "Yes, ma'am." But excitement sparked in his eyes. Cady could only imagine how different the task would be from his normal stocking routine. Sad to think he wouldn't have an opportunity to move out of his current position in life. He'd die without a chance to realize his dreams. Blinking back tears, Cady motioned toward the rest of the movies and books. "I need one of each and the CDs, too." Carl's eyebrows raised, but he didn't question as he systematically did as she instructed. The enormity of what was happening threatened to cave in on her. Every person she saw would be dead soon. Everyone. Maybe even herself. She'd only had chickenpox and shingles before. She wasn't immune to smallpox, no one those days had that immunity. Smallpox wasn't enough to kill everyone, but knowing Jackson, the twist he'd given the virus would be detrimental to survival. She wished she could see what he'd done. Just get her fingers on his plans, his formulas. Twisting her lips to the side, Cady swallowed back the warning and fear screaming through her. She had to stay calm. Get through what she needed. Glancing at her watch, she decided to give herself no more than 2 hours. No more than 4 baskets. She had to finish and secure her family, or what was left of it, at home. Following that train of thought wasn't a good one to go down. But as she continued filling the basket nearest her, she couldn't help worrying about her parents. Her dad and his cancer with her mother, who was a little overly optimistic at times, and unrealistic at others, didn't stand a chance. Why was Margie taking David anywhere and he had stage 4 cancer? He was dying. Cady shook her head and led the way down another aisle. She was starting to collect a crowd of onlookers who had obviously never seen anyone shop with 4 carts before. Well, gawk away. If nothing else, Cady could deliver one last thing for them to talk about. After buying as much of the canned goods, first aid items, and anything else she could grab, Cady thanked the store employees who had helped her, watching as they hooked a new trailer she had to buy from them to load everything into. Her expedition was large, but her 4 carts had turned into 6. Her purchase had been desperate as she'd spent as much money as she could. Jackson had said it was her last chance to shop. She was taking him seriously. She called Scott after stopping at Subway and ordering sandwiches to take back to her daughter. Scott, she glanced behind her at the growing traffic and then looked forward. We need to talk. Sure. Is everything? Scott sighed. He was already tired of the topic and of her saying they needed to talk. Cady wished there was something else she was calling about, but there wasn't. We have no more time. I tried warning the FBI, but there's nothing they can do. Or would do at that point. Benedict believed her, which didn't mean much when no one would believe him. She took a deep breath and gripped the steering wheel with her free hand. I wasn't completely honest with you earlier. I mean, I was honest, but I held back the urgency of this situation. Even though she'd told him about it, she hadn't been as forthcoming as to what exactly was happening. Look, I was hoping the FBI would tell me they could stop it or that someone was already working on a cure or something. That was my last hope. Last hope for what? Scott's question hung between them. It was my last hope that I wasn't right. So, here's the thing. Jackson has always been erratic. He said the virus would be released in a few weeks, but I'm not sure what that means exactly. A few weeks from yesterday? A few weeks from the email? Or is it already out for delivery and it has nothing to do with actual delivery dates? The thing is, we need to treat it like it's already out. She bit her lip, pressing the gas as the light turned green. I was planning on finishing up some purchases today. What's the time frame, if you don't think he's being honest? Scott turned into all business and Cady appreciated he kept emotions out of it. Talking in the early hours of the morning had been too safe for intimacy. She wasn't ready for that, especially when he'd most likely be dead soon. Honestly? I wouldn't push it past this afternoon, but if I was strapped for time, I would say 5 days, give or take. I don't know for sure. I'm so frustrated. Her breath hitched. She had to hold it together. She couldn't look at the cars around her and see the passengers as people. She had to ignore them. Take them for granted. As far as she was concerned, she had to pretend they weren't there or that she couldn't notice when suddenly they really weren't. Why are you frustrated? I'm more afraid than anything. And the fear was evident in his voice. Cady nodded, even though he couldn't see her. I can't stop any of this. I can't get a hold of Jackson. I can't save you or Bailey. I don't know what to do to make this all better. Email him. Call the number he called you from. Scott demanded action, but no more than Cady expected from herself. She pulled in front of another car as she fought for the exit. Traffic was only going to get worse the more people that moved north. If things weren't gone by then. Every time he calls me, it's from a restricted number. I can try emailing him again, but he's determined. Are you sure there's no cure? A tapping sound echoed behind Scott like he used a hammer on something. No. No cure. He wants to kill the population. Cady couldn't be more sure of Jackson's goals. As she worked through his emails, nothing was closer to the truth. How had she never understood how real it was for him? She'd always assumed he was wrapped up in the moment, determined to vent and be greater than everyone, but normally people grew out of that mentality. Cady had. I'm surprised he's settling for the 75% mortality rate you mentioned. Maybe you could suggest more time to work on the efficacy of the virus or whatever he's using. Scott clawed at straws like Cady had. At the exit's red light, Cady glanced to the car to her right. A small child in a car seat bobbed her doll up and down on her knee. She moved her head and pigtails moved with her movement. Cady considered Scott's statement. She'd been so sure her dread burgeoned in chest at the thought of what Jackson was up to. But as the reality of where her fear came from struck a nerve deep down inside her gut, she swallowed back the vomit crawling up her throat. Jackson had a larger plan in place, and he would never settle for a 3/4 success rate. He just wouldn't do that. He had to already have something in place to round his number closer to 3 digits. She swallowed again, licking her lips as she pressed her foot on the accelerator when the light turned green. Grimly, she replied. What makes you think he has settled for anything? Chapter 31. Cady. Closing the gate after she pulled into her drive, Cady blinked back more tears as the chilly winds of another storm blew whispers of cold across her cheeks. She wouldn't open the gates again, unless she was ready to bug out, and then the gate would be closed a last time for who knew how long. She didn't want to think like that, as thoughts of the end were more abysmal than the concept of dying with everyone else. Cady climbed into her rig and pulled forward on the loop driveway until she was even with the porch and garage. Unloading was going to take some time, especially without any help. Her phone beeped. She swiped open her phone screen and glanced at the text, stomping on the brakes as she glared at the message from Bailey. I'm hanging out with friends for the last hurrah. I'll be home later. Taking a deep breath, Cady tried to understand that Bailey needed time to say goodbye. Cady, as an adult, was having a hard time processing what was happening and what she knew. Bailey couldn't be expected to understand everything easily. Short of drugs, drinking, and time with boys, Cady couldn't limit much of what Bailey was going to do in the next day or two. After Bailey got back, Cady would have to explain that the timetable had changed. Cady had failed everyone and the FBI couldn't do anything. At least she could say she tried. But could she? What if she got on Facebook or email and warned everyone? Because she would be ignored. People were always ignoring true news in favor of the sensations like videos, commercials, memes, and commercials about perfume. Bailey was going to hate hearing she wouldn't be allowed to go out again. Pulling in front of the house, Cady checked her phone once more for a message from her parents. It wouldn't kill her mother to call her back, would it? It might just kill her not to. How was Cady going to explain to Bailey she didn't have any more time with her friends? Even worse would be coming up with the mechanisms to keep Bailey at their place. Her daughter knew the neighbors, and she knew where they lived and how to ride a bike. She could leave on her own while Cady slept or any number of times. Watching Bailey was going to become a full-time job, and Cady was nervous for what that meant. If she had to chain her down, she would, but she wasn't looking forward to it. Unloading her purchases was disorderly as Cady just pulled what she could reach from the trailer and from the back of the car and stacked them in a disorganized pile. Each time she loaded more on top, she found she had to shove the growing stack away from the edge where it would fall into the dirt. The rumble of an engine coming up the drive surprised Cady, and she turned to face the approaching vehicle. Squinting toward the windshield, she couldn't make out the face of the driver, but Bailey's tear-streaked face was easy to identify as she climbed from the front seat. She turned back and ground out through tight teeth. Thanks for the ride. I'll close the gate. The driver must have said something because Bailey rolled her eyes. Yeah, I'm not the type to say I told you so, but when you're dead? Just remember me saying it. She slammed the door shut and spun on her heel. The truck revved off, a black cloud of exhaust spewing from the rear pipe. Hadn't Bailey just left? Cady waited until the sound of the motor disappeared in the distance. Bailey moved to stand on the porch, putting her bag on the boards at her feet. She swiped at her cheeks and forced a cheerful expression. More stuff? I'll help. Cady stared at Bailey. She was going to help? Clearing her throat, Cady nodded in the direction of the absent truck. What happened? Didn't you just leave to go hang out with them? We were down at the cafe. I texted you when we got there. They didn't believe me. None of my friends. I tried warning them, but they laughed and made fun of me. Becky's brother brought me back. She rolled her eyes, brown mascara streaking her cheeks, and sniffed. Did you hear from Grandma and Grandpa yet? Shaking her head and turning back to the job of unloading, Cady hid her wince. Not yet. They're supposed to be on their cruise sometime this week or next. I can't get through to their cell. Sometimes it goes straight to voicemail and sometimes it rings a few times before going there. Pretty soon, I'll have filled up their inbox. Lightly chuckling like she wasn't freaking out, Cady didn't know what else to say. She'd texted more than a couple times an hour, but her mom was ignoring her. None of that boded well for their survival in the upcoming weeks and months. If Cady could just get them to her place, come back, they could weather the storm together. Even taking care of David would be better at Cady's place than on a cruise ship. Bailey and Cady worked alongside each other, their breath puffing in front of them in small wisps of white that disappeared quickly in the humid air. Hey, Mom. Bailey continued without waiting for Cady to reply. Why was Dad so mad all the time? You guys fought so much, but he wasn't here enough for you to make him mad. She stopped transferring boxes from the trailer to the porch and furrowed her brow at Cady with her hands on her hips. Cady stopped, matching her daughter's expression and hanging her arms limply at her sides. She would have to face her weaknesses sooner or later. Honestly, he wasn't mad at me or anything here at home. He thought his job defined him. Like he wasn't good enough as a truck driver, and that's just not true. Why isn't it true? Becky's dad is an orthodontist and he said if she doesn't go to school to become a doctor or something, she's no daughter of his. Bailey bit her lip. Is that how Dad felt about me? Cady shook her head, disgusted with that mentality. Absolutely not. There's only value in how you treat others. That's what matters. Service, empathy. These are the things that define what type of a person you are. An orthodontist probably won't be able to do much in the end of the world, but that doesn't mean he can't be kind or serve others then. Cady reached out and pulled Bailey against her side. What's empathy? Bailey didn't pull away like normal, and Cady reveled in the connection with her daughter. It's when you understand how someone or a group of someone's feel. We try to understand where they come from. It's more important to understand people than to feel bad for them, which is pity. Snowflakes drifted down, snagging Cady's attention. She groaned. Looks like we're going to get more snow. Can you run out and make sure the gate is closed, please? Sure. Bailey took a few steps toward the driveway gate, then turned back. Hey, Mom. I'm sad that Dad's dead. Is it normal to be sad so long? She bit her lip, tears welling in her eyes again. Cady nodded, a sad grin hard to hold on lips that just wanted to frown. Oh, yes. I'm sad, too. It's totally normal. I wish I could make things better for you. She wished she could go back to the start of the year and change everything that had happened. But wishes weren't real and hopes were just like whispers in the night. Bailey shook her head, fighting back tears as she sobbed. She worked her words out, like struggling to say them but having to at the same time. I was mad, you were alive and he wasn't. Her voice choked on a whimper. I know. I felt the same way. Cady wrinkled her nose. She didn't blame Bailey for feeling that way. Her daughter's words hurt, but the young girl obviously needed to get them off her chest. I'm sorry, Mom. I don't really feel that way. Bailey's shoulders shook as she hunched forward and Cady stepped close to pull her back into her embrace. It's okay. You don't need to apologize for your feelings. I understand. Cady understood. Tell you what. I'm going to meet Scott here this afternoon and he's going to teach me how to shoot and how to handle the guns we have. Want to join us? Bailey wrinkled her nose. She cocked her head to the side. Do you think we could print off Marilee's face to shoot at it? Cady rolled her eyes and shook her head. Girl, you are bad. Dwelling on the way things had happened around Zach wasn't good for either of them. Getting it off their chests was. How could Cady condemn Bailey when Cady had felt the same way? Chapter 33. Cady. Thanks for this girls' night, Mom. I wish. Bailey blinked back regretful tears that Cady wished she could take away. I know. I feel the same way. It's a helpless feeling, isn't it? Cady tried keeping a light-hearted feeling in her tone, but she was running out of her own sanity. Cady knew exactly what Bailey was going through. Cady didn't want to keep secrets from her friends, but what would she tell them? They didn't have enough time to prepare for something she'd been warning them of for years. Well, not that particular incident exactly, but more like the likelihood of something similar happening. She would only create a panic, if they even believed her. The reality was, Cady had a real chance of facing an even worse incident with her friends than Bailey had. That was terrifying in itself. Green numbers on the DVD player's digital clock flashed 10:32 p.m. Cady rubbed her eyes. Wow, it's late. Pride and Prejudice always makes me feel better. Cady ignored the stack of new movies they'd brought in the afternoon before. They had both needed the comfort of something familiar and painstakingly classic. Plus, the shiny pile was daunting with its brand new plastic wrap reflecting the light from the lamp. There were so many and they covered the lower half of the living room wall, by the TV. Bailey rolled off the couch, grabbing her ice cream bowl and her mom's. I need to go to the bathroom. Are we going to try Sense and Sensibility next? Or are you too old to stay up that late? She wiggled her eyebrows and grinned as she strode toward the kitchen. Cady could ignore the end of the world coming, if she had a good relationship going with Bailey. Maybe Jackson was crazy, and that was all. Nothing was happening and she'd just blown a ton of money on items she didn't need. Her cell phone screen lit up, announcing a call from restricted. There was only one person who called her from a restricted line. Staring at the screen for one line of Def Leppard's song, then 2 lines, then 3, Cady's hands shook. She was mad and scared and horrified that he thought it was some kind of game. After a minute, she picked up the phone, swiping the answer button to the right and lifting it to her ear. Cady didn't say anything, staring toward the blue screen of the television as the DVD turned off. Cady, it's starting. Remember, no mail. There will be a red package within the next week sent via private courier. You'll recognize it's from me. You'll know because of the logo on it. Jackson's glee was evident and the words choked Cady's response. Jackson continued. I know. It's overwhelming. I'm sending you the vaccine, Cady. You have to take it in the next 21 days. Do you hear me? 21 days, Cady. You must mark it from now. Today is day 1. Any later and it's too late. Do you understand? His question broke her silence and she gripped the phone in both hands. Her throat was dry but she had to get the words out. Jackson. Please, don't do this. So many innocent people will die. No one is innocent. You know this. Why do you keep making me repeat it? Jackson took a steadying breath. This is good. I like that you're so caring. You know why this has to happen. You even helped with this. I'm making it happen. You need to know I'll always be there for you. I'm the protector. You're the nurturer. That is good for the future of this world. Not this. I wasn't there to cause this. This, Cady blinked back tears, her throat constricting with pain. Had he honestly just implied they were the future of the world he was destroying? You're more a part of it than you know. Remember the name? CJ180D? That's the name of our virus, Cady. Every step of the way, I've had you in my mind. This is ours. We've accomplished so much. When Cady didn't reply, Jackson's tone took on a mocking slant. Wasn't it frustrating and old Benny didn't believe you? Cady's lips fell open as she caught her breath. You know? She reached out, clenching the arm of the couch with fingers that sought to drill through the leather. A personality profile predicted you would tell someone. I had to watch and see how accurate the profile prediction was. It also predicted what you would do with the vaccine. It stated a moral, ethical, and life or death decision would be made based on your need to survive. Jackson's arrogance stung over the line. I knew what your answers would be because I know you. Cady squeezed her eyes shut at the sensation of being violated. Jackson's voice softened and became almost caressing. I'm sure you know, we'll be perfect together. I've sent you a choice. Choose me and we can rule this world together. Don't choose me and I'd hate to see what your end is like. He hung up, leaving Cady staring into the center of the living room while Bailey chattered happily from the kitchen. Choose Jackson or choose death, was there really an option? Chapter 34. Cady. Snow mounds clung to the ground with a determination Cady hadn't seen since the winter of '09. That year, the snow had reached the roof. They'd had snow on the ground clear until June and there was no spring of '09. One day it had been 32 and snowy and the next it was 88 and sweltering. Cady sipped the Rooibos vanilla tea in her favorite blue and brown pottery mug. She'd only dropped in 2 cubes of sugar, but she was starting to wish she'd done 6. She'd already started the rationing of her 1,000 pounds of sugar. She wasn't ready to start a diet and that's what it felt like already. Staring out the slider from her spot at the table, she waited for Bailey to join her. The days were already getting longer and almost unbearable with the knowledge that they shouldn't leave. Normally, staying at the house for days on end was no big deal, but that's when they had the option to stay or go. Without the option, neither of them had ever wanted to leave so bad. The sun would be down soon and the work the sun had done on to melt the snow would be undone by the freezing temperatures the night would bring. Watching the weather change was usually a pleasure for Cady. This year, however, every day that passed meant the virus was closer to spreading across the world. If it was released already, the virus was already evolving and taking what it wanted from its hosts. Bailey stomped down the stairs, her steps louder as she got closer to the table. She stopped beside Cady, folding her arms and sighing. When can we go out? The dark auburn braid hanging down Bailey's back had been carefully plaited, more so than when she planned on just staying around the house. We can't. I'm not sure for how long, Bailey. Cady was tired of her daughter's temper tantrums. She'd already told Bailey everything and there she was, circumventing everything with her demands. She had to take a calming breath and sip her tea. They were stuck in the house together. They would just have to get used to it and have a little bit more patience. She reached up to rub at her shoulder. The incessant ache from the shotgun recoil from shooting practice had left a sizable bruise in her flesh. Cady and Scott had agreed not to see each other for a few days. Cady had practiced a lot with the firearms she had and she needed a break. Cady regretted the decision to have him stay away. She had initially wanted to minimize her exposure to any germs, which meant limiting time with Scott. But, at that point, she wished he could come around and give Bailey and her a break from each other. Bailey started in again on her debate, not using anything new, which made it even more incessantly frustrating. Mom, what if it's nothing? What if all of this is just a prank? Bailey slapped her hands on her thighs and harumphed into a chair beside Cady. She folded her arms and grunted. I just talked to Becky. She said she believes me and wants to hang out tonight. Cady arched an eyebrow and lowered her mug. If she believes you, then why would she want to get together? Cady turned on her seat and set her jaw. What did you do? Tears pricked Bailey's eyes and she screwed her lips to the side. I called her. I miss her, Mom. She's my best friend. I told her you were wrong and that everything was going to be fine. Pink flooded her cheeks as she admitted what she'd done. Nodding slowly, Cady looked away from Bailey. She wasn't surprised that Bailey had denied her mother, called her a liar, said she was wrong. Isn't that what teenagers did? I'm not surprised, but I am hurt. I'm not going to lie to you. Ever. And I understand this is hard for you, but it's not like I did this. I didn't create this virus. Bailey leaned forward. But you did, right? I mean, you knew this guy, and you said you guys had made plans together over the years. You're partially to blame for this, whatever this is. Is it even real? She shrugged and slumped back again. I don't know that I believe anymore. Well, I'm not going to take that chance, to be honest. Cady shook her head and stood, leaning over Bailey with anger coming off her in waves. Just so we're clear, until this blows over, you're not leaving this house. If you make me tie you to your bed with a chain, I will. This isn't a joke. I don't care if you believe me or not. I certainly don't care if your small-minded friends believe me. A shadow crossed over Bailey's eyes, but Cady didn't care. A sporadic honking broke through the silence between them. The gate was closed and no one could get through without the key for the lock on the chain. Cady jerked from Bailey and slid her boots on at the door. She didn't grab a coat, ignoring the bite of the evening chill as it ate at the bare skin of her arms. She'd been waiting for a delivery, unsure just how he was going to pull it off. Long strides took her over the snow-pocked drive and down to the gate. The honking didn't stop until she stood behind the gate and the driver of a little red car could see her in the beam of the headlights. It was all the way dark yet, but it was working its way there. A man's voice called from the window of the car. There's a message, hold on. The sound of paper ripping replaced the insane honking and the man's voice. Cady tried to suppress her breathing as she recovered from the mad dash to the gate, over 100 yards. Maybe closer to 2, and all with a rising panic in her chest. The message says you're supposed to bleach it before you touch it. Wait, after a moment, the man cursed, then reversed out of her drive. He sped off, not leaving the message behind or any sign that it was everything she needed to know. She leaned forward, looking on either side of the gate. No package. Had he left the package or had he taken it with him? Cady gripped her throat, dread choking her breath. The package. She needed that package. The vaccine was in there. Jackson had promised her a vaccine. She and Bailey could survive this with the vaccine. She had to find that package. The man wouldn't have gotten far. She could probably catch him if she cut across the roads on the state land down the street from her. She reached out, using the post of the gate to help her turn around the end of the gate. And tripped. Landing on her hip, hard, she grunted and rolled to the side. She'd missed the brown and green camouflage-colored box. The box wasn't bigger than a pencil box, and it had been slid under the gate in the mud and the grass. Relief smoothed her panic and she scooted backward from the package. She glanced around, taking in the dimming light and the fact that there might have been more information in that message than just clean it with bleach. If that man returned for the box, there was nothing there to stop him. Cady didn't have time to run back to the house and grab bleach. She glanced around again and then yanked her t-shirt off over her head, wrapping the cotton material around the box and lifting the light package into her arms. She ignored the sting of the evening breeze on her bare back and stomach and tromped back to the house. Putting the box wrapped in her shirt on the ground in the middle of the driveway, in front of the house, she stepped back. She held her hands out in front of her and moved to the edge of the porch, but didn't climb the steps to the door. Kicking the edge, she whistled, a loud piercing sound that dragged on for a long few seconds. Nothing happened. She kicked again, hard and repetitive about 10 times, whistling again, harder and sharper. As she got ready to start a third session, the door opened and Bailey stuck her head out. Her eyes widened at the sight of her mom in her bra and yoga pants and boots. "Mom, what are you doing?" She moved as if to come onto the deck. Cady yelled. "No. Don't come out here." Go get me a gallon of bleach, a roll of paper towels, a knife, a bucket, and a sponge. She narrowed her eyes. Don't mess around, Bailey. Just do what I tell you. She was no longer treating Bailey with kid gloves. There was too much at stake. Bailey had the state of mind to disappear back inside the house, reappearing moments later with the items Cady asked for. As she stepped outside, Cady held up her hand further, palm out. Put everything in the bucket and push it to the end of the porch. You can't touch anything else. Do you understand? Then you need to get inside and close the door. Bailey's eyes were wide and she nodded as she did as she was told. Cady half-squatted, retrieving the bucket without touching the porch. She gingerly approached the box, then dumped bleach straight into the bucket she had emptied. Using the sponge, Cady wiped down the box, liberally letting the bleach drip down the sides. Turning it over, she repeated the process on the other side. She dropped into a tight squat, hunkering down on her haunches without letting her butt hit the wet ground. Then, using the knife, she cut across the edge corner and pried open the top of the box that had been duct-taped shut and sealed. Popping open the top flaps, Cady held herself back enough from the box, but she wasn't sure if distance would protect her. She pulled out a small styrofoam cooler that wasn't bigger than a sandwich bag and an inch thick. The edge of the lid had been taped shut with packaging tape, but cool air seeped from the small gap on a corner. She used the sponge again to wipe down the mini cooler, pausing at the sight of an index card taped onto the inside flap of the box. Leaning closer with the cooler in her hands, she squinted at the block writing. 1 dose, entire vial needed for success. Stay away from ointment. That was it. Nothing else. A vial. 1 dose. There was only 1 dose. He had to be wrong. He had to have put more in the box. Cady slid the sharp edge of the blade along the tape and pried the lid open. Jackson had to be indicating in the card that each vial was 1 dose. He wouldn't just send 1 dose. Cady couldn't face that possibility. Not yet. She swallowed, lifting the lid carefully from its nested position and stared into the box. Ice packs cradled a single vial with Jackson's mark on it, a J curled in vines. He'd always loved the New Zealand tree nettle plant, and the presence was in the artwork with its leaves wrapped around the base of the J. Only 1 dose-sized vial and a small syringe took up the valuable space in the cooler. Cady lifted the cooler higher to see in the box, but there was nothing else. No sign of ointment or any other doses. Jackson had only given her 1 dose. He'd said to stay away from the ointment, but hadn't included any. Had he been mistaken? Maybe this was 1 box of 2 or 1 of 3 or something. A mistake. It had to be. That didn't seem to fit with Jackson's personality. The man didn't make mistakes. She studied the cooler again and its contents. There was no other vial inside, nothing hiding under the ice packs or anywhere else. She had 14 days left, 2 people to save, and only 1 vial. The end was getting real. Chapter 35. Cady. Cady slowly disposed of the items by burning a small fire in the burn pit on the side of the drive. She pulled off her pants and tossed them in, then followed suit with her bra. Her boots would have to be fine with a deep bleach cleaning. She'd ignored her chilling numbness of the cold on her skin long enough for it to be numb. She stared at the flames, small as they were. Her stomach hurt with an ache that she didn't want to face. There was a minute amount of heat, but she didn't care. Jackson had left her with 1 dose. She wrapped a towel around her, ignoring the muddy, wet corners and edges as they slapped her upper thighs. As the smoke disappeared, Cady turned back to the house. 1 dose. She couldn't figure out why Jackson would only send 1 dose. He had to know she needed more than 1. He'd looked her up and Bailey was in everything she posted. No. Wait, she wasn't. Cady never mentioned who her daughter was on social media. The pictures were always outdated when she did put them, if she put them up. She went out of her way to make sure Bailey wasn't known on Cady's page because Cady believed she was protecting her daughter. Instead, she might have made things worse for her. Cady sighed. She made her way into the house, the vial and syringe wrapped tightly in the other towel. She had to get them into the fridge without letting Bailey see. How would she keep Bailey away from it? Inside, Bailey stayed back. She eyed Cady suspiciously. What was that? Why is there a fire out there? She searched Cady's hands, blinking at just the towels and bleach bucket in her grasp. Cady shook her head, struggling to lie. Unable to, she opted to talk around the situation. We'll talk about it soon, but right now, I need to figure out how to change my options. She begged Bailey silently not to ask more. Opposite her normal personality traits, Bailey didn't push. She chewed on her lower lip, her eyebrows knit together. Can I do anything? The opening was more than Cady had hoped for. Can you grab my robe for me? I need to shower and change. Cady watched Bailey nod and surprisingly disappear up the stairs. After her daughter was out of sight, Cady slipped her boots off and rushed into the kitchen. She'd gotten enough bleach on her hands to feel comfortable touching things in her house. The presence of the cooler and small ice packet suggested freezing the vial wouldn't be a bad idea. Cady thrust the towel with the syringe and vial into the freezer, behind the package of soy burgers they'd tried a few months ago and decided they didn't like. No one had touched it since. That would be the safest place in the world. She closed the door soundlessly and then continued walking back to the bathroom past the mudroom, shedding the towel and jumping into the shower. A few moments later, Bailey called out over the spray of the water. I'm putting your robe on the hook right here. There's an extra towel hanging there, too. I'm going to put some tea on. You were outside a while. Cady leaned on the fiberglass wall of the shower stall and leaned back as the steaming water beat down upon her chest. Heat pricked her still chilly skin. Tears blurred her vision as hopelessness washed over her. Jackson had only sent one vial. Was there enough time to get another one? There had to be. She had to have faith that her daughter would be included in survival plans. She needed Bailey to be okay. There was no other option. Unwilling to be defeated before anything had even begun, Cady stiffened her spine and scrubbed herself clean. After her shower, she slipped into the office and brought up her email. Clicking compose, Cady took a deep breath and refused to back down. Jackson didn't scare her. She refused to be cowed by the man. To Jackson, she wrote the subject line. Urgent. Please, open. She paused, narrowing her eyes, before writing in the body of the email. Jackson. I have a daughter. I need another vial, please. She's a teenager. She's too young to go through this. Please. For me. Cady. Cady had to hear from him. She had to try everything she could think of. 14 days and she didn't know what exactly was coming down the chute. Cady tossed and turned all night. Like the Edgar Allan Poe story, the vial seemed to scream at her from the freezer. She kicked the blanket off because she was too warm. Then she pulled it up to her chin and cuddled into the mattress because she was cold. No matter how many times she checked the clock in the moonlight, the time didn't seem to move. She checked her email from her phone more than once every few minutes as well. Would he answer her? He had to. She wouldn't get any other emails. She dropped her tutoring students and her mother hated email, which didn't matter since Margie seemed to be ignoring Cady. Finally, with one leg sticking out from under the blankets and sheets, about 4 a.m., she blacked out. A beep from her phone broke through the fog of sleep. The notification, she had an email. Cady had no problem waking up quickly. She snapped her phone toward her face before she'd even opened her eyes. Jackson had replied without salutations. It's too late. I can't make another. I won't make another. I already took mine. I'll repopulate the world with one of you. You choose. Cady's hope died, shriveling and drying up as she realized he was serious. One way or another, one of the women in that house had to take the vaccine and survive, waiting for Jackson to show up and take what he wanted. Or did they? What if Cady took away his choice and never pulled out the vaccine? She wasn't sure she would be able to let Bailey suffer. Maybe nothing would happen. Maybe all of it was a game and Jackson just wanted to see what she would do. But the tightness in her gut told her she wasn't wrong and thinking Jackson wasn't messing around. Enough. She had to figure out a plan, and she had to figure it out fast. Just because he said he was coming that way didn't mean they had to lay around and wait like damsels in distress. They had guns and other means to protect themselves. Jackson was a fool if he thought things were going to be easy for him simply because he demanded it. If she didn't split the vaccine, there was only one dose. If the virus was even 50/50 deadly, that was more of a chance and she was willing to take with Bailey. But, if she gave Bailey the vaccine, then Cady would most likely die, leaving her daughter alone. How could she ever choose? She only had 13 days to do so. Chapter 36. Cady. Waking up the next morning, Cady realized she hadn't slept worth a gram of salt. One dose was all she had to work with. Okay, she'd have to figure it out. Before they knew about the vaccine, she'd believed they were stuck. She'd planned on staying quarantined until, she wasn't sure how long. Limiting exposure to other humans had been a big part of the plan, though. Cady couldn't tell Scott that there was only one. He didn't even know there was a vaccine. He had no idea, and she didn't want to tell him. He would want it, or he would want her to take it. She might not tell Scott, but she would have to tell Bailey because they would have to decide together what they were going to do. Of course, she had to include Bailey in the decision. As long as she decided the same thing as Cady, her opinion would count. Flopping onto her back from her side, Cady straightened her legs on the bed. She held back her distress, but just barely. She had to think logically. As long as Bailey and Cady stayed in the house and didn't let anyone in or go out past the gate, they wouldn't be exposed to the virus. Everything was in place. They, honestly, didn't have anything to worry about. Thanks in part to Jackson's warnings, Cady and Bailey were prepared to hunker down for a while. Scott, too, had been adequately warned. What he did with the information was up to him. Either way, Cady would have to let him know that she was extending their hiatus from seeing each other again. She'd learned enough about shooting that she could practice on her own. Plus, she didn't know if she wanted him seeing just how much she had in the way of ammunition and arms. Even Zach hadn't known, and he'd lived there. Taking a deep breath, Cady stamped down her fear. Realistically, neither of them probably needed to take the vaccine. If Cady was lucky, Jackson would fail magnificently, and he would have to slink off into the wild with his tail tucked between his legs. But Cady wasn't lucky. Her early widowhood was evident of that. She pulled her phone back into view. Why hadn't her mother called her? Not even once. The end was starting and Cady hadn't been able to get a hold of Margie or David. She wasn't sure what to do or how far to push it. She could call the Coast Guard or the cruise ship offices, but she didn't have which cruise they were on. She slapped the phone down by her side again and exhaled on a whoosh. Maybe it was for the best they'd left. Cady didn't want to watch them die as well as Bailey and Scott. Selfishly, she would rather they died elsewhere. Shaking her head, Cady forced herself to crawl from bed and throw on her robe. Of course, that wasn't true. She'd rather they were where she could protect them, with or without a vaccine. She ignored the regret swelling up to bring tears to her eyes. Enough with the crying. Just because she was a girl didn't mean she had to act like one. Even if the hardest of men would crumble under the pressure she was under, she didn't need to act like it. Downstairs, she joined Bailey on the couch, drawing her feet up beneath her rear end. Bailey turned the page on her book and glanced up at her mom. For a brief moment, Cady could see the woman Bailey would turn into, if she was given the chance. Bailey's hair fell across her face, and she brushed it back. So, are you going to tell me what happened last night? Cady hadn't considered at not knowing would drive Bailey insane. She'd just taken it for granted because she didn't want Bailey to ask. Half turning toward Bailey, Cady studied her daughter. Do you know, when your dad and I found out we were going to have you, the first thing we decided was your name. Bailey, if you were girl. Cady smiled and then went on. And Seth, if you were a boy. You've told me this. But Bailey's exasperation was tempered by a melancholic smile at the mention of her father. Tell me, what happened yesterday? Cady sighed and nodded, swallowing. You need to understand that I didn't just know the guy or even talk with him. I was really good friends with this guy and, at one point, I had a similar mindset. I used to believe that the population was ruining the world. Owning her shame was harder than she'd thought it would be. She lifted her chin. I was young and stupid, filled with false ideology. I just wanted to sound like a mad scientist. Things were hard back then for women in the STEM fields. But what about last night? Bailey didn't seem surprised, just that she wanted Cady to get to the point. When I told you and Scott about what was coming, I wasn't completely forthcoming. In fact, I still can't tell Scott what is going on, and I'm glad I can't tell your grandparents. Cady rubbed at her eyes. Truth time was coming. The end really is coming. I wasn't lying when I said, for our safety, we have to stay here. Please, don't push me on this. I hate it more than you. So, the end of the world really is coming and we can't stop it? Bailey blinked slowly at her mom, laying her book in her lap. No, we can't stop it. Cady shook her head. I really wish we could. More than she could express. It was worse knowing it was coming than not. All of the other poor people on Earth would get sick and die, and that would be it for them. They wouldn't know about it beforehand, not enough to make them sick and worry more. But you're friends with this guy? You seriously can't stop him? Bailey furrowed her brow, trying to understand something that wasn't fathomable on any level. I know him. I'm not sure we're friends. Maybe at one time we were close, but he knows the girl I used to be. Not the woman I am now. It's complicated. Cady didn't know how to explain it, let alone describe it so that it was something that made sense, something that excused her part in everything. She still had to talk over the vaccine issue with Bailey. Maybe not that day. Maybe not right then. She wasn't sure how that conversation was going to go, but she had to have more time to figure out which decision she was going to make. Okay, but you know, and you've known for a while. Why haven't you said anything to anyone? Can't you tell someone and they'll take care of it? Bailey's voice grew shriller. Who am I going to tell? I contacted Benny and the FBI, but he can't do anything. They won't believe us. Even if they could, what would they do at this point? Cady's own impotence hurt and she blinked back frustrated tears. You think I don't feel the unfairness of this situation? Mom, you have to do something. Everyone we love is going to die. We can't just sit by and do nothing. Bailey leaned forward, her expression tight. Her righteous anger wasn't unfounded, and Cady cringed. What? What would you do? I'm at a loss. I don't know what else to do besides protect you. Cady's fear could consume them both, if she let it. Bailey wasn't ready to know about the single-dose vaccine. She'd want to give it to a friend, or something more drastic. She couldn't tell her. Cady had to wait to tell Bailey. She didn't have any other option, not with the instability of Bailey emotions. Cady still had 13 days. Bailey stared at her mom, as if trying to make sense of something. I'm not sure. A few weeks ago, I would have said tell Dad, but that option is gone. She suddenly seemed more vulnerable than her tender age, and she lifted her chin, a trait so like Cady and Margie. What's going to happen? Are we going to die? Her lower lip trembled. I'm not sure. We can't leave or come in contact with anyone. This is serious. I can't keep us alive if we're careless. Do you understand? Cady peered at Bailey as if she could convey the importance of following the rules with a single look. Bailey nodded, but her confusion and fear mingled on her features. Cady wished she could fix everything for her daughter, but she couldn't. All she could do was ride it out and make the most of what she had to do. 13 days. A lot could happen in under 2 weeks. Chapter 37. Jackson. Jackson snapped the cover shut on his iPad and shoved it into the messenger bag he had slung across his hip. The hotel room was lavishly decorated with thick carpeting, gold-trimmed thread, and mauve accents around the cream and blue theme. He'd kept the curtains shut and didn't care if the sun was out or it was raining. He was distracted, and he hated being in anything but the moment. Jackson had only partially lied to Cady, and he'd emailed that he'd already taken his vaccine. He had, but he didn't want her daughter to take the vaccine. He felt like a lion coming in to eradicate the competing lion's offspring. He'd rather not be the one to kill Cady's daughter. At least, not directly. He had more class than direct murder, especially of a young teenage girl. Cady hadn't been clear on her age, but she'd said enough. He couldn't help but feel betrayed. Not only had Cady been married, but she'd had a child. She wasn't supposed to agree with populating the world. She was supposed to be against that. Against it at least until there was no one left. Then Jackson needed her to be on board with having a lot of children. She was in her 30s and had plenty of time to bear for a few years. Jackson shook off the email. He hated telling her no, but he had to make sure and maintain control. Giving Cady whatever she wanted from the beginning wouldn't bode well for their relationship later. She had to have respect for him as the man in the house. He wouldn't tolerate anything less. He checked his tracker again and confirmed the information the tracking app had given him. The mailings had been confirmed as having been shipped from their storage warehouses. Trident storage and shipment had been extremely expensive, but they had a great reputation for holdover storage. Each pallet was sent out to the biggest cities in the northern states. Spring destinations for college breaks as well as for world traveling for large events. These locations were in the metropolis centers like Seattle, Washington, Portland, Oregon, Las Vegas, Nevada. Even thought it was southern. He couldn't leave it out. Come on, it was Vegas, baby, and New York, New York, St. Louis, Missouri, Minneapolis, Minnesota, Washington, D.C., Denver, Colorado, and of course, New Orleans, Louisiana, to catch Mardi Gras. Okay, so he didn't have a specific northern states plan, but he had a plan that involved planes, tourists, and spreading the samples like they were rare and worth a lot. That's all that mattered. His mailing plan involved the more rural areas across the Midwest in case no one in Iowa traveled. That would kick in, and then Jackson just had to sit back and watch. Thinking about it too much made him slightly giddy. He was already having so much fun. Too bad Cady had to take everything so seriously. Jackson left his hotel room, his last bag rolling behind him as he headed out toward the Jeep. He strode confidently. Why shouldn't he be an arrogant jerk? He was destroying the world without using guns or anything violent, barring the symptoms from the virus. Those were violent enough. He had the right to be as cocky as he wanted to be. We'll see you again soon, Mr. Ryan. The woman at the front desk waved at him, her smile toothy and overly friendly like she knew how to kiss but and wasn't afraid to do it. Jackson ignored her, meeting the valet at the front. Slipping the man a 20, Jackson didn't say a word as he climbed into his rig and drove off. He hadn't planned on being in any of the distribution cities when it happened, but he wanted to see as the craziness ensued. He wanted to see his handiwork, watching someone unsuspectingly breathe in his masterpiece. He needed to see it, and the need was surprisingly more convincing than Cady's email. There wasn't a town around him that was slotted as a destination, which was very frustrating. Fortunately, he'd saved a few sample packages for himself. He didn't want to be at ground zero, but he couldn't wait. Pulling into a large department store at the mall, Jackson parked close to the front and locked his car. Heading inside, he fingered the sharp corners of the plastic-wrapped packets of samples. His were double-wrapped because of the sensitivity of the product. Opening the packets and setting the fragrance cards out would be a true test of faith. How much did he actually trust his vaccine? How much faith did he have in his science? He'd be testing it with his life. If Jackson messed up, he wouldn't live long enough to see the rest of the world fall to pieces. If he'd severely miscalculated, then his timeline would be destroyed and his mortality rate would be lower than he'd planned. What if the virus evolved faster than he had analyzed? 90% wasn't enough, but he'd take it. 70% would be even worse, and that was the only other option. If his cure didn't get out at the right time, he'd have to be happy with 70% because there would be no one to pass out the second phase. Jackson stopped at the double front doors, standing beside the garbage can set out for the public to use. He glanced around, taking in the average morning. There was nothing special to mark the day, and he wished there was something noteworthy to make the occasion special. He pulled out the swag for the end-of-the-world cologne and perfume. He scraped the serrated plastic edge of the package across the pad of his thumb. Everything focused in on that one point in time. He could truly own the loosing of the virus. Just him. Once Jackson broke the seal, the act couldn't be undone. He took a deep breath, looking around as his heart pounded harder and faster than if he'd run a marathon. Jackson didn't doubt himself. He was too smart to doubt. But everything he'd worked for over the last 10 years culminated in that moment, and he was releasing his genetic miracles into the wild. They'd either thrive or die. One action would leave the world a better place, and the other would leave Jackson a very bankrupt man. Pushing through the doors, Jackson gripped the cards with a tight squeeze. He didn't want to drop them. By that point, he'd already become a carrier. There was no way he wasn't infected. Just the simple act of opening the packet had exposed him enough. Thankfully, he'd been fully vaccinated. That sucked for the idiots in the building. He wandered around the makeup counter, waiting until the counter girl walked off to help another customer. Setting half of the stack of cards on the counter by a lipstick display, Jackson ambled off to stand beside the watch display. He could look at the watches and still keep an eye on where he'd left the cards. The store wasn't packed, but steady foot traffic gave Jackson plenty of people to hope one would stop and sniff. He'd almost given up hope when a young woman, probably in her late 20s, stalled beside the counter, a phone plastered to her ear and a stroller handle in the other hand. She rolled her eyes as she talked, ignoring the rosy-cheeked toddler looking at everyone passing them by with a worried look on his face. Someone so young shouldn't have anything to worry about. He should have been laughing and pointing or sleeping peacefully. Jackson cast another glance at the mother. Judging by the mother, the child had plenty to worry about. Jackson sneered. Hopefully, the woman would take a big whiff and put her whole family out of its misery. He held his breath as she paused and did a double take at the stack of samples. Her lips formed an expletive and she looked around as if she expected to discover she was on a hidden camera show. Her eyes flitted to him, past, and then back, narrowing as she focused on his gaze on her. Jackson brazenly continued staring. He had nothing to hide. But after a moment, he turned away, walking around to the other side of the counter to watch. The hum his marketing plans had created about the perfume had made it the next big thing. Nothing was supposed to release for another week or so, and the early arrival of the sample cards in such a know-nothing town was obviously a shock, especially for a trendy wannabe mother. The woman picked one up and told the person on the other line to hold on, her lips easy to read with their heavily outlined lips and bright red stain. She closed her eyes as she opened the sample and lifted it to her nose. Jackson could almost imagine the viral particles in a purplish color as they rose from the card to her nose. He grinned as she rubbed the card on her neck and wrists. The double exposure sealed her fate. Breathe it in deep. Jackson's inhale and exhale were shaky as he watched her another moment. After he gathered his control, he turned away, catching a bounce in his step. Too bad incubation took 7 to 10 days. He would love to see the rash develop around her mouth, a fever flushed her skin, and then as the fatigue dragged her under the true pox would start to appear. She wouldn't feel pain until the final stage. At least, he didn't think there'd be pain. The homeless people he'd locked up and tested the virus on hadn't been forthcoming on their experiences. No matter. He would see more than he would be able to comprehend soon. All he had to do was bide his time. He had all the time in the world. Jackson had to wait 10 days to see if his vaccine worked. The anticipation was killing him. He chuckled at the pun as he stepped outside the double doors. Oregon was next on his list. He had to see his damage on a large scale. The drive would take time. He'd been so busy with his plans, he hadn't bothered to take a vacation. Maybe he'd stop to see the ocean or Vegas before it became the city that never woke again. Okay, he needed to work on a better name for it. None of that mattered. His skin tingled at the experience of releasing CJ-180D. Hopefully, Cady took the vaccine before the 21 days was up. He hadn't taken into account the fact that he'd released it well before the planned date. Sliding into his Jeep, Jackson realized he didn't care. He wanted to release it a few more times to feel that euphoria again. He had to feel that way. He hadn't expected it to be such a rush. Chapter 38. Cassie. Cassie had stopped listening to her friend complaining about the latest diaper fiasco with her kid. She nodded distractedly as she stopped Bobby's stroller by the makeup counter. Lately, she was bored with everything. Her husband was never home and she'd taken to staying up late to have friends over the last few nights. She put her son to bed and left him in there while the party raged on in her living room. She wasn't getting very much sleep, which she covered the effects of with more makeup than usual. Who cared, anyway? She wasn't out to impress anyone. Carl was gone all the time with his job at the mine and she just didn't care who saw her. As if her boredom conjured him, a man studied her from the watch display. His dark swarthy coloring and angular features were set off by his dark coloring. Eyes as black as his hair pierced her and he didn't look away. Challenge accepted. She ignored him, careful to make sure her hair fell back behind her shoulders to show off her skin. She didn't hang up the phone. Glancing back at the spot he was in, she was embarrassed to find he'd disappeared. After another minute, he reappeared, staring at her for more. Cassie liked being entertainment. She always felt frumpy and undesirable since having the baby. She didn't even acknowledge her child at that point. Someone watched her. She acted like she was mad and then glanced at the counter. The popular fragrance name stared up at her on a fragrance card. Nothing happened in her podunk town. They certainly never got premiere releases of any popular products. Hold on, Taylor. She stared at the counter, glancing around, no longer caring if the man was there anymore or not. Was she on a TV show or something? She met the man's gaze and then picked up the fragrance card, sniffing it carefully. The aroma was familiar, but she couldn't place it. Maybe it was like fresh grass or pine mixed with homemade cookies. She couldn't pinpoint it. Most importantly, she wanted to keep sniffing it. The scent was addicting. She rubbed the card down her neck and across the smooth skin above her cleavage. Bobby's increased whimpering broke through her fog. She needed coffee. Why couldn't she have a morning just to herself? Pick up your child. An older woman clutched the strap of her purse and narrowed her blue eyeshadowed eyes at Cassie. Shameful. Cassie glared at the old woman until she averted her gaze and walked on. After another long gaze after the woman, and ignoring the other patrons as they walked around the stroller and the now sobbing child, she rounded the front and unsnapped Bobby. Jerking him to her shoulder, she huffed impatiently. Next time the doctors wanted to give him vaccines, she was going to take a video and put it up on her blog. They hadn't been gentle and they'd whisked the informational paperwork out of her hands before she could read them thoroughly. Maybe she could get more blog views by pulling in some anti-vaccination controversy with a post or two about it. SH. You're fine. Let's go get you a milkshake. She crumpled the edge of the fragrance card and placed it on the top of the stroller top. Grabbing the handle, she pushed the stroller ahead of her, while holding Bobby in her arms. Lately, she'd been so run down, but weren't all mothers? With all the colds and flus running rampant, she'd be lucky to get away with not getting sick. Oh, well, she had a party to get ready for that night. She didn't have time to dwell in self-pity. She had a party to plan. Maybe her husband would show up that weekend. Maybe not. At the counter of the McDonald's, Cassie leaned over and asked for a chocolate shake. She reached over the stroller, grabbing for her purse, which she'd rested on the drink holders. The fragrance card slipped to the counter beside the stroller, wedging a corner under the silverware holders for the in-mall diners. How many hands would come in contact with the card before it was removed and thrown in the garbage? Chapter 39. Cady. Cady's cell phone rang on the counter. She had the walkie-talkie style radios that she and Scott would switch to once the phones stopped working. But until that time when they agreed to only use the radios, they would continue using cells. She left the living room and followed the sound of her ringtone to the kitchen counter and picked up the phone. Cady, are you there? Scott's rough voice was comforting with the scratching buzz over the air. He didn't wait for her to say hello. I am. Cady pressed the phone against her ear and stared out at the sunny afternoon. The snow was melting, and with time passing faster than it should, she couldn't believe spring was right around the corner. Meet me at the gate, he demanded. She hung up. If he was at the gate, she didn't need to answer. Slipping on her boots, she left her jacket off. The sun was getting warmer and the days longer. Soon, she'd be able to plant seeds in her greenhouse out back. She was unwilling to trudge through the slush and mud in just regular tennis shoes, but it was starting to feel silly wearing snow boots outside. Only a few minutes passed and she found herself 10 feet from the gate, folding her arms over her waist. Scott looked good with his face unshaven and stubble enhancing the angle of his jaw and the flannel of his shirt showcasing the breadth of his shoulders. He shifted in his own hiking boots, the tops covered by his well-stacked jeans. He smiled softly. Hey. Hey. Cady's own smile felt sad. She'd made him promise to keep his distance in case they spread germs between the two households even though both had promised to stay out of society. He didn't have mail coming to his home, so she wasn't sure how he would get the virus, but the fear was there. He leaned on the gate, careful not to cross it. How's it going over here? Cady had tried so hard to keep everything together for Bailey and for herself. His concern broke the dam and she lifted her hand to cover her mouth as the sobs burst free. Alarmed, Scott moved as if to come around the gate, but Cady held up a hand and shook her head. Don't. You don't want to take that chance. I don't either. She dropped her hand and pierced him with her gaze. You understand what's happening, right? Are you watching the news for any signs of a pandemic starting? He's put it into action and there's no stopping it now. Did you get your family to head up this way? The fact that his family might be coming up made it harder to let herself care. Not that they were coming, but that they would be bringing the virus with them. They weren't quarantined and once they got there, Scott would be more vulnerable. They all would be. No, Scott averted his gaze to stare at the ground by her feet. No, they're not. I called and they didn't take me seriously. He shook his head and ran his hand through his unkempt hair. I need to go get them. I have to bring them back. He lifted his gaze to hers, seeking understanding. Can you just try one more time? You really shouldn't leave. Cady didn't want to lose Scott to whatever danger would befall him once he left. His family lived in the southern part of Idaho, and the trip wasn't a short one. Who knew when the virus would take over? He shook his head, sadness curving his lips downward. No. It's not going to work. Just warning them. I need to retrieve them. He was worried and Cady didn't know how to make him feel better. She wanted to reach out and hug him, certain the embrace would make them both feel better. I understand. She did. She didn't want to, but she did. She wiped under her eyes. What's wrong? You're going to be fine. Scott searched her face, his eyes tender as if he understood, too, that he might not make it back alive. She needed to tell someone. Scott never judged her. She needed that. I feel guilty, like I set this in motion. Could I have stopped him? I tried, but could I have tried sooner? She hadn't known sooner, but it was partially her fault. Scott shook his head. It doesn't sound like it. Don't put that kind of pressure on yourself. This isn't your fault. I might be able to save my family because of you. Scott smiled reassuringly. The virus hasn't been let out yet, that we know of. He would tell you when he did it for sure. How fast would it spread, anyway? It can't be that fast, right? But they both knew it wasn't possible for him to get back there in time with no exposure. His ignorance of viral communication would have been endearing any other time. As it was, Cady just hoped he never figured out just how fast a virus spread and how little contact was truly needed to be infected. He didn't need to know that information, just like he didn't need to know about the vaccine. Cady kept the vaccine's existence to herself. She only had the one and she didn't want to put that kind of pressure on their tremulous relationship. She licked her lips and lifted her chin. Are you stalked? Yep. He grinned half-heartedly. Remember? I've been copying you. I just blew my last 10 grand on more food storage. I have enough money to get me down to Boise and back. Cady nodded, her lips tight with concern. Good. Don't leave your home. I know you're worried, but I really think you'll be better off just waiting it out. I could be wrong, you know. There might not be a virus. He might just be trying to scare me. Your parents. I could be wrong. But they both knew she wasn't. Have you heard from your parents? Scott shifted the focus from himself. He didn't want to dwell on the consequences of leaving. Cady hadn't mentioned Margie or David in a while and Scott was worried about them since she'd mentioned something about David having cancer. Cady forced a smile. I thought they were getting on the cruise a few days ago, but I found the itinerary she mailed me and they are supposed to be boarding the ship today. She half shrugged. I hope they just turned their phone off for convenience. They're big kids. They'll be fine. She kept her tone light. Cady was going to lose her calm if she focused on all of the man things she had no control over. The end was coming and they were all running out of time. Chapter 40. Scott. Cady wasn't wrong and Scott couldn't let his family wait any longer for the virus to reach them. Rescuing his parents and any of his siblings who would come became his main focus. He didn't bother telling Cady his plans were already in place to retrieve his parents. She would just try to stop him. But Scott couldn't sit around and do nothing. What kind of a man would he be if he left his parents and siblings and in-laws with their children to fend for themselves when they didn't understand what was coming? What kind of a son? Packing the rest of his items into the back of his Ford Bronco, Scott double-backed into the garage. Skirting around the bench seat he'd pulled from the back of the 1967 collector's item he'd rebuilt for exactly what he was heading out for, he tried remembering what else he needed. Saving his family with a rig that was four-wheel drive and had enough power to do what he needed was imperative. Plus side was the engine didn't burn through gas like fire through tissue paper. Ranger rounded the corner, snuffling and yipping at Scott as he walked between the dog and the rig. Ranger's tongue hung out the side of his mouth as he followed Scott around the driveway and yard. Of course, you're going, boy. I even got your spot set up in the back. Scott half bent to rub Ranger behind the ears. He raised his gaze and searched his place with a quick scan. I know I'm forgetting something. I'm just not sure what it is. A niggling feeling in his gut told him not to leave until he remembered, but time was short enough as it was. He didn't have time to wait around trying to figure out what he'd forgotten. Looking over the back tailgate of the Bronco and on the top of his rig, Scott sighed. If two 72-hour packs, 10 full 5-gallon gas containers, 10 full water gallons, and everything he needed for Ranger to ride shotgun wasn't enough, then he probably didn't need it. He wouldn't be able to bring everything. Even the Bronco with its extra luggage rack on the roll bars wasn't designed to carry everything Scott could think of. He verified he had his ammunition and guns situated in the cab of the truck. He always had a Ruger in the glove box, and a sawed-off shotgun slid beneath the front seat. A man could never be too careful. Well, with an illegal firearm, he could be. There was nothing else to do. No matter how long he stalled, he couldn't remember. Well, enough. He had to go. Holding open the driver's door and leaving the seat back inclined forward, Scott gave a low whistle. In Ranger. Ranger gracefully leapt into the empty space behind Scott's seat, turning around and around on his spot before settling at attention and facing forward. Returning his seat to the upright position, Scott slid in and buckled his belt. Starting up the 302C motor, Scott glanced back at the house. He'd be back. That wasn't the last time he would see his home. He had too much to do and he wasn't going to miss out on the chance to love Cady the way he wanted to. Plus, he refused to fail at his mission. Ranger woofed softly from his spot behind Scott on his blanket. It wasn't the first trip they had taken together. Scott refused for it to be their last. Pulling out his phone, he texted Bailey as he drove past their driveway with the gray metal cattle gate marked with a bright orange no trespassing sign. Bailey, let your mom know I'll need the chickens watched while I'm gone. I'll check in when I can. Cady had told him to stay home. She wanted to be able to switch to the radio, in case cell phone use went down. As much as he wanted to be, he wasn't going to be in range. Bailey texted back in seconds. I'll do it. Don't text Mom. She's pacing and that's never a good thing. Pacing was a sign of Cady's stress. Scott wasn't sure what she could do about what was happening. Cady had once told him she only stressed about things she could change or about a choice she had to make. He wasn't sure of any choices she could be making that would change the course of how the world was going to be destroyed. The virus was coming and they all had to figure out a way to deal with it. Shifting gears, Scott didn't waste time getting to the gas station. He was going to fill up before barreling down Highway 95. His phone rang. Checking the screen, he pulled to the side of the road when he noticed it was his mother's number. Mom, is everything okay? What if they were already on their way? They could have listened to him and started out. That would be the best case scenario. He could head back home and get things ready for their arrival. No, everything is fine. I just realized you were upset when we were on the phone last time. I wasn't trying to be insensitive, Scott. I don't have any excuses. I'm sorry. Genuine remorse lowered her tone. It's not that I don't appreciate your urgency, but we really do have things standing in the way of us coming up right now. Scott nodded, even though she couldn't see him. I'm coming for you, Mom. Things are going to get bad. Can you guys be ready to go in the trailer by tonight? He didn't rein in his concern or the seriousness in his voice. He couldn't protect them if he withheld the truth. We're talking about life or death serious. This transcends a teenager's job or a pregnant woman's misgivings. They need to come up here and we'll deal with everyone's needs where we can still be protected. She half gasped. Are things that bad? Why? What's going on? Fear changed her tone and finally Scott could hear her belief. Why don't we just come to you? Can you? Are you guys in a position to leave right now? Scott leaned forward in the rig, looking around the roads. Midday wasn't the best time to just stop on the highways. He didn't want a cop to stop and check on him or a good Samaritan. Both were prevalent in North Idaho. Even as Scott was traveling away from his home and taking a huge risk, he didn't want to overexpose himself to the virus either. Well, we would be able to, but I'm not sure the truck is running right now. We've been driving around in the van, but that's not big enough to get all of us up there. The trailer could be ready by tonight, but we don't have any way to pull it. Bryant and the other kids are out of town at his mother's, while Stephanie is getting ready for her MCAT tests. We don't have everyone here. Stress curled her SS. I can't just leave them down here, Scott. Of course not. Scott leaned forward, rubbing his free hand down his face. Stephanie was his younger sister, and she'd gotten herself through pre-med college courses while growing her family. She was currently having her and Bryant's fifth child, and she was also preparing for applications to medical schools. Where's Jason? Scott's nephew was staying with Scott's parents, while his own parents were on a trip in Mexico. They all lived in the same suburb, but Brandon and Caitlin hadn't wanted to leave him in the house all by himself. At 15, it was a risky proposition to leave him behind. Jason was their only child, but they also needed a vacation together. Mary and Michael, Scott's parents, were very involved grandparents. Jason is still here. He has a shift at Dairy Queen this morning, and then he has the next couple days off. Mary's concern had Scott shaking his head. Wasn't it a little late for that now? His family was scattered all over the place. He could still get his parents, Jason and Stephanie. The rest of them were going to have to find their own way to his place. He hated saying it, but Bryant and the kids. He ignored his next thoughts. Bryant was capable. He'd get them where they needed to be, unless they hunkered down at his parents' place. All right. I'll come to get you. I'm stopping for gas and then I'll be on the road. No, Scott, I don't feel right about you coming all this way to get us. I don't want you to be in danger. She had conviction that came from her maternal instincts, but it was displaced at the moment. Scott slapped his palm on the steering wheel, making Ranger jump in the back. Mom, forgive my rudeness, but you had the chance to get up here. It's too late and you don't seem to understand the urgency, here. I'm not sure you're going to make it in time. I'll come and get you. Stay in your house. No mail. No shopping. Nothing. Tell everyone else to take a couple days off work and stay put. Maybe they can follow us back. He didn't doubt that his father could drive them up, but the problem was, his parents procrastinated until there was no timeline left to mess with. Mary sighed, regret deep in her voice. Okay, I'm really sorry. I didn't think any of this was real. It's okay, Mom. I'll come and get you. I'm not sure when I'll get there. There's road construction in Riggins. Please, be packed and ready to go. Scott hung up the phone. He hated being rude to his parents, didn't hold well to the tone he'd used, but once he got them back to his place safely, he'd take the time to apologize. His parents couldn't die from the virus. His dad was a war veteran. He deserved more than a death like that. Scott needed them safe. He had to have someone left standing beside him at the end. Chapter 41. Cassie. Bobby's rash wasn't going away, and Cassie didn't have the energy to deal with it anymore. She picked up the phone and dialed her husband. Before he even said hello, she started berating him. Where are you? I know you're off for the weekend. Why aren't you home? Bobby is sick and I need you to take him to the doctor's. She stood in the middle of her modest kitchen with a hand on her hip. The afternoon light was meager as it struggled through the grime on her window. Pictures of her real kitchen would never make it onto her blog, which was just starting to make her some money. She gave off the feel of maternal love, trendy ways to stay you while raising happy, peaceful children, and great food. Her brand was clear and distinct on the computer. She was a perfect mother, in a perfect home, with a perfect husband and son. All of it couldn't be further from the truth. Cassie, I'm not coming home. Robert didn't even attempt to sound sad about it. The sound of casino slots going off in the background gave away his location. "Are you on the reservation again? Are you with her?" Cassie hadn't done anything to get to where she was in her life except fall in love with a man who didn't know what love was. His laughter filled the line, and Cassie pulled the phone from her ear until the cacophony faded and he spoke incredulously. "Oh, that is Rich. You know, I came home 2 nights ago to find you half naked, lying on the ground with Rich and a bunch of other people. Passed out. I would have taken Bobby, but he was sleeping and Magnolia isn't fond of kids." Cassie jerked backward like he was in the room with her and his hand had slapped across her cheek. She narrowed her eyes and hissed, "I wouldn't have to entertain myself, if you weren't always gone. If Bobby is sick, Cassie, take him to the doctor yourself. I'll pay the bills for the necessities, but you're on your own for anything extra. Turn some tricks. I'm sure you'll be able to rack in the dough with that body of yours." His biting words stung and he hung up. Cassie stood there, hanging her head and with the phone still pressed to her ear. She was so tired and achy. She hadn't wanted to admit just how scared she was. Bobby's rash had started on his neck and spread down his back. He wouldn't smile, no matter how much she played with him. He had stopped eating and would just stare lethargically at the TV from the inclined seat she had for him. She wasn't the best mom. She knew that. It wasn't that she didn't love Bobby. She did. She just didn't love the life around being a mom. No one had told her being a parent would be so time-consuming. In all honesty, Cassie had hoped she would be able to still fit in all of her favorite things. She hadn't realized a child took up all the time and then some. Bobby coughed, but the sound was half-hearted. Fine. She'd take him to the hospital. Maybe they'd admit him and she could sleep on the bed beside him. They had good insurance. She packed up her laptop and Bobby's favorite blanket and the diaper bag she'd gotten to do a review on for her blog. Carefully, she picked up her boy and put his limp body into the car seat. He stared at her listlessly. The only sign he was alive was the slightest movement of his chest, the bright pink of his cheeks, and the very slow, occasional blinking of his eyes. Loaded into the car, she picked up her phone and dialed Cinna, a friend she'd made blogging. Cinna was a bigger blogger and a better mother. She would know what to do. They'd only seen each other less than a week ago, after Bobby's vaccinations. Cinna had gone into lecture mode, recanting all the cons of vaccinations and telling Cassie she needed to think before just doing what the doctors told her to. Cassie had listened with half her attention. Cinna always had an opinion. It's why her blog was so big. She had half a thought and she put it up. Controversy was huge on the internet. After a 4th ring, Cinna answered, tears in her voice. "Yeah, Cass." Starting the car, Cassie tilted her head to the side. "What's wrong, Cin?" Cinna cleared her throat, her voice hoarse. "I'm in the hospital with Billy J. He's not feeling all that great." She lowered her voice to a whisper. "My other 2 are having similar symptoms. I think they have chickenpox." Chickenpox. Cassie reversed the car out of the drive, glancing in her rearview mirror for any sign of movement from Bobby. He had a vaccine for chickenpox. She wasn't worried about that. Cinna's children had never been vaccinated and they were vulnerable to anything out there. Cassie didn't allow her smugness to enter her tone as she replied, "Chickenpox? That's horrible. Are they all right?" "Yeah, there's evidence of a slight rash on Billy J's neck, but he isn't scratching it and he doesn't have a fever or anything. I took him to the doctor for a well checkup and they found evidence of the rash at his hairline. They admitted us without really asking." But she didn't sound too upset. Someone else was taking care of the problem. Cinna was all about grandstanding over her convictions, but only as long as it was convenient and paid the bills. A rash on his neck. A shiver of dread crept up Cassie's spine. They couldn't be connected. Cinna cleared her throat again. Where are you? I'm headed to the hospital, right now. Bobby isn't feeling well. Things have been off since he got his vaccines. The irony escaped Cassie as she turned the direction the hospital signs pointed her. She was going to the hospital because of what she believed to be a vaccine-related illness, while she was happily judging her friend for being in the hospital for a disease that she hadn't vaccinated against. I did a WebMD search, but the answer keeps coming back to smallpox. Is that even a thing? I wasn't offered a vaccine for that one. No, Cinna laughed. Smallpox was eradicated. If I remember correctly, natural immunities, not vaccines, got rid of that horrible disease. Oh, I better go. The doctor is here. Come find me when you get in. She clicked off the phone. Cassie tucked her phone into the side pocket of her laptop bag. She'd show the doctors and nurses her findings. They had to at least know why the site was saying Bobby had smallpox. It couldn't be chickenpox. He'd been vaccinated and vaccines were supposed to keep everyone safe. But Cassie was brushed off by the nurses and doctors. As soon as they read Bobby's chart as recently vaccinated, they packed Cassie up with some rash cream and smiled, reciting the same line she'd heard from everyone's mouths as if they'd been paid to repeat the lines. It's perfectly normal to have slight symptoms after vaccines. Come back if there's a high fever or the rash develops pustules. That was it. Watch for a high fever or pustules on the rash. How had Cinna gotten into the hospital with a slight rash? But Bobby was still out of being admitted when his rash ran down his body and he was so lethargic. Something wasn't right. When they got back home, Cassie recorded a video of Bobby doing nothing but stare with eyes half-masked. She tucked him into his bed and he lay there, staring at the wall, his small chest rising up and down. Out in the living room, Cassie parked in front of the TV and pulled out her laptop. She had some posts to write. 3 nights later, Cassie jerked awake. Her pulse was racing. Something was wrong. Had someone broken into her home? She'd locked all the doors and canceled all of her parties since she'd realized how sick Bobby was. She wasn't sure what was going on, but he would only drink sugar water over the last 2 days and his eyes had become sunken in. Since she was awake, Cassie crawled from bed and used the bathroom. She stepped into Bobby's room, approaching the crib on tiptoe. There was no sound of breathing in the room besides her own. Fear racing along her limbs, Cassie reached in carefully to touch the mound she knew to be her son. Faint light from the nightlight on the side of the wall revealed the world in long shadows and lumpy shapes. His body was cold. He wasn't breathing and his eyes weren't open. Cassie shoved her fisted hand over her mouth, rushing toward her purse in the living room. With shaking hands, she pulled out her phone and dialed 911. 911, what's your emergency? The woman's voice was almost robotic. Help. My baby is dead. Cassie closed her eyes, lowering to the ground in a jumbled heap. He's not breathing and his body is cold. I don't. He's been sick. Okay, ma'am. Where are you? Can you see your son? Do you know CPR? The woman's voice faded as Cassie lowered the phone to her side. She slumped forward, leaning on her drawn-up knees. She'd failed so hard. Her son, her sweet little boy, hadn't stood a chance with her so wrapped up in herself. He'd tried to always be happy, and Cassie still hadn't been pleased with him. She'd acted so much like he wasn't there, and suddenly he wasn't. The sobs ripped from her in heaving gasps, and she didn't move from the floor, even as the paramedics arrived. They had to break in the door and escort her from the floor in the living room so they could get by her. 2 big men and a large portable gurney for a small baby who hadn't even been able to talk yet. They asked her questions, but Cassie didn't register much of anything. At one point, she reached up to scratch her neck, recoiling when she felt the presence of a rash with small bumps just under her hair. She winced as she realized she hadn't just been tired, she'd been getting sick herself. The paramedics retrieved Bobby's body, touching him with gloves, and then touching the handles of the gurney as well as the door handle of their rig. Inside the back of the ambulance, which had no lights on, the men pulled off the gloves and tossed them in the garbage. One of them climbed into the front seat, while the other sat beside the gurney, avoiding looking at the deceased child. The truck hit a bump and he reached out, gripping the rail of the bed, reconnecting with the germs he'd avoided getting. As the road evened out, he pulled out a clipboard and filled out the log, then used the radio to call Central. By the time he and his partner were done for the evening and into the morning, they would have shared Bobby's virus with over 55 more people. What no one realized was that the virus was evolving, becoming faster and deadlier with each generation it passed through. CJ-180D wasn't going to fit inside Jackson's parameters anymore. What would Jackson do when he found out he wasn't as smart as he thought he was? Chapter 42. Cady. Cleaning the chicken coop, Cady marveled that Bailey always seemed to disappear when the work started. She washed her hands in the garage sink, wondering what she was supposed to do with the vaccine. Everything came back to that vaccine. But she had plenty of time. Almost 2 weeks. She had more than enough time. Pretending she didn't have a vaccine in her freezer was the best way for her to cope with it at the moment. And Scott, he hadn't stopped by, and that was driving her nuts, too. A buzzing came from her pocket and she pulled the phone out as she pushed the door open to the mudroom. A text message from a restricted number made her bite her lip. She didn't want to open it. She didn't want him to say something that would shatter her preparation beliefs. She held the phone to the side as she approached the counter and leaned against its edge. Rolling her head on her shoulders, she stretched her neck, anxiety cramping between her shoulder blades. Cady placed the phone carefully on the counter and stared at the dark face. Did she have to read it? Yes, because if she didn't, she would be eaten alive with curiosity and worry. As far as she was concerned, not knowing what he had to say was worse than the virus at that point. Swiping the screen, she pulled up the text. Timeline has been moved up. You have 3 days. Don't waste it. Cady might as well have been punched in the stomach with a sledgehammer. She doubled over, leaving her phone on the counter. Stumbling to the dining room table, she flopped onto the chair which faced the backyard. She'd known, deep in her gut, opening the text wouldn't be good news. Nothing from Jackson was. 3 days. Cady only had 3 days. Jackson had cut her time down so much. She couldn't breathe. Why would he do that? The timeline. She'd counted on it and he'd cut it in half. No, he'd cut it even more so. In a roundabout way, he was warning her that the virus was out. Cady reached up, gripping the base of her throat with aching hands. That was it. She had to choose. She had to figure out what she was going to do, and she had to figure it out in less than 72 hours. There was so much desperation pushing through her. She'd avoided it for too long. The fact that she had no more time was crushing, and she couldn't breathe with the new information. She'd suspected he would do something, but she hadn't known, not really. 3 days. Her stomach cramped, taking her breath, and she leaned forward, taking a deep breath. Turning her face to the side, Cady stared unseeingly into the kitchen. What was she supposed to do? She had to warn Scott. She had to. The reality was, there was nothing she could do. The fact that he'd moved up the deadline did nothing about her choices, except shorten her waiting time. She didn't have to wait anymore. The suspense wouldn't drag out so long. Holding on to that small comfort was difficult in the face of the trials ahead of her, Bailey, and the world. Blinking at the green numbers on the stove clock, she pushed up from the chair. The news would be on. Maybe she could catch something about a sickness that was spreading or not spreading. Jackson could be messing with her. He might not have released anything. He might have constructed the whole thing to see just how traumatized Cady could get. Well, Cady had another thing for him. She couldn't get more traumatized. Before dropping onto the couch, she stopped, looking around. Good thing she hadn't said that out loud. The way things were going, the universe would accept her challenge and send even more her way in an attempt to see just how traumatized she could get. She had no doubt about it. Slowly, she eased onto the couch cushion, stretching out to grab the remote. She turned on the news, unwilling to believe that anything could be going on. He was just messing with her. He had to be. 2 women news anchors were on the screen. Cady left the 24-hour news channel as her default station, certain they would continually keep information in a loop and she wouldn't miss anything. Flipping between the world news and the news all the time station, Cady stopped on the default station since the world news was on commercial. In related news, the flu season seems to be coming back into full swing again. Doctors are encouraging everyone to renew their flu vaccines. If you haven't gotten one this winter season, stop on in and get a second one. And remember, stay home if you're not feeling well. The redhead looked at her brunette companion. I'd rather have to cover a few extra shifts rather than get sick. Just saying. The brunette said with a smile, holding her hands up to chest level. She lowered them, her toothy smile maintaining the wattage of being on camera. But don't stay in if you have tickets for the lottery. Up to 300 million and the Powerball is bound to drop this Wednesday. Cady pushed mute on the remote and took a deep breath. Okay, 3 days. She could figure out what to do. She had to. The only thing she could think of was the flu they were reporting was actually the virus, but she couldn't be certain. Not 100% anyway. Rubbing her temples, Cady leaned forward and closed her eyes. She couldn't even reply via text to the restricted number. There was no more pleading, no more trying to negotiate or make attempts to understand. Jackson had taken all the control into his hands and Cady finally let herself be disgusted that she'd let him take it. She didn't have to sit around and wait. She had to be proactive. Okay, he'd given her a vaccine. There was 2 of them in the house who needed to survive. Cady had to figure out who was the best option. If she administered the vaccine, Cady ran the risk of Bailey or herself experiencing any side effects. It was an untested dose. On the other hand, if neither of them took the drug, the likelihood that they would survive was very low. The vial in the freezer seemed to pulse even though she wasn't even in the same room. Where was Bailey? Just thinking about the entire situation made Cady antsy. She had to make sure Bailey was okay, just see her for a second. Hollering up the stairs, Cady waited beside the door, listening carefully for Bailey's answer. Nothing came. Was there a possibility that Bailey had ignored Cady's warnings and went out with her friends anyway? No. Cady refused to believe it. She took the stairs 2 at a time, checking each room as she made her way down the long hallway. Bailey was nowhere to be found. Cady stopped in the laundry room, letting the white pane, white cabinets, and white appliances soothe her. A skylight facing north let the sun in without being overwhelming. She loved that room. It was her favorite in the whole house. Taking a steadying breath, Cady thought back through the last time she'd seen Bailey. Bailey had been walking along the garden fence while Cady was gathering the things to clean the coop. That had been almost an hour ago. Cady rushed downstairs. Had the neighbors stopped her? Why wasn't she back? Maybe she'd stopped in the coop to help and had seen Cady had finished and then, what? There was nothing else she could be doing. Bailey wasn't a wander in the woods kind of girl. Glancing at the clock, Cady avoided the table. She would never be able to sit still, at least until Bailey came in and Cady knew the quarantine was still unbreached. For sanity's sake, Cady could pretend Bailey was the walkabout type. Hiking the perimeter of the property couldn't take more than 15 to 20 minutes. She'd been gone 3 times that at least. Bailey knew what was at stake. She wouldn't put them at risk. Would she? Cady stood from the couch, moving to watch for Bailey at the glass slider doors. The sun set, leaving little doubt behind that Bailey was just out walking around. Another 30 minutes passed with Cady pacing the wood floor, her arms crossed and worry choking her. She couldn't even call anyone. She didn't know who to reach out to. Where would Bailey go? She didn't want to call Scott. Already the strain between them was strong. Of course, he knew she was hiding something. Scott knew her better than even Zach had. Cady had to drive a wedge between them before he found out she had a vaccine she couldn't share. She had to separate her feelings for him and squash any he might have for her. Nothing was going to stop time, and Jackson had even sped things up for them. Nothing was going to get things back the way they were. Not even crazy wishes and self-denial. Cady had tried. She didn't think she could find any more falling stars to wish upon. Movement caught her eye. In the dark, a white shape bobbed toward the back of the house, closer and closer until Cady could make out the shadowy figure of her daughter coming home. Bailey didn't make it to the porch before Cady thundered outside, grabbing her daughter by the arm and dragging her inside. "Get in here." Cady snapped the door shut, searching the dark for anyone who might have followed Bailey. She turned on her daughter, her eyes wide, searching for a sign the virus had attached itself to Bailey. "I shouldn't even have brought you in here. Are you infected? Where did you go? Do you have any idea what kind of danger you've put us in?" Bailey's confusion gave way to anger. She thrust her jaw out and glared at Cady. "I haven't been anywhere but Scott's place. He texted me this morning we needed to watch over his chickens. He went to get his parents. He took Ranger with him. He checked in a little bit ago and said the neighbors on the north side are still in Arizona. If we need anything, we can raid their place and not have to worry about getting shot." She knitted her eyebrows together and scrunched her nose. "You don't need to treat me like this. I took the back path to his place. I made sure not to cross anyone. I'm almost 14, Mom. I'm not stupid or a child." Cady searched Bailey's expression for any hint at lies, but she seemed sincere and Cady couldn't focus on being mad while she worked to figure out what was happening. She nodded slowly, releasing her grasp on Bailey with shaking fingers. "What about the neighbors between us? Did you see them?" "I didn't see anyone." Bailey rubbed her upper bicep ere her mother's fingers had dug in. She shook her head. "No idea on them. The woman with the children has been gone for the month of January. I'm not sure if she's home now or not." "Okay, tomorrow we're going to move Scott's chickens to our coop so we don't have to leave the property. I've been monitoring the news and so far, there's only reports of a renewed flu season." Cady placed both hands on her face and rubbed downward. "I'm sorry I acted like that, Bailey. He just messaged me and said the timeline has changed." "Is it longer out? We have more time?" Bailey's eyes widened with hope. Telling her the change in status was going to be worse than Cady had counted on. "No. We only have 3 days. Less, if we don't count evenings." Cady couldn't count the night. She had to only count on the days. He'd said 3 days were left to choose. That was all she had to cling to. Scott was gone and she had to resign herself to the fact that even if he did make it back, he had to be off limits for her and Bailey. He'd be a carrier and she had no idea what that would mean at that point. "Come on, let's get something to eat. It's my turn to beat you at Monopoly tonight." Cady playfully wrapped her arm around Bailey's shoulders and redirected her toward the kitchen. She pushed off what the significance of a new deadline meant. Hopefully, Bailey didn't think anything had changed. As far as she was concerned, the property was the only place they could be. At the mention of the game, Bailey groaned. "Is it possible to say I'm already sick of games?" "No, it's not. We've only opened 3 of them. Did you see how full that end room is of them? I got everything, even the pie in the face one you wanted to try last Christmas." Cady wiggled her eyebrows. She shoved the ominous changes to the back of her mind. She didn't want to think about the end anymore. At least for the night. Bailey and Cady would cling to the few days of normalcy they had left. The next night Cady sat with Bailey on the couch and turned on the local news, which was followed by world news. They hadn't needed a fire in the wood stove in a couple weeks. Cady tossed half of a blanket toward Bailey. They didn't need a fire, but the extra warmth from the lap blanket wouldn't be turned down either. The medical community is stunned by the resurgence of the flu this season. Cases are doubling and tripling overnight. 2 deaths were reported early this morning in Nevada in relation to the flu. Please, stay home if you're experiencing any of the following: fever, aches or body aches, rash on the skin, muscle spasms, and nausea. If you have a combination of these or even 1 or 2, please go to your local doctor. The brunette turned to her co-anchor. What's going on with the weather, Jennifer? Cady pressed mute on the remote and looked to Bailey with narrowed eyes. What are you thinking? That had to be what it was. The mention of deaths already had to mean the influx of bodies was just around the corner. Bailey sighed, tucking her hands beneath her thighs. She shook her hair out of her face and then met Cady's questioning gaze. I don't know. Are you sure there's nothing we can do? We just keep sitting here, waiting? Yeah, we wait as long as we need to. Cady shook her head, regretful to tell her daughter they couldn't help anyone. I mean, what are we supposed to do, Bailey? If we can survive this, then maybe others can, too, and we can help the survivors. But Cady's tone lacked conviction. She had no doubt that Jackson had figured out a way to increase the mortality rate. She just couldn't figure out how. Mom, people are going to die out there. More than 2, right? Bailey caught her breath, then plowed on. Fix this, Mom. I'm serious. She blinked back tears, brushing away the ones that escaped. What would you have me do? Cady watched Bailey with incredulous eyes, her jaw slack. I don't know. Can you do anything? Bailey looked at her mom with hope and despair. She didn't seem to want to process the fact that Cady was powerless, at least to save the world. There was nothing she could do to help the world suffering at that point, but she was certain she wasn't going to let her daughter die from the flu. Not while she had the vaccine in the fridge. She could save her daughter. At least her daughter. Cady reached across the small space between them. Her decision was made. She just had to get Bailey to agree to it. Right then wasn't the time to try. There's nothing I can do but cause widespread panic. Most of the people won't even believe me. I don't have all of the information yet. I've been researching the virus strains we talked about before, but nothing is standing out. I think he said something about it being attached to the varicella pox, but I can't find the email thread to verify that. She had found the thread, but they'd only talked back and forth about which strains would be the deadliest. Smallpox always came out on top as best killer virus. Bailey wrinkled her forehead. Varicella. You said it was like chickenpox? Right, like that. Cady was moderately proud that she could finally say she'd done something right with her daughter. The science talk was sinking in. So, you know what's going on, but you can't do anything. Is this what's called a catch-22? Bailey bit her lower lip and nodded as she tried to make sense of the crazy her mom was a part of. Good luck with that one, Bailey. Cady shook her head, blinking back the tears. I'm so sorry, Bailey. There were so many things that Jackson had taken away from her daughter: marriage, college, high school graduation, a normal dating experience, dinner at the Davenport. Stupid things that all rounded out a happy life. Jackson had thrust fear, insecurity, and death into her life, and Cady couldn't control it. But she could at least give her the vaccine that would hopefully keep Bailey free from having to worry about suffering from the virus. I can see it's not your fault, Mom. But Bailey's sadness overshadowed her normally perky attitude. Did she really know it wasn't Cady's fault? Cady could feel the energy-draining expectations as they wended themselves from Bailey to cover Cady with a fog-like presence. She She was letting Bailey down, which hurt, but didn't hurt as much as failing to protect her daughter from a creep like Jackson. No matter what she did, she couldn't keep Bailey unscathed from the mania Jackson had spread.